everyone. Prime Minister Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises (PMFME) scheme is being implemented to upgrade the micro food processing units. Under this, we NIFTEM-Thanjavur are organizing a webinar on business opportunities in millet processing. Renowned speakers from industries, enterprises, and academics will be going to deliver their insights on millet businesses and their potential. This webinar is open to all and will be held on 11th February 2022 between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. For more details, visit our website given below. visit our website given below. Hello everyone. Prime Minister Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises (PMFME) scheme is being implemented to upgrade the micro food processing units. Under this, we NIFTEM-Thanjavur are organizing a webinar on business opportunities in millet
Good morning,
processing.
sir. A very pleasant morning, sir.
Renowned
morning,
speakers
sir.
from industries, enterprises, and academics will be going to deliver their insights on millet businesses and their potential. This webinar is open to all and will be held on 11th February 2022 between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m.
So we'll give some 5 minutes, sir.
That's fine.
Yes, sir. 10:05 is start the program. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for all the participants, and we'll start exactly 10:05. Thank you so much.
Everyone, Prime Minister Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises (PMFME) scheme is being implemented to upgrade the micro food processing units. Under this, we NIFTEM-Thanjavur are organizing a webinar on business opportunities in millet processing. Renowned speakers from industries, enterprises, and academics will be going to deliver their insights on millet businesses and their potential. This webinar is open to all and will be held on 11th February 2022 between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. For more details, visit our website given below.
A very pleasant morning to one and all. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Arvind Kumar Sir, Deputy Director General, Research and Regional Director Asia, ICRISAT. Respected Guest of Honor, Dr. Vilas Ponupi Sir, Director, ICAR, Indian Institute of Millets Research. Honorable Director of NIFTEM-Thanjavur, Dr. C. Anand Ramakrishnan Sir. Distinguished guests and speakers for technical sessions, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all. With immense pleasure, I would like to welcome all of you to this national webinar on business opportunities in millet processing, organized under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav banner, promoting the Atmanirbhar Bharat. I now invite Dr. R. Mahendran Sir, Associate Professor and Head, Center of Excellence in Non-Thermal Processing, NIFTEM-Thanjavur, for welcome address, please.
Thank you, Ms. Tonisa. As a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, implementing this centrally sponsored PM-FME scheme to provide financial, technical, and business support to 2 lakh micro food processing enterprises. NIFTEM-Thanjavur, formerly known as Indian Institute of Food Processing Technology, playing an anchoring role in implementing this PM-FME scheme across the country under the dynamic leadership of Director NIFTEM-Thanjavur. Coming into this webinar on millet, we have been organizing a webinar series under the PM-FME scheme. Today's webinar is on the business opportunities in millet processing. On behalf of NIFTEM, we are extremely happy to invite Dr. Arvind Kumar Sir, Deputy Director General and Regional Director Asia, ICRISAT. Sir, on behalf of NIFTEM, we extend warm welcome to this webinar. Your vast experience and your insight on the business opportunities on millet across the Asia as well as in India, your values will add value to this webinar, sir. And I would like to invite Dr. Vilas Ponupi Sir, our guest of honor to today's program. On behalf of NIFTEM and all the faculties, we would like to extend a warm welcome to this webinar, sir. And next, I would like to invite Dr. C. Anand Ramakrishnan Sir for this webinar on millet processing. And his constant support, we are organizing a lot of webinars in this series. We welcome you, sir. And also, we extend a warm welcome to all the experts, technical speakers in the subsequent sessions on today's program, as well as my colleagues in NIFTEM-Thanjavur and all the participants to this webinar. On behalf of NIFTEM family, we extend warm welcome to all the participants, colleagues, and experts to this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to welcome Honorable Director of NIFTEM-Thanjavur, Dr. C. Anand Ramakrishnan Sir. Sir has been the Director of the Institute, formerly IFPT, since 2016. His research endeavors are well documented in the form of 150 impact factor publications with an average impact factor of 5.22, 2 international patents and 7 Indian patents. He is also an author of 8 books and 64 book chapters. Sir has been awarded the prestigious ICAR Rafi Ahmed Kidwai Award for Outstanding Research in Agricultural Sciences 2019. Also has been awarded Tata Innovation Fellowship 1920 by DBT Government of India. Under his able leadership, NIFTEM-Thanjavur has won several laurels in the last 6 years, and the institute has achieved the recognition of Institute of National Importance. I would like to invite Director Sir for presidential address, please.
Thank you so much, Tonisha. Dr. Arvind Kumar Sir, Dr. Vilas Ponupi Sir, and all the directors today is attending this webinar, and invitees, participants, and always we are getting the overwhelmed participant of all our ODOP webinar series and entrepreneurs. Good morning to all. First of all, I like to thank Arvind Kumar Sir when I called him, and immediately Sir has accepted for this today's webinar as a chief guest. And also congratulate on behalf of Ministry of Food Processing Industries and NIFTEM-Thanjavur and my own behalf. ICRISAT is starting the 50 years of celebrations, and just a week before our Prime Minister has inaugurated the celebrations, and we could able to witness the way in which organized the function. And thank you so much, sir, with your busy schedule. And always Millet comes, through institution comes to our mind. One is the CRISAT, another one is IMR. And both the directors come to this podium and addressing to the entrepreneurs, farmers, and the startups who are interested to start a Millet as a business. And thank you so much, sir. Arvind Kumar, sir. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. And Vilas Tonopi, sir, is almost 6 years in journey in IMR, and everybody knows the witness of IMR, how it was there 6 years back. Now is playing the central role for making the our year of Millet 2023, and changes we can visibly seen in the total system, not only in the ICR system and all other systems. IMR is doing a vital role, including the Ministry of Food Processing Industry, whatever our proposals and in our scheme and other things support what I'm getting from your institute is the tremendous, sir. Once again, thank you so much, sir. You are a vast experience on your area, as well as now you are promoting millet as a bigger brand of India. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation as the guest of honor. So one big due is there. Please do visit to NIFTEM-Thanjavur, and we need your guidance and how we can take forward for our institute in this angle of millet processing as well. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation. And all the participants, whenever we are putting such type of webinars, you are continuously supporting. And ODOP is the not a new concept. It was 1970 started in the Japan. Then FAO is now thinking to go for the one country, one product concept. Maybe we don't know what our country is deciding to go for that. And so this concept is well designed and well accepted throughout the globe, and is well tested. And most of the countries got benefited, especially in the bottom line, because the whole structure of this concept is bottom up approach to give the training and capacity building of small enterprises. In India, we have the more than 25 lakh micro food processing enterprises. It's not a registered, it's a totally unorganized. We wanted to bring in the organized sector form. That's what the scheme has been floated. Under that, millet played the vital role. Almost 19 districts of 9 states taken as the millet as the ODOP, that is the one district, one product, especially Madhya Pradesh 4 and Maharashtra 3 and Odisha 2, Tamil Nadu 2, Telangana 2 and Gujarat 2 and JNK and Arunachal Pradesh. So these districts we need to emphasize, and we need to support the millet processing, and cultivation of the millet also very high in these districts. That's what today this webinar organized especially for these districts, entrepreneurs and state nodal officers and district level DRPs all are attending today's this webinar to give the glimpse of what is the millet processing and how we can do the business about that. Millet, I no need to tell, experts are sitting there, and it's a very good good amount of the protein, very good amount of the micronutrient. More than anything else, it is the low GA, especially barnyard millets, and some of the millets are less than 50 is the glycemic index, because of it has the good amount of the fiber that restricts the disintegration kinetics during the digestion process. That's what millet is, a unique product. And we don't need any multivitamin tablets if you are taking the millets. It takes soluble fibers. Everything is available in that. But issue is that after the harvest, we are not having a much mechanized form of doing that, like a rice or wheat, totally we mechanized in the farm gate to the processing level. But millet we started now, so we need a lot of processing, and especially for the milling, like rice milling or wheat milling, we have totally controlled system is there. But millet milling, we need to do a lot of work on that. And again, storage protocols. Once you build the storage of the millet is the big challenge. So how to enhance the storage, and what are the protocol has to be followed, or the packaging or the different type of storage has to be followed for the millets, that need to be addressed as a IMR or CFTRA or NIFTEM-Thanjavur or Sonipat, all will work together to sort it out, this main issue of the storage. And the value-added products, yes, NIFTEM-Thanjavur launched 3 years back millet ice cream in the World Food Day, and it is well accepted. Only from the millets we develop the millet ice creams and other vermicelli biscuits and other bakery products we have developed. So that's what Prime Minister Micro Enterprises Scheme can easily adopt such type of products. That cost of the total product cost will go for maximum 25 to 30 lakhs. Easily you can start your company. And some of the entrepreneurs who have taken the technology from us also today, they are going to speak. And main issue what we are looking into that, even we are producing world, almost 40% of the production of the millet produced by our country. But what is our export role? Even globally, millet acceptance and business is increasing. From 2018, it was the $9 billion business. Now it's predicted going to be 12 billion in the 2025. But last year, our world business comes what we exported, the total worth is around 200 crore. But world trade was around 3,000 crores. So this is the what we need to think how to enhance our export market. That's what Ministry of Food Processing Industry has been proposed and is implemented PLI scheme. Somebody has export like a 10% to 50% of the millet product into the millets added into the product. They will get the incentives from the government of India. And also if you put your product and yourselves on the branding and marketing in the outside country, that also supported by the Ministry of Food Processing Industry and the PLI scheme. So definitely these two schemes, PMFME and PLI scheme, will support the local branding and local market as well as the export market. Hope today that's what we decided. Last time we made the seminar on the millet processing and value addition. A lot of people are requested to go for, wanted a seminar exclusive for the business model, branding and marketing. Maybe afternoon session, one of the session, you can see the Nielsen is speaking and other madam is speaking from that aspect of marketing and branding and financial management. So this is the important session what we fixate in the afternoon session, and the later session only exclusively going for the startups and what are the issues in the startups and how we can enhance the business in the our Indian startups. That's what the last final session is going to be. So definitely you will get a lot of knowledge, and we want to make not only 2023 year of millet, and our country has to make business out of that. That is our ultimate aim of that. So hope you get a rich knowledge from all the speakers. Once again, thank you so much for accepting our chief guest Arvind Kumar sir and Tonapi sir for coming to this podium. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for kind guidance and motivation. Respected guest of honor, Dr. Vilas Tonapi sir, Director, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Hyderabad. With a PhD from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University and postdoc at University of Queensland, Australia, and at Cooperative Research Centre at Tropical Plant Pathology, Brisbane, Australia, Sir has special attainments in the field of agriculture include planning, development, and management of crop improvement programs and strategies. Earlier, Sir has served as Head Division of Seed Science and Technology at New Delhi-based IARI. Sir has won ICAR IISR Award for significant contributions in seed science and technology and NSP crops in 2016. Sir has been awarded ICR Award for Center of Excellence in Seed Production in 2014. Sir has also to his accord Legume Research Editorial Award, Award for Service to the Seed Industry, Best Scientist Award for Directorate of Sorghum Research, and many more. Sir has over 50 published papers to his credit and authored more than 30 book chapters. So we are honored to have you. May I now request Sir for the address, please.
Good morning, everyone. Am I clear, sir? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Anand Ramakrishnan, Dr. Arvind Kumar, sir, and everybody on this platform today. It's very important to look at the kind of platforms that have developed, the ecosystem that has matured, and the kind of response in this webinar, what we could see. It indicates the fact that there is a new dimension and zeal in the food processors, the farmers, the farmer producer organizations. I'm sure there are many FPOs also present today in this particular meeting. So as the Indian Institute of Millets Research under Indian Council of Agriculture Research, in the last 12 years, though we don't belong to the arena of food processing, but probably we were educated by IFPT, NIFTEM, and many more very learned scientists, and Anand Ramakrishnan has been very, very supportive of IIMR's role. So IIMR basically is a crop improvement institute, but we thought 11 years ago, just developing the varieties and hybrids does not really serve the purpose, though it increases the productivity to a certain extent. But the kind of crops we were working needed some kind of policy support that needs to be really looked at so that they get mainstreamed into the food plate of all. because Green Revolution really supported irrigated agriculture. But 53% of the dryland agriculture, where these crops are confined to, along with other pulses oil seeds, probably have seen the light of the day in the last 5 years when the policies have come into picture. Whether it is the Ministry of Food Processing, Department of Agricultural Cooperation, and our collaboration, and also the action plan with ICRSAT, has brought today a certain degree of maturity to the system, and these crops have come into dominance because of the institutional support and the kind of programs that have gone in, whether in food processing, whether in educating the farmers, whether in trying to create markets around that. In fact, today's webinar really focuses on three things: whether it is the primary processing, the main bottleneck where the machinery is a big problem, and many FPOs or even the farmers groups do not have that kind of luxury of processing their own produce. That's how the supply chain got hampered. And we have really analyzed how the supply chain, what was existing and what is now, it has really developed into a different dimension today because of the support systems that have emerged. Now, with the programs and policies of 10,000 FPOs getting created, in fact, we see today we are working with about 140 FPOs. On our own, we have created 34 FPOs in 6 different states. So it has given us the experience of looking at the bottlenecks in the value chain. So the main bottleneck is the primary processing. I think Dr. Anand Krishnan with Ministry of Food Processing, though we are creating FPOs, we don't have provision of providing the primary processing machinery to these FPOs. So that policy needs to be really getting supported. Though we look at the equities and the money raised by FPOs, it doesn't really serve the purpose because the kind of initial status would not permit the FPOs to go for this. Number two, coming to the secondary processing, I think these kind of webinars become very, very important. Whether it is the value addition for convenience foods, ready to eat and ready to cook foods, or express foods. So these are the things that are going to cater to the changing modern lifestyles and where these millets need to be part of it. So we as an institute, we have been working with different ministries and also preparing the blueprint for the International Year of Millets. It has been decided that the awareness with validated results of health benefits become very, very important, whether it is the traditional food and traditional food processing or value added products and the value addition processing. So the finer aspects of it need to be imbibed, understanding the grains, their properties, and how when they processed in a different way give a kind of appeal, the taste, and also the acceptance by the consumer. So this becomes very, very important. That's how we have understood training, retraining, and capacity building becomes very, very important. Therefore, I congratulate IFPT, Dr. Anand Krishnan, NIFTEM, and Ministry of Food Processing. Now we are all working together with Ministry of Agriculture, ICRSAT, the state agricultural universities, the Department of Agriculture, and this ecosystem of institutionalization of agriculture of millets, its processing through food processing, then the ODOP programs, they have all emerged as the triggers today. That's how this interest in millets. And the another trigger basically is to look at the lifestyle diseases. That's why we need the diversity in food. Millets provide this. If I say I eat rice, I will provide you with small millets, one rice a day. So that is what is the diversity you need to look at. Just 100 to 150 grams of millets, whether in ready to eat cook forms and traditional forms, you can just replace rice and wheat. Just you can complement rice and wheat. We can't replace it fully, but that's how diversification comes. When you expand the consumer demand, then the area increases. That's how the demand generation will help the farmer, connecting him to the market, whether it is the basic market or the export market. So export market also could be for the traditional grains where the APIDA, FSSAI, so with them we are trying to create the standards, good agricultural practices, what farmer produces or what FPO produce is so That's how the food processing industries would be benefited. So this is very, very important. So for food processing, clean grain, good quality grain is the key. If we don't have that, we can't have good product being put on the platform, and it will be enabling the mainstreaming. So the idea here is, whether it is IIMR, whether it is NIFTEM, whether it is IFPT, whether it is ICRISAT, we are all together to see that these grains are mainstreamed in helping all the entrepreneurs, the startup programs, whether we handle at IIMR, the RKBY, Raftar, N-Grain, and also the seed programs, wherein 200 startups have been created today, about 100 plus value-added products. So in this particular range of things, we have the maturity, we have the experience, and this platform is all for you. We are here to support, and by 2023, we need to be looking at millets having the broader.
We lost him or what?
Yes, a connection problem.
So there's some internet problem. We are sorting it out. Actually, sir is facing some network problems, so his video and audio we are not able to hear.
Yes, sir. Please
Yes,
go ahead,
sir.
sir. Pranoti, sir.
Yeah, so I think I was kind of problem here. So what I was telling at the point where we lost connection, basically all together, the institutions, the entrepreneurs, and startups, and this ecosystem what we have created, we need to support them in the next 5 years. If at all this particular ecosystem that has been, or the plan capitalize on us for any help and any support. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for valuable insights. May I now request Director Sir to kindly felicitate the guest of honor with memento as a token of gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
GI tag Thanjavur painting. I'll send you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We are honored to have with us today's chief guest, Dr. Arvind Kumar, sir, Deputy Director General Research and Regional Director Asia, ICRISAT. Sir is an experienced crop scientist with more than 28 years experience in crop improvement, trait discovery to drought tolerance, disease insect resistance, and translational research. As Deputy Director General Research, he leads and provides strategic direction to ICRISAT research in the area of climate resilience, nutrition, crop improvement, genomics trait development, crops water soil disease management, policy, agribusiness market linkages and capacity development for ICRISAT mandated crops grown mostly in semi-arid regions of the world. Sir has a PhD from Indira Gandhi Agriculture University, Raipur, International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, New Delhi in plant breeding and postdoctoral training from the International Rice Research Institute, Philippines on molecular breeding. Sir has been bestowed with several rewards during his successful research career. These include honor from Government of Nepal for contribution to agriculture in Nepal, Rafi Ahmed Kidwai Award 2014 for Crop and Horticultural Sciences, Government of India, Fellow National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Best Scientist Award of Indira Gandhi Agriculture University, Raipur, Young Scientist Award, Madhya Pradesh Council of Science and Technology, University Gold Medal of Indira Gandhi Agriculture University. Sir has to his credit more than 62 varieties released and being cultivated in 10 different countries of Asia and Africa. Sir has published more than 162 research manuscripts, 31 chapters, possesses 1 patent and 6 germplasm registrations. Sir has supervised more than 33 scholars and postdoctoral fellows. Sir has expertise in project planning, management, molecular breeding for crop improvement, translation research, and climate resilience. May I now invite Honorable Chief Guest for the address, please, sir.
Thank you. And good morning to each and every one of you. Director, National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, Thanjavur, Dr. C. Anand Krishnan. Director, ICR, IIMR, Dr. Tonapi. Number of senior staff from NIFTEM who has been behind the organization of this webinar, Business Opportunities in Millet Public Processing under this Prime Minister formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprise Scheme. The number of participants from public sector from different institutes, number of participants from the private sector from different institutes, number of entrepreneurs, number of startup people, number of people who want to turn into entrepreneurship. It's a group of diverse people attending this important webinar, Business Opportunities in Millet, millet processing. And I congratulate Director NIFTEM and the staff for organizing this important event, an important webinar, which really helps in creation of a number of entrepreneurs. Now, we know that we may have several problems, but these events and webinars help provide many solutions to the problems which the startup, the entrepreneurs, those who are involved with processing, those who are involved with the export, they face. And so that's a commendable effort. And the credit goes to the director and the staff of NIFTEM. Now, thanks also for including me to this important event. And the moment I was asked to join this, in front of my eye came Prime Minister walking through the sorghum field at ICRISAT just few days back, and displaying the importance of millets. And also, it becomes more important when we are getting ourselves ready to celebrate International Year of Millet 2023, an important initiative by Government of India, duly endorsed by United Nations Assembly. And what a privilege that, millet gets more and more important in time to come. So it's a tremendous effort from Government of India. And in fact, Government of India is taking number of initiatives to celebrate 2023 as International Year of Millet. Now for the institutes like us, like IIMR, like NIFTEM, like many other institutes in the ICR system who work on the millets, different aspects of the millet, and also in the Government of India system and beyond who work on the aspects of millet. This is an honor that we will be celebrating International Year of Millet 2023. We also know the India is the largest producer of millet. And in fact, we also understand that as we generate more and more knowledge to our population about the beneficial effect of the millets in the diet, the consumption of millet is going to increase. And that balance that helps us to create more demand will be beneficial to millet to increase production. Over year, tremendous effort has been made by a number of institutes who are engaged in improving the productivity, improving the climate resilience, improving the nutritional traits in the millets. Tremendous effort have been made, and in fact, there is a lot of efforts still going on that how do we enhance millet productivity in the drought-prone areas. We call it A1 zone. I saw Satyavati here in this webinar attending, and in fact, yesterday only we had a meeting with her, and that how do we improve the pearl millets productivity in those drought-prone areas. Now, millets are known to be climate resilient, more nutritious, have more iron, more zinc, more calcium, and in fact, many of the anti-cancerous properties, anti-diabetic properties, reduction of oxidative stress, anti-hypertensive properties, and so on. Can you hear me? Is there any problem?
No, sir, we can.
You can.
No issues, sir. We can hear, sir.
Thank you. So my office just said that there is some problem in the voice. So I thought I got worried. So we have tremendous opportunities to improve millet further. But then also Dr. Anand Dharmakrishna, he was talking about the export potential of the millets. And that's where we should concentrate. And that is where the processing, the storage, the byproducts become very important. And that will come only when we have more and more entrepreneurs developed. And a lot of effort have gone towards that we develop more and more entrepreneurs. And in fact, a number of processing plants are being established. But how do we make these more accessible to number of people who are interested in millet production? I was just thinking when Dr. Tonapi was speaking that there is a lot of learning from the seed sector, where each of these companies, when they started their seed business, they started having their own processing plant. And then suddenly they shifted to that business model where there is a processing plant where everybody goes, gets their processing and milling done and packaging done with their own brand, and they go to the market for selling. While we work with a number of institutions to develop those primary and secondary processing plants, I think a lot has to be done in India to provide those access to those processing plants. But also on the other side, there's a lot research to be done, the doubts to be cleared. How do we store? How do we increase the storage ability? We all know the pearl millet has problem, the rancidity problem. How do we use it together with the wheat flour? How do we use it to develop different products? The composite flour. How do we use it to develop bakery products, excluded snacks, breakfast cereals, and so on? And then how do we make it to that standard that meets the international standard so that can be exported? I visited IIMR some time back. I think when I joined ICRISAT, I visited them. I was thrilled to see the way IIMR has taken this entrepreneurship model to the different institutions of India, and in fact, number of FPOs that they have created and the way they are training. Same way ICRISAT has been doing. What I want to say here is the capacity development of the new people is an important aspect, where we combine technology, where we tell them what are the ways of processing, storage, so that it can enhance the shelf life of the millet. But also we tell them about and teach them and provide them the knowledge about how they become entrepreneurs, where they have to sell it, how they can be a better seller, how do we link them with the industry, how do we link them with the export market, So many of the institutions are working towards this, and this webinar, in one way or the other, will provide many of the answers that many of the people who are attending this may have the questions. And I'm sure that at the end of the day, when people go back from this webinar, they will have answers, and in fact, they will have increased desire to turn into entrepreneurship. If those who have been associated with the millet research, like Dr. Tanapi and others, Dr. Satyavati, for years, they know that how the millet processing have changed over last 5, 6, 7 years. And probably it is going to change a lot in the next few years as we develop new technology. And probably we will see it becoming more easy for entrepreneurs to come into the market and start exporting, start developing the byproduct. Last but not least, I must congratulate everybody who are attending the meeting today. You will see and you will benefit from this, but you will also probably realize after 6 months or 1 year that how important this webinar has been for you and for everybody. And I do have a request for everybody that whatever you learn, spread that knowledge. It is very necessary that we spread that knowledge. There has been a survey conducted on the importance of millets with 15,000 somewhere people. IIMR was also involved, and we still got this knowledge that there is a gap in knowledge. People still don't know, our rural and urban consumers, what is the importance of millet in our diet. And unless we create that knowledge through all learnings that we have and we disseminate that knowledge, I think millet is not going to get to the place where we want to see millet. For us, 2023 will be an opportunity, and these kind of webinars will help provide millet the place that it should get it, in time to come. Probably better than what we had 60 years back. 60 years back, we all know that we used to cultivate, our forefathers used to cultivate millets in our field. And probably it is time, because of the climate resilience, because of the nutrition that it has, because of our knowledge about the health, especially in terms of in relation to the COVID, where we doctors advise us to have the zinc tablets and the vitamin tablets, and everything is available in the millet. So millet do probably will gain importance in time to come. So all the best to the director and NIFTM today, all the best to the staff who have been engaged in organizing this, and all the best to participants, that you derive a lot of knowledge and you help benefit number of people from your learning. And I believe that many of the people who are attending the webinar today will benefit and will initiate activities at the startups and entrepreneurs. And ICRISAT, and I also take this opportunity to provide this assurance from IIMR, because we work very closely, we are there, and NIFTM is there to support you, and other institutions are there, because that's our duty. Those who are engaged in the research and of different kinds, we are there to support you. Thank you very much, Director NIFTM, for...
Sir, Assistant Professor and Head in Charge, Industry Academia Cell NIFTEM-Thanjavur, for a formal vote of thanks, please.
Good morning to all. It's a great privilege to extend vote of thanks in this program. On behalf of NIFTEM-Thanjavur family, I sincerely thank to our chief guest and guest of honor and all resource persons, and then all participants. So those who are participating for today's program, once again, thank you all, one and all present here. Thank you. Jai.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for Tonapi sir and Arvind Kumar sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anandram Krishnan. So I will be joining on and off. So I will be looking at the proceedings, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye.
It is our honor and pleasure to introduce Dr. Raj Bhandari sir, Member, National Technical Board of Nutrition and Health, Niti Aayog since last 6 years. Sir is also a member of National Millets Task Force, Government of India. Sir is also subject matter expert and advisor for CMAM for Telangana, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra and UNICEF since last 6 years. Sir has served in Government of Rajasthan for 21 years with focus on mother and child welfare as senior pediatrician. As Sir is traveling to US, so he could not join us for the webinar in place. Sir has given us special address for the cause of today's webinar in the form of recorded video message. We'll play the same, a great opportunity for all of us to listen to his valuable insights.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be speaking on the topic of business opportunities in millet processing. And I must thank the organizers for bringing in focus and perspective on this important issue. That government has no business to be in business. However, it is important in bringing all stakeholders on board and make policies which facilitate businesses and drive growth. So this is a defining moment in the future of agriculture, or rather the entire food system, where we are talking about millets, simply that millets cannot be ignored. As you know, the world is moving from fossil fuels to green energy to non-GMO and sustainability goals, which heralds a transformative change. And there is a report by the Eat Lancet Commission which says that the nutrition, healthy diet, and sustainable agriculture will hold the key to the future prosperity and keeping our humanity safe and healthy. So when I look back historically, millets have been the most ancient cultivated crop almost 5,000 years ago. And take a look at our ancestors. Our ancestors were tall, they were sturdy, they were strong. And they lived a pretty good, healthy life. The quality of life was great. I wondered if there is a correlation between millets, what they cultivated first in their diet, and their lifestyle and longevity and the quality of life. So now we have clinching evidence and scientific proof which is unequivocal, which points in support of our claim that millets are not only super nutritious, but they also confer a health benefit. As our Honorable Prime Minister says, Yatha Annam Tatha Mannam. So you are what you eat. And this was also well said by Hippocrates way back in the olden times, that food is thy medicine. So we must be cognizant of the fact that whatever food intake that we do, if it is healthy, nutritious, and gives a health benefit, then that certainly becomes a very important factor in the quality of life that we lead. So ODOP team, IIFPT now, which is NIFTEM-Thanjavur, has done a remarkable job in giving us the best processing techniques that are available, the modern techniques, which could not only enhance the shelf life, but also make processing as a profitable, a value addition in the whole value chain. So millet processing being an important component of the value chain, it is a very dynamic space to work in. And we find that there are multiple dots between the producer, the aggregators, the processors, and the consumers until the food comes to the plate. So all these dots need to be well connected, and we must take advantage of the modern processing techniques and use, to my mind, what I always advocate is minimal processing, simple processing techniques which help in removing of the anti-nutrients and also improve on the digestibility. Home processing like soaking, germination, all these are, and malting, all these are they have been used from times immemorial in our system. As a USP, positioning of millets as smart foods is important. They are smart because they are good for you, good for the planet, and good for the farmer. These are good for you because they are super nutritious. They have, huge advantage in terms of keeping us healthy, free from, or rather, keep these non-communicable diseases at bay. Diseases like hypertension, diabetes, mellitus, dyslipidemia, hypercholesterolemia, triglycerides, even to some extent obesity can be reduced. And there are other multiple findings which show that in certain cancers, in allergies, in keeping our bowel healthy, they have a lot of role to play. So apart from this, if we are able to brand by nutrient content, that would be useful. We now have, we did a scientific evidence. We did a systematic review and meta-analysis to show that millets could help in controlling diabetes, even to some extent reversal of diabetes, in hypertension, in lipid metabolism, in non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and especially iron, the anemia part. Anemia is so rampant in our country. As a matter of fact, from NFHS 4 to 5, that is from 2014-15 to 2020-20, the national surveys show that there has been an increase in anemia, which is very worrisome to me as a medical person, that despite all these vertical programs that we are running, IFA supplementation, fortification of salt, fortification, now we have fortification of rice, the FRK, the fortified rice kernels are given. Despite all these, there is an increase in anemia across all age groups, whether it be children, adolescents, or pregnant and lactating women. So it would be important that we look at anemia reduction, and millets are a wonderful source of iron. As you know, we have now biofortified varieties of pearl millet, which have 3 times the iron. And the Honorable Prime Minister dedicated on the World Foods Day at least 17 to 20 crops, which were hybrids, where they were, they were biofortified crops, and they had, higher amount of iron, higher amount of zinc, magnesium, and also anthocyanins and other functional elements that vitamin A. All these are good nutrients which our body needs. Some can be stored in our body, some like sulfur containing amino acids. Methionine is very good in good amount in millets, and these and phosphorus is high, calcium, the selenium, magnesium, zinc, all these are required on a day-to-day basis, and therefore, because they cannot be stored in our body mostly, therefore millets to be included in our diet. So more than food, they are nutritious, and more than nutrition, they are therapeutic. So as I always conclude my talk with the saying that millets is not an option, it is an imperative. We all have to start consuming millets in a small way and get back these ancient grains on a plate. So thank you for this patient listening, and I hope these points will give you a new direction in your businesses and that they prosper and flourish to make India an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you so much. Good.
Thank you. So now heading towards our very first technical session on industry perspectives on millet processing and value addition. We have with us Dr. Sujit Ranjan sir, Associate Director, Tata Trust, as session chair for the special address on technical session on industry perspective on millet processing and value addition. Before starting the session, I'd like to introduce sir to all. Dr. Ranjan has been associated with public health sector for more than 2 decades. His experience includes large-scale program management, policy advocacy, and partnership management. Prior to this, he has worked as Executive Director, Coalition for Food and Nutrition Security, Director Care India, Jharkhand, and Senior Vice President, Chief Operating Officer, Swasth Management and Research Institute, Hyderabad. He is working closely with the government, civil society organizations, and national international organizations in the field of public health and to strengthen convergence. He has also undergone International Fellowship Program on Visionary Leadership, has undertaken the International Fellowship on Leadership at the Center for African Family Studies, Nairobi, Kenya, with the NFTCD, Government of Indonesia, Jakarta. We welcome you, sir, to this webinar. The session is over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, Sujit Rajan sir, coming to this platform, and on behalf of NIFTEM-Thanjavur and all interested participants on the millet, we welcome you on this platform. So thank you, sir, and I know very well Tata Trust is doing a lot of promotions as well as support for the millet processing and value addition, and being with us today, maybe it help us, and a lot of entrepreneurs are today in the webinar. All will get benefited out of your presence, sir. Thank you, sir. And also I welcome Dr. Maleshi sir and Prashant, and he's a revolution in the millet startups company, and also my earlier colleague Dr. Usha Dharmaraj for this session. Thank you so much for everyone accepting our invitation, being with us today. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and namaskar. Good morning, everyone. It gives me an immense pleasure to be part of today's this webinar, and many thanks to Dr. Anandram Krishnan for his kind invitation to chair this session. That's the business opportunity in millet processing, which is very, very close to me. And today we are honored to have the presence of Dr. Maleshi, Mr. Prashant Parmeshwaran, and Dr. Usha Dharmaraj. And looking forward to hearing their valuable views, how we have to take it forward. So it was very inspiring to listen Dr. Raj Bhandari, though he is not, unfortunately, he is not part of today's meeting, and because he's traveling to US. But I was very happy to listen all his suggestions and how this millet promotion can take it forward. And today millets are returning to farms and field as a result of national and state level initiative. Termed as nutri-cereals, millets are finding favor among farmers for being climate smart crops that are drought resistance and growing in the areas of low rainfall and interfell soil. And currently millet are being promoted through technology dissemination, quality seeds through millets seed hubs, awareness generation, and minimum support price that inclusion in public distribution system. And the intensive millets promotion in safety nets program like integrated child development schemes, ICDS, midday meal, and the public distribution system may be greater change to promote nutritional security and address hidden hunger amongst the most vulnerable society in our country. I come from public sector background and the public sector background, and I understand that India's greatest national treasure is our people. Child malnutrition remains a major threat to the survival, growth, and development of the children. And in India, it has taken a magnitude of a silent emergency. And the recent data, you might have seen the National Family Health Survey data, the largest burden of iron deficiency anemia, that's the nearly 67% of children and 57% of women being anemic. And malnutrition deficiencies or hidden hunger or the negative consequences of diet lacking in essential vitamins and minerals, trace elements continue to pose significant public health problem in Indian population. This hidden hunger is more prevalent in vulnerable population. And diversified food, especially staples, are needed to address the challenge of hidden hunger. And we understand that more than 70% of energy intake comes from the big three, that's the rice, wheat, and maize-based food. The traditional crops such as millets are rich in nutrients, including protein, iron, and zinc. And though I'm from public sector background, but I'm part of the entire group, and together how we are trying to promote nutrition in India through millets. And millets can be the answer for food and nutrition security, and thereby meet the demands of planet of human health. We understand that with rich source of many vital nutrients, they have promising potential to combat nutrient deficiencies in the country. In addition, millets are recognized as smart foods as they are good for all. When I'm saying good for all, that means nutritious as well as healthy. It's good for planet also, can survive with less water and the other inputs that have the low carbon footprints. And it's also good for farmers, because farmers first, that's the most important thing at present. We have to how we can generate the not only awareness, rather the promote and motivate for the production. So the farmers first, good for the farmers. However, the beneficial effects are still not have come up to that level which we are expecting. And that's why this kind of consultation is very much needed. I'm happy the way Government of India is taking it forward, and also the state government and the like-minded people, those who are sitting here in this meeting. We know that our country is proactively striving to bring millets back as a common part of our diet. The Government of India launched the National Millet Mission in 2018 and celebrated the year as the National Year of Millets. The Niti Aayog, that's the National Institution for Transforming India, announced a millet to include millets in integrated child development program, that's the supplementary nutrition program, midday program scheme across the country. That's the big announcement, and we are hopeful that together we can provide the technical, operational, and also the functional support so that this can be part of the supplementary nutrition program and the midday program. And we are we know this fact that so far as the promotion is concerned, the year 2023 has been approved by the United Nations as the International Year of Millets, which is expected to attract major attention of millets. Now coming to this business model, the food industry here has started recognizing the unique nutritional qualities in the millets and has building the sizable product portfolio with millets. Today, there are many products ranging from millets, millet rice to millet grain mix, instant mix, and the breakfast to snacks items. So all those things we can see, but yeah, the scale matters here. And the millet products technologies have been also diversified into various ready-to-cook, forms such as vermicelli, pasta, instant dosa, or even upma, kheer mix that is also there. And into the various ready-to-eat form like the cookies, muffins, ready-to-eat cereals, flax. So these are the also the chicky also. Yeah, these are all those things are already available, but now we have to take it forward at a scale. Consumer demands have also seen high because when I am interacting with the various our business community and interacting with the community in the rural and urban areas, we understand that consumer demand has also increased. As reported in India's largest online grocery store, they are offering the 50% millet-based products, are continuously working towards bringing the new alternatives to meet the needs of the diverse and wellness among the seeking the consumers. So when we are going for the business model, I think that's by this way we can reach out to the larger population, and millets are taking their position on the plate of becoming a part of diet for the healthy, not only the healthy conscious people, rather the general population. And this should not be like by force, rather how this can be by choice. And the demand of millets based product can increase in the not only in urban areas, but mostly the understanding among the rural population also, how this can be a part of their day-to-day diet. And it's important to understand it is in the raise awareness. It's important to understand the uniqueness of millets, that how it contains good profile of micronutrients, how it contains, it doesn't contain the trans fat, how it is, millets are gluten free. I think these things are very, very important when we are advocating and we are making the community aware. And above all, like millets are the next smart food because it is packed with the nutrients and energy. So they are the powerhouse, and the government of India has named it Nutri cereals. I was based on my interaction with the various our different segments of people. I understand that there is a need for value addition. That's the value addition in the millets, processing thing, taking raw commodity to change in its form to produce a high quality and the product. There is again there is a need for millet business plan for the millet seed entrepreneurs. That's the very important because availability of seeds, quality of seeds, how that is accessible to the farmers. I think as the demand of millets is increasing, there is also a demand from the farmer side for the good quality of millet seeds. So this is also an opportunity for the business apart from the value addition. I also feel like the millets aggregators, aggregating millets in the warehouse for supermarket, because so many supermarkets, they are now from the food industry. They are purchasing, not only procuring, they are storing the millets. So this is another millet business opportunity. Then the millets business plan for the bakery industry. That's really a big opportunity for the bakery industry. Like today, when we see the biscuits in the markets, are mostly made of refined cereals, like the maida. But when it is made by millets, this will be not only healthy, rather this will be a kind of a choice of millions of people. Then the millet business plan for farmers producer, that's the creating like the farmers producer organization, will successfully deal with the constraints, the challenge faced by the farmers. So this is personally like when I was with the coalition and even in Tata, I am very closely working with the Farmers Association, also trying to reach out to most of them and how we can deal with the constraints and the challenges faced by the farmers. How we can demystify some of some of the misconception about the millets. How we can provide the channel of marketing channel of the millets, so that millets will not only the nutritious food, rather it's a kind of energy dense food, which is very much needed in the program, supplementary nutrition program of ICDS and the midday program. So I personally feel like it will give a strength and bargaining power to assess financial and non-financial inputs, services and technology, and that will help our farmers to generate more revenues from the collective sale of millet gains. So under this millet mission, like farmers producer organizations, they are creating a kind of community where they can understand the importance, and they can understand how the production will also provide the better marketing channel for them. So for this, I think the support from the government is very much needed, and Government of India has launched this millet mission. That's an opportunity, and in Karnataka and other states are also taking this forward. But I feel there is a need of a multi-sectoral approach to ensure supply chain, sufficient production, a strong value chain, and a diverse range of value-added product technologies, and the unique selling points of the millets in place, and the consumer awareness and the communication also. It's important to have the clear standards and guidelines, policy support, which we are getting, but how that can reach out to many states. There are few states, they are taking this in a big manner. Like I was part of Madhya Pradesh supplementary nutrition program. They started millet in one of the districts, and the very I think positive results we have got from there. So the policy support, then the branding is very important as I mentioned, the tapping the farmers first model. So the farmer first millet, because here lots of efforts we have to make at that end, and the passing the heritage of India to the world. Community as a future community as future cereals food are on trend of the nutritional benefits and the other functional health benefits. So this is I think this is the need of the hour, how together we can not only promote millet, rather ensure that the millets are reaching to the most vulnerable society, the needy population, and how this can be part of the government safety nets program. And millets have the huge business potential, and it is going to grow at the faster rate. So this is my learning, and this is my understanding for the way forward. And I'm looking forward to listen more from other our eminent speakers, and together how we can make a change, together how we can ensure a very healthy society, healthy India, as under this Amrit Utsav of which we are celebrating. So thank you very much to all of you for giving me an opportunity. And now I would like to request the next speakers, Mr. Maleshi, and before that, I'm handing over it to our organizer. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. So we will proceed to the next technical talk, sir. The next technical talk is on potential millet products for national and international market. And for this session, we are honored to have with us Dr. N.G. Maleshi, sir, retired senior scientist, CSIR CFTRI, Mysore. Sir holds PhD degree in food science and technology from CFTRI, Mysore, and served at CFTRI for more than 35 years. And superannuated in 2008 as head of Department of Grain Science and Technology. He has postdoctoral research experience in Kansas State University, USA, Oxford Brookes University, UK, Carlsberg Research Institute, Denmark, and National Research Institute of Brewing, Japan. He is an accomplished food grain technologist and developed more than 20 processes and technologies specifically on millets, many of which have been successfully commercialized. Sir has published more than 120 research publications and 15 patents to his credit. He served as a visiting professor of food science and technology in various institutions and agricultural universities. Post-retirement, Sir has an opportunity to serve USAID, FAO, and UNIDO as an international expert on food processing and is currently serving as an advisor to a good number of food industries in the country and also abroad. We welcome you, sir. The session is over to you, sir.
Thank you. How to make this my slides, madam?
Sir, you can click on the share button that is visible on your screen below.
Share button is not visible on the screen. It is unmuted. Probably you may have to
Mute, start video, and then third one is share.
correct. No, in that's what I'm telling. Share the contents. Okay, see. It is.
So share and screen one.
Now it's getting highlighted. Okay. Right, now I have to go to my desktop, no? How to go to desktop? It is not going.
So you have shared your screen one like that you did.
No, I am trying to share it. Window Explorer, show me the presentation.
Also, you can send us the PPT. We will also share, no issues.
Anyway, okay, now you are able to see?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet?
Not yet, sir.
Cisco meeting. No?
Now, sir, screen is visible, but it's gray.
Okay, the slide is not visible?
No, sir.
See the problem. Meeting is in progress. You are sharing stuff. It's being shared, no? It's saying I am sharing it. Anyway, you are not getting no slides.
No, sir. You can share with us, sir. You can start with your talk. In the meantime, we will share your presentation.
I'm not able to say because it's more than 15 thing. That was the problem.
Okay, sir.
Tonisha?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'll go with the next speaker. Meanwhile, Sir will send it to mail to us. We will work out. Next, Prasant is ready. So we'll go with the Prasant and introduce the Prasant.
Right.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. So please send us the PPT. In the meantime, sir, we'll take next speaker, sir.
Go with the next speaker, Mr. Dr.
For you have the next technical talk. I would like to invite Mr. Prashant Parmeshwaran, sir, MD and CEO, Tata Consumer Soulful Private Limited. Sir has pursued BE in Mechanical Engineering from PSG College of Technology and MBA from Babson College, Franklin W. Olin Graduate School of Business. He has worked with various prestigious organizations, namely Port to Door, Trade Solutions, LLP, Kotarum Group. His key interest areas are analytics, market research, and strategy. Now, sir will be providing us the insights on industry perspectives on millet processing. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. We welcome you to this webinar, sir.
Hi, thank you. So I guess I'm having the same problem as Dr. Maleshi did on sharing the screen. So let me just give me a second. I think I have it happening. Just give me a second because I know it might just be more helpful for everybody. I did see the comments. Is my
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir. Screen.
great, great. So I just thought it will be more helpful because I did see some comments in the earlier slides or earlier presentation saying, if you could see some slides, because I guess also it helps you in case you get bored of, the person who's speaking, you have something to see and hopefully give you at least some form of visual appeal, if you will. So without much further ado, so I don't know how many of you are aware of the brand that we run. It's called Soulful. Recently rebranded under Tata Soulful. What I will try to do today will be less about, I guess, technical presentation. I mean, Dr. Maleshi and everybody, they're there. And I think anybody who knows me and Dr. Maleshi in joint knows very well that I consider him like my guru. Taught me everything that I could at least understand and decipher as much into, I think, what is a real national pride. And I say this with absolutely complete honesty, complete sincerity, because I think what we have, and just to give you all a perspective, right? And I come from, I don't know if the brief bio that was shared is as what would I say would capture the piece. But I come from a deep agricultural background. I come from an area where I've been very much involved in the consumer foods and that entire area. However, have never. There is some annotation request that's popped up suddenly on my screen. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. If the host can just tell me, then it says decline or approve. So, Mukesh.
So annotation, you can decline, sir.
Okay. Thanks. Sorry, I'm not very familiar with the WebEx one. So just to maybe give some perspective, and I think it's very important as we go through the day. I think we are sitting on what I call as a great opportunity of the last 5-10 years of great work that has happened through industry bodies, through government bodies, through various agricultural, different divisions, IMR, ICRISAT. There's been a lot of work that's happened, and NIFTEM not had the opportunity to visit Thanjavur, but hopefully sometime soon. But I think there is a lot of the work, and like they say, hard work takes time to really see the results. And I think we are at that cusp of a great piece with the 2023 International Year of Millets. I think this is great. It also puts a lot of pressure back in the system because a year of millets, and that too not just a national year of millets like we had a year or two ago. This is the International Year of Millets. This actually provides India to get this back onto a large piece. So, a lot of people ask me, and I'm sure most of the audience here knows what happened to millets, etc. But in a very simple consumer lens, if I will, during the Green Revolution, we took a very, very right call, in my view as well, is we focused on hunger satisfaction, right? So we said we will focus on rice, wheat, we will go into high yielding varieties. Now, unfortunately, what happened was, millets really ended up losing its spot, if you will. Sad but true, right? History is one where we can sit and comment and criticize, but it is what it is, and we can't go back and change. However, what also this now has been providing us is a large opportunity, because as the country has developed and as hunger satisfaction, and when I say hunger satisfaction, which is essentially the number of people who have really moved above the poverty line, all of that, we have a good 500 to 800 million people in our own country who have moved away from just being in hunger satisfaction and actually are in a place where they can now start looking at nutritional satisfaction, where it is not just about the food that is to just kill my hunger, but I want to nutritionally start satisfying the food. And you've been seeing a lot of this. People say people think of nutrition only the top echelon 1% of the world, etc. It's completely wrong. right? As a mother, you always want to give the best nutrition to your child. As a homemaker, you want to give the best nutrition to your family. As a home earner, you are saying, how can I, somehow or the other earn enough money so I can bring not just good food but also bring good nutrition. And I think COVID has really accentuated the piece. Everybody can come up with X vaccine, B vaccine, C vaccine, but we all know that as much as the vaccines are important, we need to take care of our own health. There is no two ways about this. Doesn't mean that you take care of your health, it's a sure shot. It's just about managing the risk. So I think this is a great spot, and I just say the second birth that really millets have actually gotten in the place of potentially really making its comeback. Without further ado, let me just try and go into the next slide. If this just lets me, there we go. Yeah. So what is Soulful do, right? So our entire area is how do we offer better for you products for the entire family. So I noticed some comments that your son eats it and somebody else eats it, somebody's child eats it, which is great. It's by far our one of our favorite products, which is the Ragi Bites Chocofills, which what you see there, the little girl holding it. And we also have our entire muesli range. We have a smoothies range. Every single product that we do on Better For You everything is rooted in millets. So it could be ragi, it could be jowar, it could be bajra, it could be any of those. But all our products and our entire thesis is how do we bring Better For You products for the entire family using millets. Now, I think it's very important, and as we have not just a national but also an international opportunity, there is, and it's very important to see mega trends. And when I say mega trends, so for example, right, metaverse is a mega trend, right? Web 3.0, or which is a father of metaverse, is a mega trend now, which means it's going to make an impact. So what does this mean from a food perspective? So I'm just giving you a sense from a mega trends just for you to get a real perspective. Now, mega trends, there are 4 major things that are driving food and food choices. One is mindfulness, right, which is really starting to focus on health and wellness, increasing the importance of natural ingredients, right? Where is these ingredients coming from? And there is a very, very strong wave that is going internationally on mindfulness. The second, which is very, very relevant for millet's perspective, is the rise in functional food superfoods, right? Is not just about quinoa, but chia seeds, every single thing, right? And I think that's a very, very large space that millets really have a large opportunity for us to play. The third is eating at home 2.0. So what is eating at home 2.0? Is eating at home 2.0 is no longer about somebody just getting basic foods, basic stuff, but also looking at more interesting, differentiated kind of products that I at home can make. And when I say it's not about he or she anymore, right? It's not just that she's in the kitchen. He's in the kitchen too, right? And how they want to actually bring fun and excitement into their foods and into their entire piece at home. And that's really eating at home 2.0. It's a really, really broad, big area. It could go in terms of, can we as manufacturers help them get cooking aids for making great soups, great stuff, right? How do you give them the base and how do you provide them? So that's the other piece. The fourth, which is a large one, and this has been going on for a while, which is the snackification of food. Gone are those days of 3 meals. Gone are the days of 5 meals. It's actually now around 7 to 8 meals, right? And it's all about mini meals, and it's about having a small amount and having a very, very number of them. These are really 4 trends, and that's really affecting every single choice that consumers are starting to make. And I think as all of us here, right, and how do you utilize this, right? And here it's not about me giving you gyan about a food industry and what's happening from consumer, but hopefully provides you an opportunity or a way of looking at how do I then take my millet-based products, or how can I take millet-based products and how can I go after it? Because please understand, you are thinking millet-based, consumer is actually coming from these, right? So it's very important that we think from a consumer, because ultimately he or she is what's going to pay and buy our product. So with that, and I think what the food industry really is witnessing is a fundamental shift, right? Which is towards gravitating towards a lot of global taste, At the same time, large amount of demand for health and convenience food products. Like the previous speaker also mentioned, today you go to the supermarket, you go to a store, you look even online, right? You see products that you would have never thought would be selling in India, right? And when I'm saying never thought, think 15 years, 20 years ago, right? I mean, would have been like, boss, I mean, how these products not bad? India is developing, which is a great sign, And the third piece, which is also coming, is the old back of pack or the ingredient panel has really become very important, and people are starting to really look at ingredients, look at it, get a sense of what is this, and major implications that really are there for food companies. Essentially, is the whole earlier avatar of common product philosophy for all. That is, one product is fit for all. It's gone, right? And that's where I think new emerging brands have an opportunity. There is a large way of shifting trends that are there in the better for you space, like I mentioned about. There is a large piece in terms of need for a natural, no nasties, less junk kind of set of products. So where does really Soulful then come in, right? And Tata Soulful essentially, and I think the graph below really shows it. Maybe I need to just update that slide to 2022 and not 2021. But it's taking a grain which is older than all of us put together. The origins go up to 2000 BC, as to at least what the latest research says. And how do you make this super ancient grain? How do you bring it into a modern format? And how do you make it relevant for the 21st century consumer? Dr. Maleshi knows me well enough that all the science and all of this stuff is good, but let's never ever forget that the person who's giving us 10 rupees, 50 rupees, 100 rupees is a consumer who doesn't understand a lot, right? And so our job is to ensure that we provide good, high class, nutritious products in a way that is relevant for that consumer. A lot of the times we think product first, and that's where the entire approach that people talk about of saying think about the consumer, because the minute you understand their need gaps, their spaces, you will be able to really actually find products that are actually there that will fit their need versus products that how to manufacture. So this is a simple slide. All of us know about this, but I think, like I said earlier, 2023 as the International Year of Millet is a large opportunity that we have in front of us. As much as we have a large opportunity, there is also a lot of responsibility getting out good products. As a community, all of us have to be very, very brutal about quality, be ensuring that millets as a group, that all of us take that pledge of saying, if I'm going to get a millet-based product, it's going to be a world-class product. And that's the amount of work that needs to actually be done from everybody, and to ensure that we are actually bringing out products that are in that place where we can actually take this as a leapfrog. And I call this the second birth, because yes, in the first revolution, we lost out our space. But now the world is giving us a stage, and we literally have 1 year left, right? We have 1 year left to really bring out not just products, but bring out a whole variety of set of things, and not just for the nation, but also internationally. Government of India is also supporting a lot of the work for this, right? You would have heard, the Honorable Finance Minister also in her session, where it's the first time really millets has made it to budget. I mean, that is something that we should all be extremely proud about, and it's something that we have as a great opportunity in front of us. The previous speaker mentioned about this. I think it's a great coinage that ICRISAT and IMR put together, which is smart food. Food that is not just about superfood. And if I have to very simplistically put it, superfood is food that's just good for you. Millets are more than superfood. They are smart foods. Foods that are not just good for you, but good for the planet and good for the farmer. Such a great, brilliant proposition story. I think it is so powerful. It's so powerful when people are talking about ESG, people are talking about how do I care for the society? How do I look at these? Just think about the kind of way that as a marketer, you can actually utilize this very smartly. Smart food which is smart for the smart generation. We're all having smartphones, all of this stuff. 2023 International Year of Millets. It's very futuristic. It's a very, very important space. And I think a great area that we can all, as an industry, as a community, really utilize and take this to the place it should be. I don't need to, go further in terms of why millets are smart food for this crowd. But in case you are thinking, right, why? And there is enough and more information that is there. And it's just a very, very simple plea of saying, hey, consumer, here are the great things that this grain actually brings to you. Make the smart choice. We, as a community, will bring out great products, but please do help and make a smart choice. Just to give you a little bit of a sense, and I'll end my presentation with another slide so that you can also hear, and there's enough time for Dr. Maleshi as well. Two consumer groups that we really focus on: kids and moms, and the other is the young adult, young emerging India, as I like to call it. And here we operate currently in snacks, breakfast cereals, and in the beverage spaces. There is a whole host of areas that we will actually be bringing out. I'd started this company in 2011 with guidances from Dr. Maleshi, who really helped me, understand the grain, develop out products, all of those pieces. And ultimately, in the last year, exactly a year and 3 days ago, Tata Consumer, which you would all know as the brand owner of Tata Salt, Tata Tea Premium, Kannan Devan, Tetley, we joined hands and they acquired Soulful. So for us, it's a great opportunity that we are actually able to now fulfill a real big dream, which is about taking millets to the masses. Today, we are in around 1.5 lakh stores. Our ambitions are large. And how do we make millets not just relevant, but also make them accessible, strong price points of 5 rupee, 10 rupee, and all of those pieces? And how do you then make it available across the country and across the world as well? So with that, I'd like to just really kind of end my talk, and I'm pretty active on LinkedIn. If you anytime want to reach, have any questions, please feel free. More than happy. Thank you so much. Just figure how to end this presentation. And that's just to give you a sense of the range of the products, if you will. Right. I'm just trying to figure out how to end it. I'm very sorry.
So you can stop sharing. Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much, sir, for sharing insights on mapping of macro markets. Much needed at this point in time. Thank you so much. Moving ahead towards the next technical session.
Yeah. Okay.
Sir, are you able to share, sir? Now?
What I will do now, I am able to see my presentation here. I will talk it, and I think that's what we will do now.
Fine, sir. Fine. Sir.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
So this session is on potential millet products for national and international market. And we have with us Dr. N.G. Maleshi, sir, for this session.
Good morning to you all, Mr. Chairman and Dr. You are able to hear me, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are viewing on screen, sir, actually.
Yeah.
Sir,
Yes,
Maleshi, sir, we are able to see your screen also. So we can see your WhatsApp screen. So maybe if you can just select that PPT.
Yeah, I tried, but somehow better I will just tell what.
No problem.
Yes, so you can stop sharing, sir.
Otherwise, we can all see who all are WhatsApping you. Huh?
I'm not able to do it. Anyway, I will just go ahead.
So you move your cursors upwards. There is an orange window wherein you can stop sharing.
Anyway, I'm not able to do that. What I will do now? You can put me on the screen, madam. Something happened again here. See. Okay. You are able to hear
me? Yes, sir, it's fine. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, okay. Mr. Chairman and others, very, very good morning. I am sorry I'm not able to share the screen, but what I want to tell is that the goodness of millets, you already heard from Dr. Raj Bhandari and others, and the newer products which Mr. Prashant has presented nicely. What Dr. Anantaram Krishnan mentioned in his opening remarks, that we have to look into the export potential of the millets. Unlike the local consumption at pan-India as well as the export potential. So this export potential, I will directly get into the subject. As you all know, now there is a considerable awareness about the nutritious and wellness foods. And people are turning from non-vegetarian to the vegetarians or vegans. And the refined grains or consumption is less, and unrefined or whole grains are coming. And people want from artificial to natural foods, and malnutrition to good nutrition, and single grain to multi-grains. So traditional food to modern foods using the traditional technology and traditional foods. So in this context, our millets have all the potential because they are high in fiber, they are non-glutinous, as everybody is telling, they are rich in nutraceuticals and several health beneficial phytochemicals. They have antioxidants, which are free radical scavengers. They have micro as well as macronutrients, which are very, very beneficial to the things. And they have complex carbohydrates, which make them suitable for diabetes or slow digesting carbohydrates. And more than that, millets practically do not have heavy dose of pesticides, which everybody likes. So in this context, because of the increase in the non-communicable diseases worldwide, people want to go for the naturally high fiber, slow digesting carbohydrate, non-glutinous foods, and our millets fully qualify for this. So as you all know, considerable amount of food commodities are being exported from India, and APEDA is really encouraging in that direction. And the Trade Promotion Council of India said that the food sector has shown phenomenal growth to the tune of 27% in the market, especially in the US and Canada. And this is the same for Europe and other countries. As we all know, Japan is one of the countries which uses millet regularly. And more than that, Mr. Chairman, now tourism and hospitality industries are becoming very, very popular in India. And whenever a tourist comes here, and whenever in all the hospitality industries, if we promote our millets, make them available in the convenience food forms as well as the food which is liked by the outsiders, then it's one way of really promoting, because once they consume here, then they would like to purchase and use it. More than that, in the Indian festivals, for the Indian diaspora, if we can provide the specific food for specific festivals using millets, then that will be one of the important area where we can really export millets. In this direction, what is required from all of us, especially CFTRI, NIFTEM, IIMR, and other institutions, including the industries, we have to design the foods which meet the supermarket requirements in Western countries also, and restaurants and the institutions. We have to modify the texture and flavor as well as the functionality, especially the high fiber and other kinds of things, these millets. And we should provide them in ready to eat, ready to reconstitute, and ready to cook. Mr. Prashant presented the smoothies, which is a ready to reconstitute, the pillows, ragi pillows, which are ready to eat, and similarly, the ready to cook products also Soulful, Tata Soul, Consumer Soulful is making. So, and we have to ensure that the food, when it goes out, it must have freshness, it should have overall good quality, and it should retain maximum nutrition, and use of chemical preservatives should be as low as possible. and if possible, they should be packed in biodegradable packaging and suitable for online marketing worldwide, because that is catching up nowadays. So, more than that, Mr. Chairman, what is required for us to do is we have to have a good branding for our millets. Just like Amul, we don't hesitate to buy Amul anywhere because we know it's a good food. Like Light Bite Foods, Zomato's, Food Panda, and these are all extending market beyond India. And the countries like Dubai, Singapore, Thailand, America, UK are welcoming to release Indian cultural diverse foods. Similarly, we have to take care of good product preparation following good manufacturing, hygienically, HACCP, and ISO recognized places. And if we establish good brand, then it will be very, very useful for us to market these millet-based foods. More than that, we should, especially I request the major Indian institutions also to look into the essential legalities and the requirement. Just like FSCC, we have, every country has their standards. So we should look into those standards and try to slightly adopt our processing technologies and others to suit the international market. Okay. Now next, for example, I wish I would have shown the slide. The Indian foods are, ethnic foods are getting lot of interest in the Western countries, especially, for example, if you take Saravanan food in USA, it's a vegetarian chain of institutions. Everybody will like to eat it. Even in England, London, dosa, in Japan, millets, they are all getting popular, including our kodubale is being exported to Japan. Means the Western people, not only from the Indian origin, others are liking Indian foods. And now, Mr. Chairman, I will quickly pass to about the different kind of processing these millets need to be done to make them valuable, value-added products and readily acceptable by the pan-India as well as the abroad. Number one, if you take sorghum and bajra or pearl millet, they are international grains basically. People know their quality and characteristics, but what is required for us is to make them available in convenient form for cooking as well as in the convenient form to consume. Okay, and these two grains have thin peripheral seed coat matter, mostly cellulosic. So if you remove that judiciously without taking away the nutrients, then those grains can be exported as well as grain-based products can be exported, because that will ensure the microbial safety of the food and free from pesticides, insecticides, as well as pests and insects. So similarly, if you go to the small millets, especially our ragi, is one of the very important small millet which is having lot of nutrient benefits and people are aware about that. So for that, we have several technologies like de-hulled or partially hard and tough seed coat removed flour, which will be very, very useful for bakery, noodles, and other kinds of high value products, including tortilla like products we can make from that. And we have also white ragi in India, which need to be promoted, because sometimes the ragi color is a bit hindrance for its widespread consumption. So white ragi has not received much of the attention of our agricultural scientists. So institutes and agriculture universities should also look into that, because white ragi looks white in the color and the flour and the products are similar to the sorghum products. So it will have better acceptability. Similarly, as Mr. Prashant elaborated about the flakes, breakfast cereals, and convenient products from millets are highly nutritious and they are readily accepted. Once the children, especially, start eating it, they will love it and they will go for that. That color and other things will become minimum matter. But if you can make those products with white ragi also, I am 100% sure that will have lot of importance. And also, as we are aware now, reconstituted or fabricated or synthetic rice from different grains are being made. So if we can make such kind of grains, synthetic grains from millets, then people can use them, cook like rice and consume. In this direction, efforts are being made in IIMR and other places, but still a lot of R&D has to go into that aspect. And the small mill, in case of small millets like navane, same and all kinds of things, the major hindrance still is an integrated mill, which requires to process the grain right from pre-cleaning, dehulling, decortication, and separation of the outer seed this bran layer judiciously. Beyond that, after milling, separation of the unhulled grains from the main grains. So if you can provide millet in the form of rice, what is known as, without any unhulled grain contamination, then that will be a fantastic thing and work has to be further done in this direction. Okay, then one more area, Mr. Chairman, I would like to highlight here is parboiling of these millets. Parboiling or the wheat parboiling in Middle East is very common. Bulgur wheat it is called. So Bulgur wheat has an advantage of nutritional improvement as well as high storage stability, because during bulgarization the grains becomes hard and some of the nutrients from the peripheral portion get into the endosperm and the oil comes out. So the nutritional upgradation of grains automatically takes place when you go for bulgarization or parboiling. So this area, if we concentrate, then it is easy for us to export the grains and grain-based products, especially of the millets, because of the high nutrition and best storage stability and good product quality. And as we all know, parboiled rice, using the brown parboiled rice was very, very helpful in controlling the very, very earlier. So these millets will have still better quality than the rice. Similarly, we have a process now for decorticated ragi, which can be cooked similar to rice. This is a fantastic product because my experience in England and Japan, where I had gone for as a PDF, this rice was accepted readily and people were, in fact, requesting me to get it more and more. So this need to be approached. Several people have taken technologies from CFTRI, but still not able to produce it on commercial scale because of the high investment and all. So under the present circumstances for 2023, this can be one of the very important product for export from India, and AFIDA should take little more interest in direction and support the processors. Okay, then flaking of millets is one area where if you can make conventional flakes, roller dried flakes, as well as breakfast cereals, it will have fantastically high export potential because the flaked product contains all the nutrients from the grain. And it can be cooked similar to rice flakes, or it can be used in muesli, or it can be used as breakfast cereals. In this direction, Tata Consumer Soulful Products has taken a lot of interest, and work is being carried out extensively because R&D is involved in this and it has to be completed. Okay, then one more grain products is our popped millet grains, especially in Karnataka and other places. Ragi Huri Hittu is very, very popular because that is the processing technology where energy requirement is nil. You take the grain, you get the end product by HT treatment. And when you polarize that, we make a cereal flour which is nutritionally competent, and if we add some legume or milk powder or peanut pieces to that, then it becomes a delicious thing, especially for the school going children. This is one of the important thing. I had taken such products to Laos under one of the assignments, and people loved it actually, and they request me repeatedly to make how to make it, transfer the technology like. And sir, nowadays we have facility to pop the grains without sand as heat transfer media. So if we pop it in sand, then sand gets into things and affects the eating quality. But nowadays the machineries which uses contact heat or hot air, which can pop the grains, and that grain will be most suitable for export market also. Okay, and another thing, expanded grains, which are very popular in East Asian countries as far as rice is concerned, and in India we have very popular product, rice murmura, rice churmari like. So similar kind of products we can make from polished millets with some pre-treatment using gun popping or a kind of little bit flaking, disrupting the endosperm and subjecting to STST. Right from ragi to sorghum, all the grains can be processed in this direction, and expanded grains being similar to rice murmura has very high potential as a snack food. Okay, now coming back to the one of the traditional technology of malting. Ragi is the best out of all the millets, and ragi malt has a multiple usage. Like it is traditionally fed to the growing infants, and it is used as a weaning food. It can be used for feeding liquid food to the patients who cannot take normal food, which is known as enteral food. So there is a lot of scope to produce good quality ragi malt and diversify its usage. If we make a good product similar to Horlicks from ragi, then it will have a extremely good market. It can outbeat Horlicks also, and the technologies are available nowadays. It's not a big problem. So vermicelli noodles is one of the important thing which is internal as well as outside India market. But the current preparation uses wheat as one of the main ingredients along with the millets. If we can avoid wheat and produce vermicelli noodles pasta from 100% millets, which can be done with little bit R&D inputs, then that will be a fantastic export market potential product from millets. Similarly, the bakery aspects also. Bakery, since these grains lack gluten, their expansion during baking is very, very poor. So for that purpose, if possible, we should have some kind of hydrocolloids or pre-treatment so that the starch gets gelatinized and it gets adhered and you get a better loaf. Cookies and all are popular, but 100% millet-based products will be much, much superior. And similarly, this extrusion cooking, which Mr. Prashant presented in detail, has a very good processing technology where we again take flour at about 20% moisture level and you get ready to eat product out from the single machine. So this kind of products can be used using multigrains or nutritionally balanced millet products, and also they can be coated to suit the requirements of children to geriatric population, and we can certainly make millet-based products which will be much, much superior than rice and wheat using this extrusion cooking. Similarly, the health bars, our expanded grains and popped millets can be one of the best ingredients for health bar, similar to the Rice Krispie. In chocolates like Kit Kat chocolate and others they use, the expanded millets will be extremely good in that direction. So, sir, what is required now is not only technological upgradation for millets. In addition to that, we must have sufficient scientific documentation to show that our millets are helpful in the wellness aspects, in case serological data or nutritional data or clinical data, if you provide, then just like oats, convenience as well as lot of scientific data has been generated on oats and it has become international commodity now. So similarly, we can definitely make millet products. I have a kind of crazy idea here to tell. The millet, whenever the WHO or World Food Programs, they supply a lot of food to the world wherever there is a calamities, hunger, and drought and other kinds of things. So we can, with the help of government and APEDA, should introduce millet in such a product, because now it's corn soya milk CSM or care products. So if millets can go, we are as Dr. Raj Bhandare aptly told, the health benefits of millets can reach all the needy. So in this direction, practically there is no information available, and our government and APEDA should look into this aspect. Sir, nowadays there are lots of food processing machineries like chapati making, dosa making, idli making, vada making, all these are available in the country. And if we promote these machinery to the other countries and show the quality of the products are much, much superior and hygienic, then our effort to make them export oriented will be successful. With this brief note, I conclude here that millets have got a lot of scope and we have got technologies which need to be upgraded to make them suitable for export variation. So let us eat millet and let us be healthy. Thank you, sir.
Vice Minister. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Madam, thanks. Okay.
Sir, we will quickly take one or two questions.
Please, please. No.
As Shyam sir just mentioned that he has another meeting. So, sir, will you be available for a single question? Can we take, sir?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Sure, sir. So, one question is there for millet product packaging. Why should we avoid polyethylene based material? Or should we go for others?
That question for me or for Maleshi, sir? Sorry.
I think, sir, it is regarding the marketing perspective, like for the branding and packaging. Should we be?
No, there is nothing from a marketing perspective. I think from a using of polythene. However, I mean and if I can just zoom out a little bit, is I think it really boils down to what kind of an appearance of the packaging that you're actually doing, right? So I think having that is key. However, let me also do tell you, and Maleshi sir has seen me fall 500,000 times over and over, because of the fats and because of as when we process, you are going to have a lot of issues when it comes to shelf life. I mean, that's a known area. And I also believe it's not impossible for one to find solutions around it. So there are ways to go about it. Only thing is packaging from that perspective, it becomes very important, right? So this is the rancidity notes, all of those that we are, we would all be aware of. That would be the one larger consideration that you should actually have. Especially if you're going to send it to an export market, or even in India, right? After 3 months, after 6 months, what's happening to the product? In fact, let me also tell you, one of the first investments that we made, from a capex standpoint, was actually in a stability chamber. Simply because we said, boss, this is a very, very important point. And I need to have the control on this, get a sense of what's happening versus every time giving it outside, external lab, and doing that. So that's where I would actually concentrate a lot more packaging efforts towards.
Sure, sir. We will take the technical aspect from sir.
I'll just substantiate what Mr. Prasad had told. We have explored use of biodegradable packaging material for such kind of products. Okay, instead of plastic. But the problem is, it is very difficult to make completely airtight or zero water vapor transmission or zero oxygen transmission with biodegradable. Hence, for the longer shelf life, the current practice of laminates or polythene will continue for some more time, right?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So one more question for Prashant, sir. How challenging it was to compete with other brands in the initial stages, and what are the just few top strategies that you adopted during that time? Sir, are you able to hear me?
Yes, please repeat the question, Prashant.
Actually, it is for the brand Soulful. That how challenging was it to compete with other brands in the initial stages of the?
Okay. I think Prashant came back. He can
Yeah,
tell us.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I had a network issue. I presume the question is, and if I got a bit of pieces, is how challenging was it pre-acquisition?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think be ready for your BP level to go all over the place, your sugar level to be all over the place. So, eat a lot of millets. It is damn hard, right? So, I think that's where it becomes important, and that's why entrepreneurs are entrepreneurs. You need to have that grit. You need to be passionate about it. It's not going to be easy. You're going to have a lot of people, and please understand, at least today, if a lot of you are considering about millets, the UN has said International Year of Millets, etc. 8 years ago, people looked at me saying, this guy is mad, right? Ye ragi, shagi and all is all gone. Purana zamana ka crop hai, ye kya kar raha hai? Just to give you a sense, there was a gentleman, I don't want to name him, Dr. Maleshi remembers very distinctively. He was saying, boss, if I put ragi inside my extruder will become black.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the kind of stupidity that you will have to deal with. Right? And I have to tell him that by grain ka color hai, it is not going to have an impact on your thing. Yeah, I needed to give an underwriting saying if anything happens to the machine, I will pay for it, all of those. So it's not going to be easy. But I think that's where is important, right? And please, when I say this, and I know I say sometimes sound like a broken tape recorder, keep the consumer in mind. You can market, you can make a great sexy packaging, you can make all of this. If you are not solving for a consumer need, he or she will not give you his or her hard-earned 10, 20, 50, 100 rupees again and again and again. The business is about again and again and again. You can do the greatest ad, you can make a great looking packaging, you can do all of that stuff. But if you are not solving for that consumer's need, and I see this, and that is usually when you make a mistake, that is usually when you fail. And my only thing is you will fail, that will happen. But be very, very brutal about this one particular point, because the more honest you are to yourself on this point, the higher chances of your success. I mean, Dr. Maleshi knows, I am the biggest critique of soul food. I am the biggest critic, right? I will find some 5,000 problems, right? That my team will tell me, but sir, only you are seeing it like, it's okay. Be paranoid about it. Be brutal, be anal, whatever word you want to do, because I think it's very, very important. And people lose sight of it. They say, oh, mera product is the best. No, always look at it of saying, why is, a great product from a great company, MNC, that is there somewhere else? Why can I not be there? Right? And I think that's the thinking and an approach to how you really look at these pieces and how you overcome these challenges, right? Because it's a very important thing. And also my other suggestion would be is to also surround yourself with people who push you in this form of thinking and not just say, oh, acha product, chalo, go sell. I mean, Dr. Maleshi knows there are a lot of products that come to me. Sir will also say, no, I think Prashant is market. I say, sir, only you will eat, I will eat, nobody else will eat. Nobody is going to pay the second time. We can market and make somebody a fool, but they are, at the end of the day, it's their hard-earned money. So hopefully that's a long answer to your short question.
1 minute.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, 1 minute, madam. Mr. Prashant's one of the slogan was outside ragi, inside cocoa. So when mother wants to give this kind of snacks to the child, only ragi it will not like. So when he made that slogan, it caught the market and it is one of the important products Tata Soulful is producing. And also ragi and oats. People know oats. But if you introduce ragi to that, what happens to that? Fantastic products they made, and this is how they overcame all the things and are becoming a leading millet processing industry. Right.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being with us and accepting the invitation of having this webinar, sir.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you and have a great day and best of luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll proceed towards the next and the last technical talk of this technical session. And then we will take all the remaining questions together. The next technical session is on novel value-added products from millets. And we have with us Dr. Usha Dharmaraj ma'am, Senior Technical Officer, CSIR CFTRI Mysuru, to provide us the insights on topic of novel value-added products. Madam is having 24 years of experience in the area of grain science and technology, with special emphasis on processing and value addition to millets and pseudo cereals by innovative methods of both traditional and contemporary techniques. Ma'am has actively involved in the area of preparation of healthy foods from grains and nutrition products for children and mothers, and also involved in the nutrition-related programs of the Institute. We welcome you, ma'am, and we are honored to have you for this technical session. The session is over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I hope I can share my screen.
Yes, ma'am. We have passed on the permissions.
Is it visible? Otherwise, you please share from your end. I have no problem.
Fine, sir. Fine. Fine, ma'am. Fine. I'll do that.
Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible. The screen is visible.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah. Think very good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, I thank the director NIFTEM-Thanjavur and the organizing committee.
A little loudly, we are not able to hear you. Right.
Yeah. Whether I am audible now? Am I audible
Ah,
now?
yes, ma'am. Now you're audible.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At the outset, I thank the director NIFTEM-Thanjavur and the organizing committee for providing me an opportunity to talk on novel value-added products from millets. And I also, my greetings to co-speakers and also the chairman of the session, Dr. Ranjan, and my guide, Dr. N.G. Maleshi, and other participants. Actually, most of the things about the millets have been told. What is the nutritional importance, and then why millets we have to consume, and then what are the health benefits and many aspects. And then Maleshi sir also covered on what are all the products which we can think from millets. So I will just, I feel that I don't want to repeat the health benefits and other aspects of millets, and I'll focus on a few points on millets, because we know that millets are important, and maybe, and this pandemic also, it made many health conscious group to think that we have to go switch over to the grains which are health beneficial, because keeping our immunity at the best level is the need of the hour. So millets, they have become a favorite choice of this group. one thing I want to highlight, millets, they contain good quality proteins and maybe the phytochemicals and the micronutrients, maybe the minerals and so many things. But they also contain a good amount of, significant amount of dietary fiber. That comes from the bran portion of the millet and also from the cell walls of the millet endosperm. So what happens because of the presence of this dietary fiber, which gives some chewy texture to the millet products, and the starch granules from millet, they are compact in size. Even Malishi sir told us. So what happens because of this compact size, and they resist some of the processing which normally we carry out for rice and wheat. So you cannot process these millets so easily as you process the major cereals. And one more point is, in southern part of our country, we use millets in brown form, that without polishing. So the millets with bran content is used. And in northern region, we use millet mostly over polished. So there are disparities in this, and
I think ma'am is facing some network issue.
lot of phytochemicals which are beneficial for our health.
Excuse me, ma'am.
The consumer goes by the
Ma'am, can you be a bit louder as we are receiving, the participants are not able to hear you.
Now is it okay whether I am
Can
now
the
is it
participant
okay?
can also confirm? Yes, ma'am, audible to us now.
Is it okay now again? See,
Yes, ma'am.
I
Yes,
have come
ma'am.
closer.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, what I was telling is millets, even though they contain a lot of health benefits, the need of the hour is we have to go for the convenient products from millets. Actually, if we don't make any convenient products, the consumer may not, today's consumer, he needs convenience and very sorry, I think some problem with, okay. Yeah, there is the today's consumer, he needs convenience and he needs, the attractive, sensorily acceptable product. So it is required that we have to pre-process each millet suitably, and then we have to make consumer attractive products, and yet we have to remember that we have to retain its nutritional components. So it is a real challenge for millet processing industry, and we need to develop, whether it is a ready to eat product or ready to cook or ready to serve or ready to use, there should be a good choice for the consumer and the product should be sensorily acceptable. Otherwise, whatever may be the health benefits, the consumer may not come back and buy the product again. So one thing is, see, overnight we cannot change the scenario. What we need to do, especially the youth. So youth always, they are attracted towards the products which are very, attractive in look, and then they are convenient to use and RT, ready to eat type. So one idea is we can always replace the products which are available in market with millets, either partially or fully. So that is one point, and we can also develop some new and novel products from millets. So I will just share in in the coming slides whatever the little work we have done at CSR CFTRE on millet based product. My slide is moving.
No, ma'am. We are still on need of our slide.
Yeah, you please share from your end. I have some problem with this.
Sure, ma'am. I'll do that now.
Yeah, please.
You can stop sharing from your side. I'll share it.
Yeah. I had some problem here. Yeah, it is moving now. Yeah, I will stop sharing.
Sure.
Please share. Please share. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah. Okay, this is the slide. Here, I told I will be sharing a few products which we have developed at CSR CFTR Mysuru. So this is one of the product which is very similar to maybe the beverage like Horlicks or Boost or Bournvitas like that. You know, in beverage industry, the major part of the beverage is the malt extract from extracted solids from barley. So barley malt extract is used, and but for one marketed brand, I don't think any of the brands they use the real cereals. But here, what we have done, we developed a malt hydrolysate which is completely we can solubilize and then we can incorporate up to 25%, and this particular product it contains around 30% of the malted cereals, and compared to the marketed sample its protein content is high, and it also contains natural calcium which is from malted finger millet. Next slide please. Next slide please. And when, as it was told, finger millet has got excellent malting characteristics. And then a part of this removed as a byproduct. So we have prepared, we incorporated this seed coat in normal biscuits, and then you know we can go for different levels of incorporation, and we can clearly get the you know the benefit of calcium also, which can increase from 48 mg to 180 mg, and the products are acceptable, and sensorily they showed desirable characteristics. Next slide, please. This is one unique product wherein what we have done, we have taken the finger millet seed coat, which was a byproduct in the malting industry. So this seed coat was appropriately
Ma'am, are you able to hear?
you know use product which can go as a, it can even go as a masala mix or as a chat mix, maybe.
I think ma'am is facing some network issues. You can switch off your video, then network issue will be, we will be able to hear you.
Yeah, whether you are able to hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can switch off your video, ma'am. Then network issue will let us hear your voice at least, ma'am.
Yeah. Sure,
Yes,
sure.
ma'am.
Now you can hear
Please,
me?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, so what we have done, I was telling about this product, which is a calcium rich and fiber rich product from finger millet byproduct, which can go into variety of cuisines. So we can always modify it, whether right from bread spread to cakes to, like, you know, we can even use it in, you know, sambar powder and all as a source, because it doesn't give much typical flavor or taste to it, so that it is bland, so the powder can go into variety of the food products. Next slide please. And as our previous speakers are telling, like, please click one more product is there. Click once again. Yeah, sure. So these millets can be used. No, previous slide. The millets can be used as flakes, but actually millets, the size is small, and people always they go by the looks. So what one of the approach is, we can always add the the ingredients suitable level, and we can always restructure and prepare composite flakes. So this composite flakes, it can be flakes or it can be in any shape. We can make a product like maybe the very similar product which is available in market, maybe triangular shape or any other shape. Either it can be cold extruded and hot air treated, or it can be completely extruded also. That is also possible. Or another method is we can flake it using a roller flaker. So these flakes, and then it can be toasted. So it can be converted into a ready to eat product, and it can go into variety of, like, you can use it as a snack, or it can be used as a breakfast cereal. And another version is we can always expand this product. See, expansion requires some pre-processing. So we can pre-process these grains suitably, and it can be subjected to expansion. So this expanded product can be used in bars, or it can go as crispies in even chocolates. And the down figure, if you see that, that is the expanded finger millet. So it can go into variety. Even we can think of using it as a pizza topping, which contains around 180 to 200 mg of calcium. And the beauty of it is, even though we lose calcium content from 300 mg to 200 mg, but out of that 200 mg, almost 80 to 70, 70 to 85% is bioavailable. So it always matters that how much the product, the nutrient can be absorbed by the body. So that plays an important role. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is another product from millets, which we are able to prepare semolina or rava from millets. So this is like 85% yield we could get, and only 15% was the flour, which can be used as a byproduct. And these rava we can prepare in two forms, either in as a medium rava or fine rava. And rava or semolina is one of the form of the grain which can be easily incorporated in different cuisines, Indian cuisines, different products we can prepare. And we prepared this kind of rava from each of the millet and also multi-millet. So it gives the provision. And then the one of the problem with foxtail and little millet is its a shelf life. So because of the milling technique, without any other pre-processing, we have done the physical separation. So this rava contains almost 50% less fat, which is present in the foxtail or little millet, and its shelf life is increased to almost 4 to 5 months. And now next our the aim is to increase its shelf life almost to 9 months with some proper processing intervention. Next slide, please. And what we have done, we incorporated this rava, and then we have prepared a few ready mixes. One is the upma mix, which takes around 5 to 6 minutes to cook. And then the another one is kesari bath. And then from each individual millet also we have prepared this product. And from multi-millet also this product is there. And this technology has been successfully transferred to many industries. Next slide, please. And one more product is idli mix. So this is also, you have to, it is like rava idli. You have to mix it with curd and then keep it for some 10 minutes and then steam it in a idli cooker. And this is only the South Indian dishes. Even we can prepare khichdi or such other product from this millet rava. These are the technologies which are available from CFTRI. Next slide, please. So all this rava we prepared from other small millets, but not from ragi, because ragi or finger millet, which contains a special endosperm features, it is very friable endosperm, so it needs some pre-processing for preparation of semolina. And we prepared semolina from ragi, and then we are preparing khichdi and upma or sweet mix from finger millet semolina. Which is these products are being done. And the one more point is we incorporated finger millet, because in one of the district of Odisha state, wherein Odisha is one of the state which grows a lot of finger millet, and then they approached us for incorporation of this finger millet in public distribution programs like ICDS and all. So they serve a product which is called a take home ration. So what we have done, we prepared a ready laddu premix. So because the government wanted laddu only, so we thought because it is a simple process, and then we improved the protocols for that process, so that it is the product is completely pre-gelatinized, and this product is successfully launched in Kionjara district, and about more than 1 lakh preschool children are getting benefited from this. And to mask the color of ragi, we have just rolled it with roasted sesame. And the one of the challenge what we faced here is, government was not ready to spend more money on the preparation of this product, because it is a take home ration, and then increase in a small amount also it inculcates a larger economic value. So with given ingredient composition, given the rate constraint, we could ably develop this product and then serve to the needy people. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And has been already told by Maleshi sir. So not only corn, we can pop all these millets. But what happens, because of the brand content, these millets, after popping, they may give some chewy texture. So what we have done, we powdered it, and then to balance the protein, we incorporated some legumes into it, and then we made a puffed ready to eat powder, which can either we can use it as a laddu or a burfi or many other such kind of sweet product to us. It can ideally go into it is suitable for school going children, because it contains a good amount of minor nutrients in it. And it also, this process also allows us, so you can use the whichever the available millet of that region, or the available the legume, so that you can mix it suitably and then prepare this kind of product. Next slide, please. So this I wanted to mention, because ragi mudde or ragi ball, it is one of the major traditional food of Karnataka. And I believe that in some part of Tamil Nadu also it is being used, and some part of Andhra Pradesh also. So making ragi mudde is an art, because you have to boil the thin slurry, and it has to be vigorously kneaded, and then you have to stir it very vigorously, and then you have to shape it. If there is a slight variation, you will end up with lumps. And nowadays, with modular kitchens and the coming generation, they will never have the patience to follow the traditional products or a traditional skill. It is just like jamun. Now if you say that you prepare jamun, then we just bring the jamun mix from market and then shape it into balls and then dip it in oil. That's what we know. Nobody starts from either maida or kova. So this product is also a convenience flour. So what we can do, the product is pre-processed, and the flour you can always shape it however you need, and then it can be steamed in idli cooker. So this is one of the convenient product which solve the drudgery of preparing a traditional ragi ball. Next slide, please. And what I was talking was, we can either incorporate these millets partially or fully in the existing marketed products, because children, they like pasta and even noodles, and I'll be in this is even this product, the pasta what you can see, which is actually partial replacement of maida by millet. So we can go for either any of the millet. And what technology, when you incorporate this millets, there will be changes in its textural properties. So you cannot go beyond a certain level. So what we can do is, we can always physically mill this millets and then prepare the fractions rich in protein or rich in fiber or rich in even calcium or iron, and so that you can incorporate in smaller levels and you get the needed benefits. So this is one of the pasta like product, and we have prepared a weaning food which is a ready to eat type, just like a Cerelac or other marketed product. So this is one of the product from finger millet. So which even we incorporated the natural fruit or vegetable like a carrot or mango, the seasonal fruit can be incorporated as an additional flavoring, and it can be a good product for children of age group 6 months to 2 to 3 years. And this restructured flakes also, I have already told, we can always prepare restructured flakes for any targeted population, maybe either for diabetics or for any people with anemia or anything. The concept here is, only thing is we have to, when you are incorporating partially, you incorporate a stream of millet which is rich in or concentrated with the nutrient whichever you need. And one more thing I'm happy to tell you, that we could even able to prepare a instant noodle from 100% millet. So the preliminary studies, it shows that we did it with little millet, and it is just like it takes some 3 to 4 minutes cooking, and then very much acceptable, and the pre-processing was very promising. So the product is also, I think we are going to launch it very shortly. So that work has been almost completed. So these are all a few things which I wanted to share with you, because the need is only not promoting millets, because we know millets are very healthy, and millets, they always we can go as a better alternate for today's lifestyle disorders. So there is always a requirement is there for to prepare consumer friendly and convenient and attractive products from millets. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an informative session. We will quickly take 1 or 2 questions, ma'am. So one of the questions is there a potential of replacing refined wheat flour with millet-based byproducts?
Refined wheat flour by millet-based product?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that is possible. Actually, that is already, the information is available, they are doing it, even in bakery and other products. They go for a replacement of maybe up to maybe 20-25%. But what I was telling is, instead of going for direct millet as a direct replacement, you can concentrate a fraction and replace it so that you can get the health benefits. So that is also another option. Both are possible.
Okay, ma'am. One more regarding machineries. One question is coming, ma'am. Shall I proceed?
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, one question is regarding the popping technologies for the millets. Are there any machineries available?
For what? I didn't get the question properly. What technologies?
Ma'am, like popped millets are there. So for that, any technology to be that you might suggest, or anything regarding that?
For I am not completely getting the question. Maybe because your voice.
Okay, sure, ma'am. I'll ask for the detailed question from the participants.
Yeah, even I can answer in chat also.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. We have one question for Maleshi sir. Sir, the question is for primary processing of millets, like cleaning and dehusking. Any machines that you are suggesting?
Yeah, okay. Madam, in this direction, there are several small scale machinery manufacturers in Tamil Nadu, especially in Salem and Coimbatore. think the names I'm not able to immediately recall. And also in Srirangapatna, Mysore, there is Bhavani Industries. And in Hyderabad also some people are trying, but in Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, Salem and Bhavani Industries, they are making machinery and they are supplying to several small scale industries. And at the same time, Dan Foundation is one NGO situated in Krishnagiri in Tamil Nadu, is making lab scale de-hulling, millet de-hulling machinery, which costs around 70,000 rupees, and pilot scale, which costs around 1.5 lakhs rupees. So these machineries are available, but fortunately or unfortunately, only one machine is not suitable for all these 6 small millets we have. See, among the millets, if you see the morphology, foxtail millet, little millet, and proso millet, they are like paddy basically. So when you split it, the husk comes out like paddy husk. So centrifugal sheller is ideal for that, or even the rubber roll sheller. Whereas if you take kodo millet, barnyard millet, and brown top millet, their husk is multi-layered and attached tightly. So for that, single pass with these available machine is not possible. So they have to go for multi passes. So this is one thing, but these machines are available, but a lot of improvement is still required. And there is one company in Coimbatore again known as Borne Mill. They are trying to make an integrated millet mill. Right from the moment you put the raw material, it has a cleaning, destoning, then dehulling. Then after dehulling, they have been trying to use a gravity separator to separate the dehulled grains with unhulled grains. But still it is not 100% perfect, because I am involved in these machinery development and assess their qualities. But there is continuous improvement required, and probably buller-like people who are getting into this area, they may make a good machinery, but they are very, very expensive. Thanks. Right.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for. I hope the entrepreneurs today associated with us, they might have clearly got the idea about the types of millets and various machines that.
Call me, I will explain them and help them which machine is good for what. Right.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Right. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank all the speakers today attended with us for this technical session, sir. Session chair Sujit sir, Maleshi sir, Prashant sir, and Usha ma'am. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting and giving your time for this webinar and this session. Thank you very much, sir.
Wonderful. Great.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So now we'll proceed towards our next technical session. That is on export packaging machinery and PMFMA guidelines and DPR outlooks. We have with us session chair and special address Shri Bidyut Barua sir. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I am hearing you.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. So I quickly introduce before starting the session, sir, to all of you. Sir has completed BTech Food Sciences from College of Agriculture Technology under Marathwada Agriculture University, Parabni, Maharashtra, PGTMM degree from IGNOU, MBA degree from Sikkim Manipal University. Sir has joined APEDA, Ministry of Commerce, Government of India as regional in charge of the Guwahati office in 1997 and currently working as AGM at APEDA head office in New Delhi. Sir has undergone various trainings on conventional and organic food conducted by CBI Netherlands in 2006, training on veterinary drugs residue conducted by EU-India Capacity Building Initiatives for Trade Development in Netherlands and Italy in 2017. Sir was instrumental in initiating export of organic aromatic rice called Joha rice from Assam to Switzerland in 2007. Sir has organized export of red rice from Assam to USA, pineapple, orange, banana, vegetables from northeastern states to Dubai. He also organized export of fresh pineapple through sea routes from Northeast to Dubai for the first time. We welcome you, sir. We're honored to have you for this session as session chair. The session is over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank NIFTEM, especially the director, Dr. Anandaram Ramakrishnan, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to speak in this special program. Really, this is a special because it's an opportunity for millet processing. And since APIDA is also an export promotion body, so we are going to cover basically how the millets can be exported from our country, because there has been a lot of demand for this millets in the international market. And India is trying to do export of millets by taking various initiatives. And we have been able to export some millets from some states like Uttarakhand and all, so which has got very good response in the international market. So definitely the millet has got a lot of demand in the international market, and we have a lot of potential to do it. I was just seeing the presentation made by CFTRI madam. This is really very, very interesting. Yes, we can have an opportunity to export processed millets in the form of various value-added product to different market, because what we have seen that APIDA in the past, we have been able to export some GI products that includes, madam has shown some laddu and all. So yes, we have been able to export some sweet items from West Bengal, and even from South India, the laddu also been exported. So this kind of product has got good opportunity, and we can make various products for various value-added product for export. So APIDA, as you know, this is an export promotion body under Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. So I will give you some detail like how you can take the help of APIDA for. One is that we have certain schemes which it can be helpful to you for strengthening your processing facility for further value addition and export, and how you can get in touch with APIDA, which is organizing various kinds of buyer sellers meet, participation in international trade fair, where you can also participate. Presently, because of the COVID situation, we have not been able to go physically, but yes, we are taking the help of our embassy, and where the embassy invites the buyer from that particular country, and our exporter interact with them. So that kind of platform we have created from APIDA side, where there is interaction between the exporters and the importers. So this is how it is helping our export. And we have seen from India, in my presentation, small presentation I will make, which I'd like to share. And you can see the kind of millets exported from our country. So I'll just give you a brief, which will cover basically when you want to export, what are the things that you will have to do? One is that how you can get registered with APIDA. And why you require to get registered with APIDA? Because APIDA is a platform where we can make you we do the hand holding, make you contact with the buyers. We organize programs where you can participate. So this is, and also our schemes, which you can take the help of the schemes that will help you to understand the market, and then you can start your own business. So for the startup as well as FPOs, NGOs, or everybody, they are all welcome. They can take the help of APIDA. And so I'll just start making my presentation right now. Can you see my presentation? Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Okay. So I'll go ahead with the presentation.
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Make it possible.
This is how the flow is that, about APIDA activity. And then we also have organic product we are promoting. Apart from organic product, now the natural product is also being taken up. So natural product, GI products, all these are different kind of products from our country we are trying to promote. And we have...
Sir, can you, sorry, sir, can you make it a full screen, sir?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Is it okay? Yeah, okay. So how to start business? So you have to plan it. Like if you want to start any business, then you should have your organization. which can be your proprietorship, partnership, and like that you can form a company. And also you need to have a bank account, also obtain permanent account number. This is mostly required. And in case of export, you need to have a export-import code number. Then with EPIDA or any other commodity board, EPIDA is looking after the various kind of fruits, vegetable, and other processed product. So apart from that, there are other commodity boards like spices and even tea, coffee. For them also there is different boards available. So you can get registered with that. That is called registration cum membership certificate. So then first of all, you have to select the product, which product you will go for. So once you select the product, then you also have to see the market where there is a potential for export of your market, of your product. Then finding buyers. Finding buyer is a little difficult because overseas buyers, you may not be knowing them. So in that case, either you can participate in trade fair or buyer-sellers meet or in exhibition. And there is sometimes we invite international buyers and organize some buyer-sellers meet in the in our country where you can also participate, or we take the delegation outside. There also we you can meet the buyers from there. Then there are embassies. From them also you can write to them. They can also give you the list of buyers of that particular country. So this is what once you find out the buyers, then you have to see. You have to send them samples. Then you can speak about the costing part, whether it is feasible, because there are various ways of export, like FOB means you are giving your product at your country's port, or you are covering the insurance or freight, or you are covering the cost up to their port. So all detail you have to work it out. Then you have to negotiate with the buyers. Then certain risks are there, sometimes regarding payment. So there is another organization under Ministry of Commerce that is called ECGC. So they used to cover some, risk factor. So export process is, you can be either a merchant exporter or manufacturer exporter. Merchant exporter are those who are collecting the material and then export. The manufacturer exporters, they manufacture and then they export. And then you can tie up with airlines or shipping lines for shipment of your materials. So there are certain shipping agents, you have to contact them and you can get their cost and all. So quality is very important. For that, you have to maintain the quality certificate. And there are certain agency which is issuing the certificate, especially fresh fruits and vegetable. It is Ministry of Agriculture who used to issue the certificate. In certain cases, the Export Inspection Council, they issue the health certificate. So these are the things which is normally asked by the importing country, and you have to comply with that. So documentation part, what is required? Documentation required for goods, invoice, packaging list, certificate of origin. These are the things that you have to, these are the documents that you have to do. And shipping bills. So shipping bills you can get either from the shipping agent, and the airway bill from the airlines you can get. The letter of credit means how you are going to negotiate. Then bill of exchange. So this is for payment related thing. And other documents related to quality is phytosanitary certificate, especially required for fresh fruits and vegetables. Some countries, they want global gap certification, that is also there. So there are certain agencies who issue the certificate, global gap, and health certificate, halal certificate in case of meat and meat product export. Then organic, you have transaction certificate is very important. Without that, you cannot do export organic product. Then documentation regarding foreign exchange and GR form, and other documents like bank realization certificate. So these are the documents which is required, because sometimes the government also gives some assistance. So in that case, this document has to be shown. For export of basmati rice, EPIDA issue the RCSC registration cum allotment certificate. And for non-basmati rice, it is DGFT who issue this certificate. So EPIDA registration is very simple. You can go to EPIDA website like www.epida.gov.in. So there you can incorporate, put your IE code that you will be received. IEC means import-export code number, which you can get it from DGFT. Again, to get the IEC, you can apply to DGFT online. So that is also very easy. You don't need to visit the office. Then you write your company name, email address, mobile number, and then you just click it, submit. Then you will get a OTP, and then after that you will get your what you call EPIDA will issue you the certificate, but after making the payment. So what are the required documents? Are self-certified import-export code number issued by DGFT, then bank certificate duly signed by the authorities. So bank people, they will issue the certificate where you have a bank account. Then manufacturer exporter, they have to attach the certificate like registration with DIC or MSME. So all this certificate that you will have to submit. Then a payment of rupees 5,900 is to be given as a registration fees to EPIDA through online like debit card or credit card or internet banking. So these are the various departments who will issue the manufacturing status certificate. For floriculture, it is horticulture department, and all detail you will be able to know. So about EPIDA, I'd like to inform you that EPIDA is an export promotion body which was created by Parliament in 1986. And we have, apart from this 5 regional office, we have also opened another few regional offices in the state of Gujarat, then Tamil Nadu, then Punjab, and so total we have around 11 such regional offices to cater to different areas, different regions. So major intervention is EPIDA provides registration certificate to the exporters, and we also carry out inspection of meat plant. So the meat plant is registered with us, and for that we go for inspection. And assistance for development of infrastructure, transportation, handling, and storage. Then EPIDA market development and promotion is basically we organize various kinds of buyer-sellers meet for promotion of our various product. Then we organize training program for various commodities and awareness program like different countries which have different requirements. So that awareness has to be created. So we organize various kind of awareness program. And development of industry. So for development of industry, we organize various programs. Also through our schemes, we assist them to upgrade themselves. These are basically the commodities which are we are looking after. And this is how the status is. Our total export, maximum export is cereal and cereal products. So and other processed product is also going on. So this is animal product export. Total $20.67 billion export is going on. So out of total agriculture commodities export from India, so 50% commodity means 50% value of export of agriculture commodity is related to EPIDA product or the product put out by EPIDA. The organic certification or EPIDA is a secretariat for organic product. So NPOP is implemented by Government of India, which is EPIDA is monitoring. And we have different kind of certification bodies. Actually, for organic, we issue the third-party certification, and this certification bodies, they issue the organic certificate for crop production, wild harvest, livestock, apiculture, aquaculture, food processing, animal processing, and mushroom, seaweeds. All these are covered under that. So we have total around 33 numbers of certification bodies, both government and private sector. And so like certification is given to individual farmers group. In that case, you require the ICS, then processor, traders, handlers, so they can get. And we have a very good traceability system available. It is internet-based traceability system. So various initiatives are taken by EPIDA, like participation in different sectors where different products are being, promoted. Coming back to millets, yes, from our country, the millets are basically ragi, dabar, canary, and bajra, they are exported from our country. And you can see the export in different forms. For example, ragi, in the form of seed quality, it is exported, and also it is in the form of non-seed quality. Other than seeds, it is exported. So although there is slight increase in export, but we have a lot of potential to enhance our export. Similarly, we have then jawar is exported, then canary, bajra. So all these are exported from our country. We have very good financial assistance schemes, which is available only for the entrepreneurs or the exporter who are registered with us. So advantage of being getting registered with APIDA is that you can avail our financial assistance, which is grant in aid. So you don't have to give us back. So now the present scheme, which is available from 2021 to 2025. So there we have there's certain changes, and this is also going to help the new industries or new exporters also to set up some infrastructure. So under the development of we have three schemes: development of infrastructure, development of quality, and market development. So under this infrastructure development, even for fresh fruits and vegetables, we are providing assistance for establishment of infrastructure like pack house, where we provide 40% assistance to the general area and difficult area. For that, we are providing 75%, and even to women, 75% we are providing, and the ceiling limit is 2 lakhs. Even for insulated refer van and addressing the missing gap. So in processing facility, missing gap is that the component or the machine which will enhance your quality or efficiency. That kind of particular machines you can install, and for that APIDA can provide you assistance under our scheme. And it is same like for general area it is 40%. For difficult areas like northeastern states and other areas, so there it is 75%, and ceiling is 2 lakhs. And even for women entrepreneurs, it is 75%. So various pack house where this kind of activities are going on, and this pack house was set up under the assistance of APIDA. So even for banana also, this kind of facility can be set up under the schemes of APIDA. Then grading line, sorting line, then CA storage, walking pipe cold storage for storage of perishable commodities. So you can apply through online system of APIDA. So this is very easy. And the exporter, once you are registered with APIDA, you will be given a user's ID and password. With that, you can enter your RCMC number, user's ID, password. Then you click it, and then you can get you can apply for financial assistance scheme through online system. So once you apply online system, you have to submit certain documents which will be written there. And the physical, paper will have to be submitted to APIDA. So once you submit it through online, there will be a token number generated, which you have to take the printout, and then while submitting the physical documents, you have to enclose that also with your application. So we have a Farmer Connect portal where the farmers are, being connected with the exporters. They can link up. So this is helping the exporter to identify the farmers, as well as farmers can buy their, get in touch with their buyer. So this is how it can be done for various products. So this is all about APIDA and how you can get the help of APIDA for, for export. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such valuable inputs with us. Without any further delay, now I would like to invite Dr. R. Vidya Lakshmi, Professor and Head, Department of Food Safety and Quality Testing, NIFTEM-Thanjavur, for the next technical talk on fermented millet products. Ma'am has received her MSc in Agricultural Microbiology from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Coimbatore, and PhD in Biotechnology from Sastra University, Thanjavur. She has joined this institute as scientist in 2004. She is an active member in Center of Excellence on Grain Sciences, contributing in grain research and its quality analysis. She is a life member of Association of Microbiologists of India. She is an expertise in microbial safety and quality testing of foods. Ma'am has published numerous research papers in peer-reviewed national and international journals. She is a reviewer for reputed journals in food microbiology and food processing. Her key areas of work include probiotics, microbial secondary metabolites, and food fermentation. We welcome you, ma'am. The session is over to you.
Thank you so much. Can you please enable sharing option for me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think it's quite a very good deliberation from the morning. So we've been seeing a lot on millet and millet-based products. So this session will be a brief on what are the fermented millet products. I hope all my senior professors have briefed a lot on, we've deliberated a lot on the millet-based value-added products since morning. I hope my slide is visible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yeah. So to quickly look at, like, you can just view the food map of India, where we have a diversified culture in food, a variety of foods where millet has got a very major place in all of the dishes across the country. And some of the fermented millet products, mostly which are staple in few of the states, you can see, like, they are especially fermented rather than being non-fermented, because fermentation, as we all know, is a natural metabolic process in which the organisms, microorganisms such as bacteria, fungi, yeast are involved, and they convert the carbohydrate such as starch and sugar into alcohol or acid. And age-old practice, fermentation is a preservation technique which can counter microbial spoilage and enhance the shelf life of food. It is one of the oldest and the most economical and successful method followed since ages. And the fermented foods have got a human relationship, and it's also called as biological ennoblement, where the nutritional specifically to say. Not only that, they occupy the 7th level in the food pyramid. And the benefits of fermented food, why should we go for fermentation? Why should we opt for fermentation? Because a lot of enzymes are being produced which may help in the metabolic process of absorption of nutrients. And not only that, now the concept of probiotics is gaining importance, and more awareness on the gut conscious and gut health is being improvised across. So probiotics are healthy bacteria which can be inculcated to by fermented foods to restore the gut health and aid in digestion and improve the immune system as well. Also, the lactic acid fermented foods are more safe for consumption, because through competitive exclusion, they exclude the pathogenic bacteria, and they also produce bacteriocins which could counter spoilage of foods. And as I already stated, like, it's a natural preservation technique, and more nutrients are also let out by the microorganisms onto the food. These are some of the examples which you could see, like where, say, for example, in the commodity of milk, like, it can act as a preservation, and it can enhance the safety of the food in many of the commodities through the conversion of the raw material into a fermented food product. Not only that, they also improve the flavor profile, the texture, taste profile of the food is also enhanced through fermentation. So how this can be adopted to social demands, how this can suit the convenient food culture and the convenient societal improvements, like. So earlier fermentation was looked upon in the survival food age during the food shortage period as a means for preserving the food. And in the convenient food age, it has become a technique which could save time, which could save time for cooking, and instant formulations, ready to use, ready to consume type of food products are into market, where fermentation plays a major role as well. And it is used for flavor enhancement and for production of other food based ingredients like enzymes, colorants, flavors, and many more such things which have got a very industrial demand in field. And in the present period, which is called as the era of the tailor-made foods, now all the foods are tailor-made, where we combine our required sources of protein, carbohydrate, vitamins, minerals, and so on. So fermentation can also suit the today's era, and new improved products can be brought into the market to meet the personal demands and the health status of the community as well. So it may be a combination of microorganisms, as I told you, like it is depending on what are the fermented foods we are about to produce. The microorganisms being a bacteria, or either being a fungi, or being yeast, or a combination of these microbes can also be impacted. And the development of starter cultures to suit matrix-based fermentation is the need of the hour, because industrially, if we look upon, mostly only the yogurt cultures are predominant, but starter cultures for cereal fermentation are more or less, except for the alcoholic fermentation. And the prevalent yeast, which is used in bakery industries. So there are a lot of fermented foods which can be explored for starter cultures actually, which can be brought into place to make the fermented foods more convenient and to sustain the industrial production in large. So depending on what the type of culture we are going to employ on the substrate, though millets being a common substrate, the action of the microbes on the substrate may be for different causes. So with the same substrate being glucose predominantly as the major source of starch, by the action of the combination of the microorganisms on the same substrate, different products can be produced. Say, for example, if fungi, like for example, if aspergillus is being employed for fermentation on the substrate, so you can produce a lactic acid, such as the soy-based or the dairy-based. Likewise, when yeast is being employed, we can produce ethanol and carbon dioxide, which will give a beer. So nowadays, millet beers are also becoming more famous, and we can also have wine. And nowadays, low alcoholic based drinks are also catching up the market, and we can have the bakery commodities such as bread and other bakery commodities such as cookies and all. So though classification is based on the commodity, like being a cereals, millets, legumes, fruits and vegetables and all, so our concern today will majorly be on the millet legume combinations morely, which is employed when coming to fermented foods actually. So we have a lot of traditional fermented foods, so which may differ in their not only in their raw ingredients, based on the texture, also they may be either a gruel such as our oogie, our pito, mahira and all, and they may be solid texture like our duff and dumplings, or it may be more dry like our bread type of things, and like a miso paste also. This can differ, and millets occupy a major role in substituting the common cereals or the common grains which are employed traditionally to make these products as well. Concerning the nutritional aspects of the millets, as they have unique features, and each millet is more nutritionally superior with the more minerals which are naturally present, and they can be used to substitute the wheat or the rice which are commonly employed in the country, to enhance the mineral components and the nutritional components as well. So coming to the millet pre-processing, actually, though there are a lot of pre-processing steps which are involved, the two major things which I would like to focus is, one is germination and the other one is fermentation. So if you look upon germination, like germination of millets is very important, and generally millets are used post germination, because germination will help to improve the nutrient profile of grains, and it will help to soften the structure of the kernel, and it helps in the reduction of the anti-nutritional factors which are present in millets predominantly, and not only that, they induce the formation of the hydrolytic enzymes. So germination will impose a structural modification on the grain and paves way for formation of new compounds. And malting, actually, if you look upon, like it imposes beneficial biochemical changes, and soaking will generate the grain softening, which will improve water absorption characteristics. So during this time, enzymes which are produced during germination, they may be responsible for hydrolysis of the starch and the proteins. So thereby, the sugar and the peptides or the amino acids which may be directly available during the metabolic process. And furthermore, if you look upon the proteolytic enzymes, they help to improve the availability of the limiting amino acids such as lysine, methionine, and tryptophan, which are very much essential for various components. And coming to fermentation, like as I already briefed on, it helps to improve the digestibility. It's a natural way of preserving the food, and the aromatic and the flavor compounds which are released by the microbes onto the food during this process will improve the sensory, textural, and the functional property of the food as well. And to suit the convenient days, it is quite ready to consume, or a reduction in the cooking time is also there. And moreover, the fermented foods, they play a very major part in human diet. So there are 4 types of fermentation if you look upon when going for millet fermented foods. Like you can go for alcoholic fermentation for producing millet based beers, millet based wines, and they can also be employed in lactic acid fermentation. We have millet milks in place now. A lot of cereal milks are coming up. And when coming to acetic acid fermentation, some of the byproducts of millets can also be used actually to produce a natural acetic acid or vinegar. And alkali fermentation, generally so far millets have not been employed into alkali fermentation. So far they are confined only for fish and seed products, where as a result of alkali fermentation we produce a lot of condiment usages. And moreover, though there are traditional many food processing techniques in place, the usage of the endogenous enzymes are very important, and these fermentation may be initiated spontaneously without the addition of culture, or they may be more increased, or the time of fermentation may be reduced through improved starter cultures as well. So these are some of the traditional fermented and the non-fermented millet-based foods and beverages available throughout. So you can look here, these are some of the fermented food products. So they may be based on the texture, they are categorized accordingly, and the type of microorganisms which are responsible for culturing. So you can see here, this is the millet grain, the small grain actually. This is oogi, so where you have lactic acid fermentation into place. Then we have zaki here, kunuzaki here. So this is a combination of lactic acid and bacteria, and a combination of yeast as well. So normally this is a type of pastry-like product, or it may be a drink type of thing, actually semi-solid. And you can see here, so this is fura actually. So some of the examples I've just kept here for some understanding. So fura is, it can be consumed as a beverage also, like the flow can be mixed with it can be constituted as a beverage, or it can be constituted as a laddu type of thing also. So it's quite energy dense, protein dense, these type of products, and they are rich in minerals also. Some of the other products into categories, like you have millet flours. So millet flours, they may be unique or composite flours, and these flours can replace the other staple flours. They can be replaced for atta, they can be replaced for rice based. So they can these flours can be used as substitutes for staples which are commonly used. And millet based flours can be used for infant food formulation. So for usage in infant food formulation, generally they are either used in the malted form or in the germinated form actually. Since they contain a lot of minerals, they are very rich source of nutrients to infants and kids specifically. And you have porridges. So porridges can be made both fermented and non-fermented porridges.
हाँ बस ठीक हूँ। अच्छा, इन लोग का क्लास सोमवार से होगा क्या थोड़ा देर से होगा? कि अगर बाकी स्टूडेंट नहीं आया तो वो अकेला तो वहाँ पे उनको ठीक नहीं लगेगा ना, इसलिए मैं।
Ma'am, sorry for the interruption, ma'am.
Okay, shall I continue?
सोमवार का बाद जाएंगे ऐसा?
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am, please. Yes, ma'am. Now it's got over. Please go ahead, ma'am.
So you have porridges, you have batters, millet-based batters and duffs, where the traditional idli, dosa, dokla, all these is being replaced slowly with millets, and even the convenient foods like the modernized foods like noodles, pasta, spaghetti, vermicelli, all these can be substituted for millets. The ingredients, either the main ingredient or partly, this can be substituted for millet flours. And bakeries like as I already stated, like cakes, bread, cookies. So all these can be some of the convenient ready to consume products out of millets. And millets also find a way in breakfast cereals, where they are either used in terms of flakes or as a popped grains as well. So in our institute in NIFTEM-Thanjavur, we have the millet-based idli dosa mix, where we have 5 formulations on millets. Basically, they are unique food formulations to suit the recommended dietary allowances. So we have the finger millet, the ragi-based. We have foxtail millet-based. We have kodo millet-based, barnyard millet-based, and little millet-based. And each of these mixes are instant to use, where you can just add water and you can make idli or dosa. And these are rich in nutrient, which to suit the recommended dietary allowances for each of the nutrients. And each of the millet based mix is unique in its mineral and amino acid compositions. And the strength of the millet based fermented food is that the rise in or the increase or demand for the gluten free and hypoglycemic foods in market, and with the steadily increasing demand from the urban population, in farmers have begun drifting towards the cultivation of millets also. And moreover, millets are photo insensitive and they are a resilient crop, so they are resilient to climate change, they are more hardy, and they have a very low carbon and water footprint, and they can withstand higher temperatures, and they are capable of growing in poor soils with little or no external inputs also. So they suit the cultivation aspects a lot. And the bottlenecks, if you see, like the high product prices in comparison with largely consumed grains, are basically a hindrance for the penetration of millet based food products into the urban food market. And these prices, they are owing to the lower production volume of millet based foods and a weak supply chain in millet market when compared to the other staples such as rice and wheat. And also, like it was discussed in the earlier sessions, also a lack of the product recognition, millet based product recognition by regulatory bodies should be more emphasized and brought in. And to conclude, like for ages, like fermentation and malting, they've been traditionally used to transform millet into a variety of produces. And a paradigm shift has, however, occurred over the years, which giving birth to new commercially available products. And through the application of appropriate modern fermentation and malting technologies, we can very well ensure the availability of ready to eat and ready to use food products in the market. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing such valuable inputs with us. Proceeding to our next technical talk, we have with us Ms. Tonisha Dixit, Consultant, PMU, NIFTEM-Thanjavur, who will provide us insights on the PMFME scheme guidelines and detailed project report preparation. Ma'am is having research experience of 5 years in entrepreneurship domain as part of various state and central government projects. Ma'am has worked with Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India as Associate Incubation and Acceleration for Coordination of Gujarat Government Startup Support Schemes. Also, she has been conducting entrepreneurship development training programs for more than 7 years. Ma'am has completed course in curriculum design and entrepreneurship teaching as USASBE Teaching and Learning Scholar from United States Association for Small Business and Entrepreneurship in 2019. Currently, ma'am is working at NIFTEM-Thanjavur as consultant at Project Management Unit of PMFME scheme. We welcome you, ma'am. The session is over to you.
Thank you, Nandini. I'll just quickly share my screen.
Yes, ma'am, please.
I hope my screen is visible to you.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. So in this session, I'll quickly brief you to the Pradhan Mantri Scheme for Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises, PMFLE. So the basic objectives of this scheme is to provide the increased access to the credit by existing micro food processing enterprises. And the beneficiaries of this scheme involve farmers, producers, organizers, self-help groups, cooperatives. And further, it aims at providing increased access for enterprises to professional and technical support. It also aims at strengthening of institutions, research and training in the food processing sectors. So basically, institutions have been engaged at state level for providing technical support to various training aspects, which we'll be seeing in the upcoming slides. The aim of this scheme is further to provide the increased access to common services like processing lines, laboratories, storage, packaging, marketing. And it aims at providing support to existing 2 lakh enterprises and helping them to go into formalized framework. So the basic scheme features involve providing direct support, as mentioned just now. The state-wise earmarking of outlay has been put up. So there is a total outlay of 10,000 crore for the period of 5 years. And the support is basically focused towards beneficiaries such as farmers, producers, organization, SHGs, and cooperatives. So the financial benefits of the scheme involve providing capital grant linked subsidy at the rate of 35% to a maximum capping of 10 lakhs. So basically the beneficiaries are existing micro units, and for the new enterprises, they have to be in the ODOP, approved ODOP products. So basically this scheme takes into consideration the ODOP approach, that is one district, one product approach. And under this scheme, various products have been approved under various sub-domains of the food processing sector, be it direct agricultural produce, to traditional Indian products, fisheries, poultry. So these are various, this is basically to support the ODOP clusters in a particular district. And this will also help to expand that particular ODOP cluster to the adjacent districts. So further, this scheme aims at providing support to the groups such as FPOs, SHGs, cooperatives. And the scheme aims at providing the grant at the rate of 35% and 40,000 rupees to the groups. That is the working capital support to the SHG members. The scheme further aims at providing the establishing support to common infrastructures like incubation centers and also for the support under marketing and branding. So the administrative architecture involves at the national level, there is a committee which takes care of all the major decisions, followed by the state level committee, wherein the sanction of project up to 10 lakh rupees is there, and then district level committee. So the major role comes to district level committee in terms of hand-holding with the beneficiaries and shortlisting the applications, beneficiaries, and scrutinizing them. So the approvals of the applications come to at this level, and the recommendations have been provided for the common infrastructures. So here comes the important part of the scheme, that is how to apply. So if you are an existing entrepreneur or a new entrepreneur with aspiration to establish your unit in the ODOPs, then you can apply online on the FME portal of Ministry of Food Processing Industries. And the entire application is in a form that it will help you prepare the, ultimately will help you prepare the DPR. And while applying to the application, you can have support from the district resource person being nominated by the state level agencies. And they will also help you in preparing the DPR and filling up the application forms and all the hand-holding support. So the list of the same, I'll quickly go through the website and there I'll show quickly the list, all the details where they are available. For the groups, the application can be applied in the offline mode, and you can see the guidelines and everything available. You can collect the documents. For the groups, mainly it is for the existing enterprises like SHG, FPOs and cooperatives, which are into business since past 3 years.
And the marketing and branding support can be availed by the state or the associations for branding support of a particular commodity or a group of commodities. And that can be applied to the state nodal agency. So the first and foremost component of the scheme involves capacity building support, and this has been provided at various levels of the scheme, so at the state level, district level, and at the grassroots level to the beneficiaries also. So this training covers product-specific training as well as entrepreneurship development aspect. The product-specific aspect covers basically the knowledge on machineries, various costings, then how to source and food handling, then various options of packaging, product quality, then what are the different value-added products, branding and marketing. And the entrepreneurship development component, it covers the basic knowledge on the business opportunities and how to prepare a DPR and various steps in, if you're an aspirant, then you would definitely like to know about how to establish an enterprise, what are the various aspects of it, how to take licensing, what are the licensing that applies to it product-wise. So all these things, hygiene and regulations, all these things comes under these two components. And the major mode of the delivery is in online mode only, and the beneficiary training takes place in the classroom mode. So because it involves demonstration of various processes at the industry level, so it really helps when it occurs in the classroom level. So these are the various groups of people who are beneficiaries and who get to train under this scheme, involving the very first beneficiaries, that is the existing microfood enterprises, who aims to avail the credit-linked grant. Further, the new enterprises who aim to avail the credit-linked grant and as per the ODOP. Then there are certain set of people like existing enterprises who are not interested in taking loan, but are interested to upgrade their enterprise and have some handholding or some capacity building support. So they can also avail such trainings. Then workers of such microfood processing enterprises, members of various groups, those who are engaged in food processing. Then there is various departments who are involved with us for smooth execution of the scheme. So all these are also being trained. Various officials of such departments are being trained for this particular scheme. And the resource person definitely who are going to handhold the beneficiaries. So basically district resource person and state resource persons. So various ODOPs have been divided into this food subdomains, starting from fruit and vegetable to milk and milk processing, fish and marine, bakery, grain, fat and oilseeds, spices, and minor forest produce. So basically, millet ODOP has been covered under grain processing with the rest of the grains. And the master level training has been conducted by the national level research institutions like NIFTEM-Thanjavur, NIFTEM-Kundli, then various other institutions like CSIR, CFTRI, and CIFIT, NDRI. So various expert national level institutions have been requested to conduct the training in the food subdomains in these food subsectors. Once the master trainers are ready with qualified, so basically they are required to be qualified under for that particular training. And once they are qualified trainers, then they have the responsibility of training the district level trainers. So basically, these district level trainers are identified by the state nodal agency and various state level technical institutes like agricultural universities, then KVKs are there, then so SLT is basically composed of various institutions that are contributing in this field since long. So they have the responsibility of nominating the district level trainers. And then master trainers are required to conduct the training for them on the specific DOPs of that particular district. These DLTs are also required to qualify the assessment. And once qualified, they will be training the ultimate beneficiaries in the physical mode. So beneficiaries are also identified by the state nodal agencies, as well as they are also being mobilized by the district resource persons. And so such trainings happen at the classroom level. So these are the DLTs, like they have the basic degree of diploma in technology and food related fields. And they are trained in the for the 64 hours. And if they are already existing trainers, they are trained for 16 hours. And similarly, for the ADP also trainers are there. And beneficiary training happens. So that is for 50 hours and 24 hours. So moving ahead towards the common component, that is the incubation facilities. So the basic objective of the scheme is to support the common incubation facility for the ODOPs that have been identified and the allied products. And this goes with the utilization of such facilities on commercial basis. And it also aims at providing, so basically these facilities will also help in providing the training to the beneficiaries through incubation centers, and that demonstration can be provided at these particular places to the beneficiaries who are undergoing the trainings. So the ODOP-based components have been classified. So basically, an incubation center who is applying, or the host institute who is applying for being an incubation center, they are required to have minimum one processing line based on ODOP. Then for definitely for sustaining the incubation center, they are required to have 2 to 4 allied product lines so that they have a product basket with them. And this has to run on commercial basis. So the application process is very like it is online basis, and the DPR can be applied on the online mode, and it will be online submitted to the ministry, and then there will be scrutiny, and each level of scrutiny will help in identifying the gaps and modifying the proposal to a extent that it goes towards sustainability. And finally, ultimately, it gets the recommendation of the SLTI and SLSC, and it has been forwarded to the ministry. So various modules have been developed. So I will quickly take you through the website. So basically, this is the PMFME portal. If you click on the ministry, go for the ministry website. Then you can see here, inviting online application under the PMFME scheme. If you click here, it will take you to the application portal basically. So this is what I was talking about for the individual enterprises. Here you can apply here, individual enterprises can apply. And first you will have to sign up. So here are the details of district nodal points, state nodal agencies, then district resource person who will be helping you in applying on this portal. All these details are available here. You can click and get all the state-wise list. Further, under Atmanirbhar Bharat, this PMFME scheme is running. So you can just go to that website and so this is basically the PMFME website, wherein if you go to the so this is the home page, wherein you can see the PMFME scheme tab. I hope you are all able to see the screen that I'm sharing. So here in that, when you click on the PMFME scheme, this page appears wherein all the details about the PMFME scheme are available. And the ODOP wise training material is available here. That is all the domain wise, it is bifurcated and provided here. You can see under the grain processing, various products have been displayed. So you can see millet pasta, malt food, animal feed, bajra, paddy milling, then kodo millet cookies, sorghum flakes. So all the grains have been covered here. We have till now 2 millet-based products. We will be coming up with more also. So once you click on any of the product, so you will have a PowerPoint presentation that will explain the processing aspect of it. Then there is a demonstration video wherein you will be able to see the machineries and the flow of it and what all process requirements are there. You can clearly have a visualization on it. Then there's a packing technology PPT wherein you will be able to see various packaging options and types of packaging. then food safety and standard regulations for that particular product. Then model DPR is also there. So this is basically we have prepared the model DPR based on the scheme guidelines. Like it is allowing to provide 35% of the subsidy and to a maximum of 10 lakh rupees. So on that assumption, we have prepared a model DPR. The basics of it can further be customized. And then the detailed course material is available, which can be looked at, and you just have to provide your basic details, and you will be able to uh, see it for yourself. So here you can see the entire handbook is there of 30 pages, wherein you can see the details have been provided: nutrition composition, then preparation, packaging. This is the flow diagram detailed with the time temperature combinations and everything, all the machineries. So you can have a look at it for all the products that is available. Similarly, you can have a look at various training materials available for the various, so for example, syllabus handbook is there, then master trainer and training syllabus for district resource person, then domain wise also materials available. So you can check here. And for the incubation application, the DPR can be submitted here by the institutions, government or private, and they can submit the material here. So this is about the PMFME scheme. Now I'll quickly take you to the DPR aspect of it. I hope my screen is visible to you. So basically, as part of the scheme, there is another component which I just showed you under the training material component, that is the preparation of DPR. So basically, every business, either it is coming up with a new business idea or it is expanding its current business, they are required to be preparing a DPR. It's not a mandatory requirement, but it is basically to help you understand the nitty-gritties or the the areas or the issues that you may have once you have started your business or once you have started with your project. So basic elements of the DPR involves, so these are the three basic questions that we answer to. First one comes to explaining the problem. So the DPR must explain the problem or the need to identify the customer. Just a Yeah. So the DPR is required to have provide the basic about the problem or the need to identify. So there are various problems like products, and so basically you might be having, say, cookies based out of millet, or you might be, as earlier speakers also mentioned, that you might be having some of the products available with you. But are the customers ready to pay for it, or are the customers there who are facing problem or say some convenience problem? So you need to understand that. Second is when you are explaining any proposed solution and the uniqueness. So there might be some solution to it, but that particular solution, it should be unique in a way that, say, for example, you are providing up some of the products, but say they are not available in the online mode or in various modes, and you are providing it as per the convenience of the customers, say in the online mode, or so that can be the uniqueness of the solution. And The third and final thing is whatever you are coming up with, the customer are required to pay for it. So be it a unique product, be it an innovative product, or be it a Me Too product, which is already available in the market, but your delivery is way different from what all other market players are providing you. So why, the question is why customer will pay for the solution. You can understand why if you go to the market, do you have a need for it? Why will customer will pay for that particular solution? So these three answers basically a DPR. While you are starting to prepare the DPR, these three questions will come across you. And if you are properly answering to it, the purpose is solved towards the basic aim of preparing the DPR. So in short, a DPR shows that currently where you are. So where you are means if you are already having an existing business, then what is the level of growth, or is it really required to go into product expansion? Or if you're an aspirant, then is it the right time for you to enter into business? So where you are, and what are your strengths? So what are the team members that you have along with you, and what are their skill set? Are you really in a right position and in the right frame of skill set to go ahead in terms of coming up with the business? Then where you are going and how you are proposed to get there. So where you are going will tell you like the way that say for example you're going to bring innovation, or you're going to say have some technology commercialization. So what is the method of how you're proposed to get there? So these are the three things that will finally be coming out of your DPR, apart from basic analysis of the viability of business proposal. So if I'll go across the basic components of DPR that are required to be covering up, so basic introduction will involve answering to the three questions that earlier I was discussing. Then comes the entrepreneur or the management team profile, wherein your all the team members, be it the skilled ones or the person who are providing you the functional support, say financial or marketing. So all these team members, team profile, and the entrepreneurs, you are required to provide their particular details. Then market analysis. So I'll show about the market analysis, that is the estimation of total demand, demand growth, timing of the demand. And further, you need to see that where your customers are and how you are segmenting it. So you can see here two places wherein are they available offline in the malls, on the supermarkets, or are they available online? So what is the mode that you are looking at and understanding your customers? I'll take an example of, as I showed you, Koto Millet cookies. So basic assumptions here are also required to make at the initial stage of preparation of DPR. It will involve understanding how much capacity you will come up with, and what is the, so this will be based on regional prices will change. So you have to customize it particularly. So you have to finalize the assumptions of it. So if you are using one of the model DPRs also, you are required to customize it as per the regional changes in the variation in the prices, sale prices. And you need to first assume all these things, and then you can proceed towards the market analysis, and parallelly towards the technical analysis. So this component of technical analysis, I can clearly say that the entire day's sessions trying to cover all these components of it went very well covered it. So you know now about the various where to see for the equipments and all the aspects of raw materials and all these things. So basically your technical analysis will involve covering these areas, that is the technology, skilled manpower, building areas, location, all these things you have to decide and put it here. And costing, and finally scheduling and investment costs, all these things. So it will involve finalizing the equipment. So it can be the batch process, or a continuous process, or semi-automatic process. So what are the equipments that you are trying to have based on the total project cost that you need to finalize? Then comes the final component of DPR, that is the financial analysis. It will involve not only about the one-time cost that you are required to put in your project, but also the recurring cost. You can see the extreme right, we have a colorful figure that tells you about the working capital requirements, which involves inventory and the money owned to you by customers, and the money that you are going to get from suppliers. So basically this analogy, this component is generally missed by the entrepreneurs, because ultimately then it leads to the cash crunch to the entrepreneurs. So I would really request all the entrepreneurs when they are preparing DPR to not ignore the working capital aspect of it, as it is the capital that keeps your business running. And you really need this aspect of the funding also, be from any source, be it from your side itself. But then you are required to calculate it so as to have a final project amount in addition to the one-time project cost. So basically, your financial analysis involve first computing the entire project cost, and then comes how you are going to manage it. So from your money or loan or grant, whatever it is. So sources of finance, then you're going to tell, and then the projections. So basically, you are going to tell that you are a credible enough business and you are going to make profits, and the balance sheet will tell like you have the strength in the product and there is going to be some sales. So through the help of some ratios, we are going to tell that my business is going to be in the next 5 years is going to be strong enough with such and such ratios. And this is how you are going to be credible enough. And that's why you should be provided the funding or to whichever cause you are preparing the DPR, that will enable it. So I hope the basics of the components of DPR might be clear to you. Looking at the time constraint, I just focused on the components of DPR and you understand the need of preparation of it. Then you can look at the various model DPRs and customize it according to your requirements and contact the other stakeholders of the scheme for preparation of it. So thank you everyone for patient listening and participating in this webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an informative session. Now I would like to invite Dr. Bidan Das, Deputy Director and Regional Head, Indian Institute of Packaging, Kolkata, for providing a technical talk on packaging and machinery for millet processing. Sir is a postgraduate in packaging technology from Indian Institute of Packaging, IIP Mumbai. He has completed his PhD at Jadavpur University, Kolkata. He is a certified packaging professional from the Institute of Packaging Professionals. He has around 14 years of academic experience in packaging with IIP, and prior to that, he worked 7 years in various packaging industries in India and abroad. Sir is also a professional member of Institute of Packaging Professionals, IOPP, USA since 2001. We welcome you, sir. I request you to kindly share your screen. Sir, kindly unmute yourself, sir. Sir, we are not hearing anything, sir. Participants, please bear with us. Sir is having some network issue from his side.
Sir, can you please unmute yourself? Sir is trying with the different headset, so please wait for 1 or 2 minutes. Sir, still not able to hear you. No, sir. Sir, you can change the input. I think you selected some other device. Not audible, sir. Sir, I've shared your presentation, sir. Oh, sorry. You can unmute, sir, please.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Now audible, sir. Sir, unmute, sir.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Let me first say sorry for the inconvenience because of some technical issues. Okay, the connectivity from problems in the external headphone. Okay, yeah. Let me first thank NIFTEM for organizing this.
So you can switch off your video, then you will have we will be able to hear you properly, sir.
Hello. Ma'am, hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So, can I share my screen for the slide movement?
or you are sharing this?
Sir, I'm sharing this. You can tell me next slide. I'll move it.
Yeah, you please go to the next slide.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. This is our headquarters. Is located in Mumbai. Basically, Indian Show Packaging was set up in 1966 in the 14th of May, and we have headquarters in Mumbai and other cities. We have the branch offices. Like Chennai is the first branch. Go to the next slide. Which was set up in 1971. Calcutta is the second branch, which was established in 1973, and then Delhi branch was 1985, and then Hyderabad in 2006, then Ahmedabad, and then we are coming. New branches is coming at Vizag. Vizag already we have set up a new center on 28th of October this month. So basic objective of formation of Indian Show Packaging is to promote the export market by doing innovative packaging, basically to promote the export. So whenever we talk about the export, it needs to be, the goods need to be properly packed. Because of this, actually the formation of Indian Show Packaging was taken by the government of India and the packaging industries. So these are the various different centers located at different places. You can go to the next slide, please, which I already have talked. These are the pictures of the different centers we have already seen. So what is the main objective of Indian Show Packaging? This is that to promote the export market by doing innovative packaging, and also to create the manpower, technical manpower in the field of packaging. I think we are happy to share you that this year the Hyderabad Center we are running a course that is a 2 years postgraduate diploma in packaging, which was started in 1986 in Mumbai, and in 2011 it started in Hyderabad also. This year, we are happy to say that in the JNT University has given this accreditation of the course as a MS in packaging. And also the Delhi Center, whatever the course we are running, the 2 years PG diploma in packaging has been recognized by the University of Guru Gobind Singh University. They have given a recognition as a MSc in packaging, which is across the globe. In India, once in 2 years, we are organizing a packaging exhibition in the name of India Pack, under the banner of India Pack in Mumbai. And Pack is the local brand in all the different other cities. We are organizing the packaging exhibition to showcase or promote the packaging industry in the country. And basic objective is to upgrade the overall packaging standards of the country. Next slide, please. So IIP has two major activities. One is the training and education, and the research and development. Under training and education, we offer various courses like seminars, workshops, and as I told you, the MSc in packaging and PG diploma in packaging, the certificate course in packaging. Also, we have distance education, that is a 18 months course that is called diploma in packaging. The various courses we are offering under the training and education. And under research and development, we do have a laboratory. Under the laboratory, we do testing facilities of the packaging materials, and also we are certifying the packaging for export of dangerous goods. If you are having any dangerous goods, for export of the goods, we need to have the packaging to be certified as per the UN norms. That is called UN certificate, United Nations certificate, which is recognized as a passport for entry of the goods in the particular country who are member to the UNO. Okay, so other than that, dangerous goods also, lots of food and pharmaceutical products also need to be tested. The packaging need to be tested as per the requirement. If you know, in India, we have the FSSAI, Food Safety Standard Authority of India. In US and other countries, we have the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, and also the Code of Federal Regulations, CFR. As per that, any packaging material used for packaging of food and pharmaceuticals need to be tested, and it has to be according to the guidelines laid down by the particular standard. So in India, we do test the packaging materials as per the regulation of FSSAI, and it is basically stated as per that method called IS 9845. You can go to the next slide, please. IS 9845 talks about the testing procedure for materials which is in contact with the food or pharmaceuticals, that is called the food grade test. Okay, so under the testing laboratory, all the laboratories of Indian Show Packaging is accredited to the NABL, that is called National Accreditation Board of Testing and Calibration of Laboratories, which is under the QCI. And NABL accreditation is necessary for testing of any products or packaging for getting the FSSAI certificate as per the Food Safety Act. And as per the dangerous goods regulation, our laboratory is authorized by DG Shipping, that is called Director General of Shipping, and DGCA, that is called Director General of Civil Aviation, for certifying, for testing and certifying the packaging materials made for dangerous goods. Basically, any packages for carrying of dangerous goods, that package need to be tested. So, Government of India is authorized IIP to test and certify the package for carrying of the dangerous goods as per the United norms, and we are issuing a certificate that is called UN certificates. Like say some of the extracts or organic chemicals which are hazardous. Like if you say chili extract, it is a hazardous goods. Some of the extracts of the what is called that capsicum, all these extract, even the black pepper extracts is basically is a dangerous goods, is can create problem. So such goods, if you want to export, it need to be have a certification. Like if you know that it is called Canker is a company in the South Kerala for who are doing the different essence and export of the different extracts of the fruits and vegetables. So these are all dangerous goods. Even the alcohols and other things, chemicals are also falling under dangerous goods. If it is a dangerous goods, you need to have a certificate from the industrial packaging as per the UNO. Okay, go to the next slide, please. Yeah. We have also, other than this, we have also offer a consultancy services for designing, development, and creation of the specification for different packages. We have already working with the various commodity boards. Like in the morning, I think you have a lecture from the EPIDA. Sri Bidut Barua was there. So we are closely working with the EPIDA, MPEDA, then MOPI, and other organizations like Tea Board, Coffee Board, Spices Board for creation of the or development of the packaging specification for the various food and other commodities. So we are doing this packaging for the various products, how to pack and what will be the packaging specification. All these consultancy we are doing under the consultancy services. Even we have done a lot of projects for EPIDA, all the agro food and fruits and vegetables, what will be the packaging specification we have designed as per the guidelines and given to the EPIDA. For MPDA, for Spices Board, even for the Tea Board, the packaging of tea for domestic and export markets, this packaging design also has been done and we have submitted to the Tea Board. Even for the companies, private companies also, we do consultancy, and I think one consultancy is under pipeline for design the packaging developments for the millet products. I think it is under the pipeline. IIP Mumbai has got a consultancy project for design development of the millet products. And other than that, we also do technical audit packaging systems for a company or any packaging systems. We do the audit, undertake the audit, and even we do also have the master trainer in the field of packaging for this ODP or for the other PFFME scheme, or even for the FIXI and other thing. We are also doing different training program under the Skill India for the Government of India, and we have got all the certified master trainer in the field of packaging. And under the research and development, we do take out the shelf life studies of the various products, like different food products. When you do your packaging, as per the Food Safety Act, you need to write the best before. In case of food or in case of pharmaceutical, we need to write the expiry date. So for the different food products, how to arrive the best before date. So with the different packaging material, we expose with the different temperatures and humidity conditions, and then we do the shelf life studies. So under research development, we do the shelf life studies of the various different products, and we are designing different packaging materials for the for the EPIDA. Also, we have designed the packaging for chilled meat for export. Go to the next step, please. Yeah, next slide, please, ma'am. Hello. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I moved to packaging material slide, sir.
Yeah. Now, see, if you see the packaging industry, there are three types of packaging industries are there. One is the basic raw material manufacturing, another is the packaging material converter, and third is the packaging user industries. So all these three different industries are termed as the packaging industry. First one is called the packaging raw material manufacturing. The companies who are manufacturing the different raw materials used in the packaging are termed as the packaging raw material manufacturing. Second is the companies who are buying this raw material and converting this into the packages are termed as packaging material converters. And the third segment of industry is the huge industry, which is called the packaging user industry. So user industries are basically the product manufacturer. All the food, pharmaceutical, consumer goods, FMCG, and all these companies are falling under the packaging user industry, who are manufacturing goods or products. And to pack their products, they need to buy the packaging materials from the packaging material converters, and the converters need to buy the packaging material from the raw material companies. So all these three industries are connected, interconnected to each other, and their growth is depending on the other. Go to the next slide, please. Now, if you see the different packaging materials, there are two types of materials: scientific packaging materials and traditional packaging materials. Under scientific packaging materials, there are four materials: paper, glass, metal, and plastic. These four are termed as the scientific packaging materials. And traditional packaging materials, there are 4 or 5. The traditional materials are basically the materials which are available in the ecosystems, and we are getting the materials from our environment and using as a packaging material when we are not getting any scientific packaging materials. Madam, go to the next slide, please. Under the traditional materials, there are earthen pot, I told you scientific, earthen pot, bamboo basket, cane basket, leaves, and wooden box. All these jute bags are termed as the traditional packaging materials, basically the materials which are traditionally been used in packaging since olden days. When the scientific material was not available, people used to use the traditional packaging materials. Like still the jute bags are used in a lot of our agro food products. Even the millets also in the bulk packaging, you can find in the jute bags. Rice, wheat, these are all packed in the jute bags as per the FCI guideline. Even wooden barrels are used. Wooden boxes are used basically for packaging of agri horti products. You see earlier when the corrugated box was not available, the Kashmir apples or Shimla apples used to come to us by the wooden box. Tomatoes earlier days used to pack in the wooden boxes. Leaves, yeah, some of the products earlier used to pack in the leaves. Bamboo basket, cane basket, basically the fruits, vegetables and agri products are also carried or packed by the bamboo basket. And West Bengal is very famous for the sweet meat industry, rasgulla and all these things. Earlier days, the rasgulla used to pack in the earthen pot. Even the sweet curd or the dahi is used to pack in the earthen pot. Even still in Bengal, dahi is also packed in the earthen pot as well as the plastic containers. Go to the previous one, ma'am. Previous slide. So these four are the scientific packaging materials, and these are the paper, glass, metal, and plastic. So these four. Now, whatever the products we go to buy in any supermarket or any shop, you go to buy any product, you see the packaging material for any product, food, pharmaceutical, or cosmetics, either paper or glass or metal or plastic. So these four materials which are scientifically manufactured by the machines or in the industries are termed as scientific packaging materials. So paper is basically one of the oldest packaging materials, and it is a fantastic material. It is completely biodegradable and it does not create any problem with the ecosystem. So, but the problem is that more and more paper is used. We are creating deforestation because paper is basically manufactured from the wood pulp. So more and more paper we need to manufacture, we have to cut the trees. So which is against the forest law of forest and environment. So paper basically is 100% recyclable. All the paper whatever we are using can be recycled any number of times. So papers basically having a very good property. These are all eco-friendly packaging materials and also biodegradable, or it all 100% recyclable. The second packaging material scientific is glass. Glass is basically manufactured from the silica. So glass is 100% recyclable. It cannot be decomposed into the soil. It is not biodegradable, but it is recyclable. Metal, in the metal there are two materials which are used in packaging. One is aluminium and there is tin plate. So normally if you see the soft drinks and other things are packed in the aluminium containers. Even the pesticide bottles or milk, some of the milk containers, cans are packed in the metal, that is a aluminium. And tin plate is used for the processed food, like the beans in the brine solution, or even the powder, milk powder or coffee powder. These are packed in the metal containers, that is called tin plate containers. And then there are plastic containers or plastic bottles, plastic jars. A lot of packaging materials are now coming in the recent days, replacing the glass and metal because of its benefit. Plastic is unbreakable also, and it is also not reacting with the water or something, so it is not reacting with the water, non-corrosion. So paper, metal, if you see, metal is reactive with the water and it creates a corrosion with the environment, but the plastic will not corrode. The only problem is that plastic is an issue with the recycling. It has to be recycled, otherwise it is loitering here and there and creating a nuisance in the environment. That is why government has issued a packaging waste management rule 2018, or packaging waste management rule in 2000. Latest version has come in last year 2020, the revision of the packaging waste management rule. Okay, so these plastics, as per the recommendation of the government, so plastics has to be used. There are 12 plastics which have been banned by the government. That is SUP, single use plastic, because of the problem with the ecosystem. But plastic is a fantastic material. The only problem is that with the users, we the consumer are not disposing it in the right place. We are throwing here and there, and it is littering the places and creating a problem. Go to the next slide, madam. Then there are few materials which are called as ancillary packaging materials. Please change the slide. Ancillary packaging materials are the packaging materials which are not the main packaging material, but these are the materials without that the packaging operation cannot be completed. Like if you see, you are packing some of the syrup or juice or jam or jelly or some powder in the glass bottle. Now, how to close the glass bottle? It requires a caps and closure. So this is basically not main packaging material, but without this material, packaging cannot be completed. So this is called as ancillary packaging materials. Now in plastic bottle or glass bottle or metal container, whatever you have packed, what is there inside the container? We don't know until and unless there is a label fixed on the container or body of the bottle. So the labels are maybe different types of label, plastic label, paper label, and all these things. Even the printed labels also there. So these labels are all called as ancillary packaging materials, which are supporting packaging material. BUBP self-adhesive tapes, like when you buy anything in the Flipkart or Amazon or any e-commerce, it is coming in a small corrugated boxes. So how to close the box? So box has to be closed by a BUBP tape. So this is called as a ancillary packaging materials. All the corrugated boxes need to be closed by the BOPP tape. Then straps, clips, hooks, bubble films. Bubble films or thermocol, like if you see anything buy on the e-commerce market, you see this is a plastic container or plastic bag. Inside that there is a air bubble films are there, like a bubble film. Okay, these are the bubble wraps. That is called bubble films. For any breakable, very fragile items, we are wrapping with the bubble film for cushioning. Thermocol, cushioning material, these are all called as ancillary packaging materials. Madam, I think, ancillary packaging materials are the cushioning materials. Go to the next slide, please. So in packaging, we have seen three materials: scientific, traditional, and then ancillary packaging material. If you see the market segment of the different packaging material globally, how it is segmented. So you can see here, paper and paperboard is almost 34% of the packaging is used. Paperboard, 27% is the plastic, rigid plastic, that is the packaging materials which cannot be folded. 11% is the glass. Plastic flexible material is 10%. 6% is the beverage can, that is aluminum can. Metal other than aluminum is 9% and others is 3%. So this is the 100% total market share of the different types of packaging materials. Now mostly you see the maximum share is by paper and paperboard, then plastics, then metal, glass, and all these things. So this is the market share of the different packaging materials. Now government, whatever the government notification has come for the single-use plastic ban, so that is regarding with this, out of this flexible packaging material, that is 10% flexible plastic. If you see this 10%, which is non-recyclable. So here is the issue. But as per the notification published in the month of September, government is still allowing, again 10 years time has been given to replace this single-use flexible plastic with other materials. Because otherwise, if you government put a ban on this flexible plastic material, all our biscuits, sugar, salt, whatever we buy, the flexible packaging will not be available. Then how the product will be marketed, and other packaging material will be more costly. So that is the reason government is asking to replace, to do the research and development and use this non-recyclable flexible plastic to other plastics so that it will decompose and not create any nuisance in the environment. Next slide, please, ma'am. So this is the market share according to the different segment. If you see, total packaging material in the food and pharmaceutical is almost 80%. 80% of the market is occupied in the packaging for packaging of food and beverages. If you see, food and beverages is almost food, beverage, and healthcare. So food and pharmaceutical, almost 80% or more than 80% is occupied in the market, packaging market for this food, beverage, and healthcare. Other materials are almost 20% of the market share. Next slide, please. There is a huge market in the field of packaging for, next slide, please. Huge market for the packaging in the food, because as the food industry is growing, the packaging industry also growing. So packaging is termed basically is a supporting or service industry. It will grow along with the other industry. Any industry grows, the packaging industry also will grow, because any product, it is maybe food, pharmaceutical, consumer good, e-commerce, whatever may be, even the automobiles, anything, it has to be packed. So packaging is working as a service for the other industry. Please change the slide, ma'am. Next slide. So here you can see, this is an example, typical example of a traditional packaging material vis-a-vis a scientific packaging material. This is a Nolen Gur liquid jaggery, which is basically a date palm syrup. It is basically a consultancy given to the government of West Bengal by IIP. So normally this traditional packaging is earthen pot, which is used to pack this, ethnic product of Bengal. This is basically is a village level cottage industry where the people are getting the syrup from the date palm tree, and then it is boiling. They are boiling the date palm syrup and then it converted into the jaggery. So jaggery normally in the villages are packed in the earthen pot. Now we have done a R&D project and shelf life study has been done, and then we have found this what is called the laminated tubes offer a shelf life of up to 1 year in this for the product of liquid jaggery without any preservative. You can see here 100% natural date palm syrup, no preservative added. So this is an example of the scientific packaging, how scientific packaging is providing better customer convenience, and also the export toward the packaging, and also the extending shelf life. So whenever we do the packaging, it adds value to the product. So how the value addition is taken place, you can see here. Next slide, please, ma'am. This is basically, as I told, it is a cottage industry. So how government is helping the cottage industry by providing monetary support, and they have been manufacturing the product in a common production center. This is a CFC. That complete DPR was prepared by us and it is submitted to the government of West Bengal, and government of West Bengal has funded, and they have created this common production center of Nolengur. This is a 2-story building under our guidance have been manufactured. It is created, and then packaging machines, packaging materials, testing laboratory, all are there inside this, and it is a common production center for the farmers or for the beneficiaries funded by the government of West Bengal. Next slide, please, ma'am. Now this question comes in our mind. So what will be the cost of packaging? So what will be the cost of packaging for the product? There are, different types of costing is coming for the packaging. It varies from 1% to 500% depending upon the product. Next slide, please. I will give a typical example of packaging cost. Basically, if you see the previous slide, please. The previous slide, if you see how the packaging adds value, and also it is giving a profitable margin to the farmers. If you see, ma'am, please go back to the next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. So here you can see the salt. It is basically the Catch brand, which is basically is a company called Dharampal Shatabal DS Group. They are packaging the salt in the composite container. This type of packaging is called as a composite container. Composite container is made up of paper and paperboard in the outer side, and then there is a plastic in the inside so that moisture cannot go inside. And the metal ends are there, plastic end, and this top end and bottom ends are made of plastic. And there is a perforation, like similar like a talcum powder. They have given a dispensing system. So this is the customer convenience. So packaging has created, and because of that, you can see the price price of the product, how it is getting. Go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, you can see this is a salt, Tata salt. Tata salt is selling at the rate of 20 rupees per kg, whereas the Catch salt is selling at the rate of 150 rupees per kg. I think somebody is talking in the background. I think some noise is coming. You can see, ma'am, there is basically you can see this salt. Normal salt is packed at 20 rupees per kg, whereas the salt packed by the Catch brand, that is the DS Group, is selling at the rate of 150 rupees per kg. Normally, the salt, what is the cost of packaging or cost of the product? Product will not cost more than 4-5 rupees per kg. But because of the packaging, the cost varies so much. Here it is a plastic pouch. Normal packaging is 20 rupees per kg, where the same salt, slightly maybe finer particle size, will be packed in the Catch brand, and the Catch brand is selling at the rate of 150 rupees per kg because of the customer convenience. So customer is ready to pay any amount. So it is depending upon the how much value added to the product, and customer has to get satisfied. Then the money is not a problem. So they are ready to pay for any money. Please go to the next slide, please. This is now you see what basically the definition of packaging. If you see,
Sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Can you please wrap it up fast because we are.
Yeah. Go to the next slide. Yeah, ma'am.
Yes.
Go to the next slide. I will just show some millet products packaging. So these are basically the function. Why to do the packaging? Protection. Packaging. The basic function of packaging is to protection, preservation. Then product dispensing, pilfer-proof, product storage, and product transportation. So these are the basically three basic function of packaging is to containment, protection, preservation, and transportation. 4 basic function of packaging is to contain the product, then it has to protect the product, and it has to help the product to get transported to the destination. So these are the 3 basic functions of packaging. Go to the next slide, ma'am, please. Yeah, this is the role of packaging. Again, please go to the next slide. Next slide. These millet different types already has been talked by the different previous speakers. I will not go. Please go to the next slide. Change the slide. Next. Now what are the millet? See, for millet, what are the requirements? So when we go for the particular product packaging, what are the requirements? So first requirement is that the packaging has to contain the product. Then what are the thing? It should provide the protection to the product from spoilage. So depending upon the product characteristic, we have to select the right packaging for the particular product. As I told, we have only 4 materials: glass, metal, paper, plastic. Out of these 4, which one can provide protection to the product from our requirement? Like if the millet, it is dried, so it is highly hygroscopic, it may absorb moisture. So when we are thinking of the packaging of the particular product, we have to see the moisture should not go inside. So we have to have a packaging material which can protect the moisture ingress inside the packaging. That is, should have a very good barrier to the moisture. Then if it is a processed millet product which are having a problem for oxygen, so you have to wrap up with the material, with such material which will not allow oxygen to go inside the packaging, so that the shelf life will be extended. Then while transporting, it should not create any leakage or damage to the package, so such that we have to pack in a right type of packaging material, maybe a corrugated boxes for transportation. Go to the next slide, ma'am, please. And we also have to see it conforms to the different laws because it is a food product. So as per the Food Safety Act, we have to see what are the requirement of the FSSAI. That is, the packaging material must be food grade for the particular product. So we have to see. Now, when we see the millet, there may be two types of packaging. One is the bulk packaging and the consumer packaging. Bulk packaging means when the bulk quantity, more quantity, maybe 30, 40, 50 kgs of product will be packed inside a bag, or then consumer pack. The different processed millet may be in a small packet, that is called consumer pack. In case of bulk packaging, we may have a plastic woven sack, multiple paper sack, or jumbo bag. Go to the next slide. I will show the photographs so it will be clear. Yeah, these are called jumbo bag. The bigger one, which can contain, one bag may contain 1000 kg of the product, or this type of bag is PP woven sack, or it is a multiple paper bag, which a aluminum liner or with a metallized polyester liner we can have, so that it will give a barrier against the moisture. Because if the moisture come inside, the millet may get spoiled. So depending upon the product nature or characteristics, we have to select the right packaging material. Please, next slide, ma'am. Go to the next slide. Yeah, go to the next slide. Also next slide, please change. Yeah, now if you see for the consumer pack, that there may be a plastic flexible packaging, like this type of packaging for the different types of products. So mostly when you are doing a consumer pack, we have to see the what is called the climatic hazards to be protected by the packaging. Climatic hazards means it should get the protection for the product from the barrier of the, say, light barrier, moisture barrier, then oxygen barrier, gas barrier. These type of barriers the packaging material should have, so that the product will not get spoiled. So what are the merits of the flexible packaging? It is a lightweight, aesthetically appealing. It can be printed with any color, so it attracts the consumer. It is also handling easily and meets the packaging requirement shelf life, that is the protection from the different hazards like the climatic hazards, moisture barrier, oxygen barrier, gas barrier. So if it creates a barrier for the different materials, then it will be providing the protection to the product from the longer period. That is, the shelf life will be increased. The different structures can be used: PET PE, PET MET PE, or PET aluminum foil PE, or other different structures are available. Most common structure is polyester PE, that is a PET PE, or PET MET PE. This is the two common structures mostly used for the food or agri-food products. Yeah, next slide, please. These are all some different consumer packs. This is basically a PET poly structure, polyester poly, and this is also a stand-up pouch with a zipper, and then the sealing facility is there. So different types of packaging flexible materials are available in the market nowadays. Mostly, this is a aluminum foil, or if you can say it is 3-layer structure, polyester, metallized polyester, polyester. So this will give an excellent barrier for the product from the moisture and also from the oxygen. So the shelf life of the product will be longer. So basically, the shelf life of the product is depending upon the type of the packaging material we are going to use. Basically, it depends on the permeability of the different parameters like oxygen or moisture transmission to the material. So depending upon that, the shelf life will be changing. Okay, next slide, please. This is called lined carton. These are all the, please go back. These are called the lined carton. Lined carton is basically a paper board, duplex board paper, and inside there will be a pouch like that. This type of pouches will be that inside the paper carton. Like if you see the some of the spices, or even the Glucon-D, or some of the milk powders are packed in this type of lined carton. Yeah, next slide, please. Then we can also pack this type of product in the metal container. Next slide, please. Metal containers, or in the plastic rigid containers, or even the glass bottles. Glass bottles is also, glass is a very good barrier. It will not allow any moisture or any sort of oxygen to come inside that. Or we can also have a rigid plastic bucket, plastic type of bucket like this, or the punnets, plastic punnets like this is a polyethylene or HDP or polypropylene boxes like this can be used, or even we can have the polypropylene containers like this. So these are all called rigid packaging for the millet processed products. This is one, the Soulful. I think recently Tata Consumer has procured this company, Soulful. They are packaging with lined carton as well as the 3-ply laminate, PET, MET, PET poly. So this basically the product, whenever we are packing with any type of packaging material, we have to see the protection from the moisture, oxygen, then the stiffness, the printing possibility, and also the order pickup, like the solventless lamination has to be ensured, so that it is not giving any foul odor inside the product. Yeah, next slide, please. This is a metal container. Some aluminum or metal tin plate containers also can be used. These are all 100% recyclable, and any product when packed in the metal container will be giving the maximum shelf life. If you see any milk powder, when it is packed in the metal container, giving the shelf life of 36 months on the lid of packaging. When the same milk powder packed in a plastic pouch gives a shelf life of 9 to 12 months. When it is line carton, maybe 18 months. But if you see, when it is packed in the metal container, either aluminum or tin plate container, the shelf life is maximum, because these are all having excellent barrier from the moisture, or excellent barrier from the gases, excellent barrier from the oxygen, or even the light cannot go inside. So because of all these, properties, metal containers are giving the maximum shelf life for any food products packed in them. Yeah, next slide. Next. These are all some aluminum containers, and this is a composite container. What I showed you, that like a Catch brand of salt. Composite container is made up of paper and paperboard, and there may be multiple layers of plastics or aluminum foil. This also is a compromisation between the metal and the plastic. So we can use also composite container, which cost will be less than the metal container, but definitely will be more than the flexible packaging. Yeah, next slide, ma'am. I think with this I am finished. Yeah, thank you very much. Time is basically very short. But I tried to give whatever inputs is possible.
Thank you so much, sir. The session was really very informative, and it really covered all the aspects of the packaging that could possibly the entrepreneurs might be having question to.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, sir, for such an informative and detailed session. Moving.
Yeah, Jagan sir. Good afternoon, sir. Yeah. Anand sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, sir. So moving ahead.
Tonisha will continue the program because
Yes,
of other session people are waiting.
Sure, sir. So moving ahead towards the next technical session, that is on marketing, branding, and financial management, millet processing. We have with us Dr. Vidyashankar Satyakumar, sir. Sir has completed his PhD in biochemistry from CFTRI Mysore in cholesterol and bile metabolism. He has expertise in evaluation of lead compound by HCS platforms for pharmacological and cosmetological application. Well versed in the various food supplements and its physiological and health relevance at different age groups, RDA, clinical nutrition, and food formulation areas. He has also got expertise in new marketing strategies, promoting sales on rational and scientific grounds for herbal, nutrient, and cosmetic products by creating scientific marketable literature using lead metabolic pathways and cellular mechanism in a customized approach. Earlier, he has worked with Medico Limited Mumbai and Himalaya Wellness Bangalore. Sir has published over 25 research papers. We are honored to have you, sir, with us for this particular session. Welcome you, sir. The session is over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for inviting me, and also I'm very pleasure to be in the session. So I have a panel members with me: Nisha, Bharti, Manoj Kulkarni, and Satish Chandra. So just I will put my proceedings on that. So we'll start with a little bit of a brainstorming on the branding, marketing, and the financial frameworks when we are looking into the growing the businesses. It is like growing a new businesses. So just I ask if you can share my PPT, what I shared.
Sure, sir.
Yeah. So before that, actually, just to give a brief introduction to that from the morning sessions, like what the most of the things, like what we are going to give to the consumers, or the how to create a demand is something like where we have been not touching most of the time. So like what is the preparations, what we are looking at. So what is the product that is supposed to be consumed, that is not the way. So now actually what is consumer demands, that kind of products has to be pushed in. So because we are living in the world of VUCA, that is the world is all about the volatility, uncertainty, and also the competition, and all the forces are putting in. So looking into the food ecosystems part of it, when you are putting in, when the large businesses are handling through a certain kind of a habits, the changing habits becomes a very great way of going forward to grow the businesses. So the brands today, the relevance of the brands, if you look at it, the relevance of the brand is all about the trust. And also brand itself has got a certain kind of a messaging, the trust, what it is built within itself, and also like what is the goodness, like with the corporate social responsibilities will be one of the major drivers. And also we are promising for the ESG, that is actually it is on the planet as well as for the ecosystems what we live in. So this is uh, the the what we really looking into so the corporate responsibility marrying with the brands along with growing this kind of a niche ecosystems is something like it is the one of the ways like where we can look into the principles of how to grow the new habits into the market and then we can create the new demands. So next slide please. Yes. So this is all about like the branding is all about the value creation in the world. So if you look at it like what are looking today, so the brand is about volumes. So brand is all about the quality, product, what are
Sorry,
the
sir.
inherent feelings, what people bring. Hello.
So your voice is breaking actually, sir. I think due to some network issue.
The network issue.
I think, sir, maybe you can switch off video. Maybe it will be better.
Is it fine now?
It's still, you can still speak.
I'm audible now?
Still breaking, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Is it okay now?
You're audible, sir, but voice is breaking, sir.
Just I will just a minute. I will Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm audible now?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
I'm audible right now?
Yes, sir, you're not audible, sir.
Oh, okay. So, like the point is how to give the value. So, if you don't relate the value in the word, so the brand cannot be created. That's what I was pointing out.
Sorry, sir. Sir, the voice is still breaking. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, we can start the other panelist. I will try to join from the side.
Fine, sir. We'll start. Tonisha, you start the first speaker,
Yeah.
introduce, and we'll start.
Okay, sir.
Monisha?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'll start.
Yes, sir. We'll start next to
Dr. Nisha. Nisha ma'am is there? Yeah, ma'am is there. We can start with the ma'am.
Sure, sir. Sure.
With the ma'am. Sure.
So for the next technical talk, we have with us Dr. Nisha Bharti ma'am, HOD Agribusiness Management, Symbiosis Institute of International Business, Pune. Ma'am is working as Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of Agribusiness Management at Symbiosis Institute of International Business, Symbiosis International University, Pune, since 2013. She is a Doctorate Fellow in Rural Management from the Institute of Rural Management, IRMA, Anand. She holds a postgraduate degree in agriculture from Indira Gandhi Agriculture University, Raipur. Ma'am has worked as a visiting faculty with various institutes like Berkeley Institute of Politics and Economics, Ramnicom, etc. She has industrial experience of working with an organization, Pradhan, for 2 years. She has published more than 25 papers in various top-ranked journals, including ABDC. She is also a reviewer and editorial board member in several top-ranked journals. She was also awarded Best Professor in Rural Management by Devang Mehta Foundation in 2017, and also a recipient of award of Professor Indra Parikh, Women in Education Leaders from World Education Congress in 2017. We welcome you, ma'am, to this session on marketing strategies for millet-based products. The session is over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, can I get the sharing right? Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Now you can share.
Yes, it is there with me. I'm just sharing my slides. Is it visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am. The slides are visible.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. I'm actually thankful to NIFTEM for inviting me on to talk on such an important topic. Actually, I strongly feel that this has been a neglected area since we get into this green revolution and all that. And this is a high time that we realize the importance of millet and start working on it. Now, one thing to begin with, since I was attending some of the sessions from morning and...
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, can you be a bit louder, ma'am? And you can share a slide on full screen also, ma'am.
Sure. I will. Am I better now?
Ma'am, your voice is still coming low. You can come here to the system, ma'am. It will be better.
Okay, just a moment. Just give me 1 second. Now, I think it should be better.
Yes, ma'am. Better.
Okay, yeah. So, one thing is that I'm listening on various for the presentations from the morning, but one thing which we have realized even earlier, that there has been a lot of work on millet in terms of developing products, even developing varieties on millets and all. But one thing which has been the biggest pain point is the marketing. If you have developed a very good product, but you have not been able to successfully market it, all efforts are not worth. So the thing is that this has been a very important point. Given the time constraint, we are running short of time, so I will try to bring some important aspect of marketing within that given time. I'll try not to exceed my time limit. Now, just to begin with, means all of us are aware that millets are a miracle grain because of their nutritional properties and all that. But recently, I was reading one report by Government of India.
Ma'am, can you please make it full screen, please, ma'am, for visibility better?
Sorry.
Sure. Thank you.
So, actually, if I was just going through one of the report which has recently was released, and that shows that there has been 35% decrease in the cultivated area of millet from 1951 to 2020. But the good part is that the total production has increased from 15 million tons to 47.48 million tons in the recent year. So the good part is that The productivity has increased. That shows that we have worked a lot on developing varieties and all that. In terms of leading state, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh has been the leading states. Another thing that if you look at the world production pattern, India is the world leader in the production of millets. That is about 41% of total world production as per the data in 2020. But the most interesting thing which I could notice is that in terms of MSP, we are having MSP only for three major millets, that is jowar, bajra, and ragi. What about the other minor millets, which holds a great importance in terms of their nutritional values? Now, if I look at the world export, the recent data suggests that has increased, particularly for millet, from $380 million in 2019 to $402.7 million in dollar in 2020. Now, here I would like to bring another important aspect that in terms of export, 2018 we brought agriculture export policy. And the most striking feature of the agriculture export policy is that we want to reach a target of $100 billion by 2024. Now, the point here is that millets has a lot of potential in terms of increasing the export of millet as well as the total export target which we are keeping for ourselves. But one thing is that in millets, there has been a lot of effort, but all these efforts are scattered. And there is a need for a holistic approach for promotion of millets. And I strongly feel that marketing strategies can play an important role in increasing awareness. And finally, the production and consumption of millets in India as well as outside India. In the inaugural session also, it has been talked about that there has been a study conducted, and the study reported that many of the people are not aware of the benefits of millets. Now, if I talk about the changing socio-economic scenario in India, economic growth, liberalization, increasing urbanization, disposable income has increased, purchasing power has increased, consumption pattern is changing. Post-COVID, the demand for healthy product has increased. And in today's context, we don't have time. So we need processed foods which are easily available, ready to eat, ready to consume. All those kind of products are in great need. In these contexts, increasing potential for millet and millet products in today's context. So in this, if I look at that, if everything is fine, where are the constraints? Why we are not able to promote millet? So if I list down some of the major constraints in millet promotion, I strongly feel that millets has been the victim of wrong positioning of crop as a poor man crop. We have always, post this green revolution, what we have done is that we have promoted wheat, rice, maize, largely maize also up to a lesser extent, largely wheat and rice. And we have shifted the whole consumption pattern based on wheat and rice. Not only consumption pattern, if you look at the cropping pattern of various states, what we realize is that largely it is based on rice and wheat. Rice, wheat, fallow, all those kind of cropping pattern you can see across states. So the one thing which we have done is that we have positioned this crop as poor man's crop. And that is the biggest mistake which I feel we have done. Because the biggest mistake in case of Tata Nanos was to position that particular car as a poor man's car. Here, people are nowadays people are becoming aspirational. If you look at the rural consumer, also are becoming aspirational. All kinds of products are going to rural areas, be it bike, be it DTH connection, be it mobile. Everything is getting so. So in that way, positioning of this crop as poor man's crop was a wrong strategy, I feel. Now, taste and all are definitely not so good. Now, high cooking time, which we don't have, and the most crucial resource in today's time is the time, which is not available with everyone. Now, lack of improved methods of production and technologies and post-harvest processing technologies, which has been a big constraint. Now, another constraint is that this has not been done on a commercial scale. We have not commercialized it, and we have been mostly doing it on a subsistence scale. Many of the organizations as FPOs and all are getting into this. This is a good sign, but still there is a lot of work to be done. In terms of millet promotion, as I said, that a holistic approach is needed. Now, what is this holistic approach all about? The first thing what we need is the improved efficiency of production. The data suggests that productivity has increased, but still there is a lot of potential because millets has been largely cultivated in dry land. Now, in dry land also, if we are doing it, there is a lot of potential to use improve package of practices and increase even the productivity further. Now, another thing which has been talked even in inaugural session was expansion of demand. Now, expansion of demand, when I say, I don't mean only domestic demand, I also mean the export part. Export internationally, we definitely, the demand for this product is existing. How do we cater to that need? That is what something which we need to talk about. And another thing which has been talked earlier also, that in terms of export, probably we need organic farming or those kind of organic millets. But millets are largely cultivated without chemicals and in dryland condition. If we work on the certification part, probably we'll be able to cater to that part and will be able to expand the basket of millet consumption. And marketing strategies definitely will play an important role. Efficiency of production, I am missing. I'm just skipping in this part because there has been a lot of talk on this. Expansion of demand. This we have talked about. As I said, that there has been two aspects, that is domestic market as well as export. Now, when we talk about domestic market or export, one of the constraint is that people don't know how to cook millets. And that is why I strongly feel that maybe some recipe booklet and all that will definitely help. Health service providers, if they recommend this product as a product which will help in improve your health, people will definitely consume it. And if people start consuming it, the whole problem which we are talking about is going to get sorted. Now, in terms of curriculum, what I feel is that recently there has been talk about that agriculture should be a mandatory course in the school level curriculum also. So in that, maybe millets and all can be included, which will sensitize the younger students towards this kind of crop, and it will be helpful. Now, in a nutshell, if I have to just concise all the marketing strategies for millets, I'll keep them into four domains. The first one, the four P's, which are the very, very important aspect of any product and any marketing strategy we talk about. The second thing is STP, that is segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Are we segmenting the right market? Are we targeting the right market? And how do we position our product? Packaging and labeling, lot has been talked about, so I'll probably skip that part. And the distribution channel, because the experience have suggested that if you have a strong distribution network, you can succeed. But if you have not been able to do that, then definitely the chances of success goes down. Now, in that case, for rural areas, definitely you need different kind of strategies, because there you have to reach a vast area. But here I'm suggesting my approach would be to target first the upper segment. But as I said, that we have positioned this product wrongly. So maybe what segment we should focus on? If the answer would be the upper class segment. Reason, the cost of product is high. And if the cost of product is high, it is not very much affordable by the lower class segment. Second reason, which I have been very much pushing into my classes also, that the lower class segment has become very aspirational and they look forward to see what is being consumed, what is being used in the upper class segment. So if we are able to reach to that particular segment, the lower segment will definitely, they copy the upper class segment in terms of using various products, and that is how the use of mobile and everything has been promoted. Now, that is why my take would be that first to target high income group until we achieve an economy of scale, and then to come to the lower income group people. And as such, if I talk about the positioning, it should be done as health food and for premium segment. Now, when I say that positioning of the product should be for premium segment, everything will fall in that line, like packaging also should be giving the feel of a premium product. Then only we'll be able to sell these kind. Now, when I talk about the 4 P's of millets, one very important aspect would be the product diversification through processing. Many people have talked about it, and many people have shown, like Tata Soulful was also there in my list to show you, but there has been already talk on that what kind of products they have developed. And if you look at their product range, you will feel that those products are such, those are ready to eat kind of product, and it has the potential to reach every household breakfast table. And if we are able to do that, probably we'll be able to achieve scale, because one of the problem in millets is that unless we achieve the scale, we are not able to bring down the price. If price will not come down, the uses of that product will be limited. Now, in terms of place, this has been a big concern which I talked about even in a previous conference in Hyderabad. Gaikar Rao sir was there. One of the major constraint in millet is the availability of product, whether it is available everywhere. Now, at that time also, Savitri ma'am was there from Britannia, and coincidentally today also my session chair is from Britannia. Now, I would like to just raise few issues here. The ragi biscuit of Britannia. That was a very good product. I have used it for long. But one thing which I faced always difficult is to get that product. Because when you talk about this kind of product, these kind of products are not available anywhere, everywhere. For that, you have to go to big malls and all that. Now, there are health conscious people among urban people. These products are gaining significance in urban market. Urban upper class people are the target, should be targeted, that I have already talked about. Now, when you talk about these millet-based products, where can we get it? Largely, we get it in exhibition or in a very high-class grocery stores. But if I want it to be consumed in a ready-to-eat kind of form or those kind of thing, and I want it in a hurry, I'll not be able to get it in a local kirana store or something. Now, I was just reading some of the article and came across this kind of concept, which was also discussed in some of the session, like millet restaurant. Whether it is a good idea, that I would feel that in terms of popularizing the recipes, it will be a good idea, but definitely for scale, it will not, because restaurant and all people go to eat all kinds of food, and probably health conscious people, I don't know how much they will visit this kind of restaurant. But yeah, this is another area where we can diversify this part. So this part is very important, that it should be available, and that is what we are lacking here, because millet products mostly I have seen that either it will be available in exhibitions or in a very high class grocery store, which is not in reach quickly if you want something. Now, pricing. Pricing is also going to play a very, very important role when we talk about the millet products. Now, here, technology for the processing is not very developed and is costly, which has been discussed in previous sessions as well. Now, what is this request? I don't know. Cost of processed product becomes higher. Getting some request, I don't know what it is. Neither I am able to cancel.
So, ma'am, you can decline annotation request.
I just decline, but still again, I don't know what should I do then.
Please decline, because annotation will lead to marking on your screen, ma'am.
Yeah, that is what. So, shall I stop sharing and then again sharing, or what?
You can, ma'am, simply decline only. You will change the slide, it will go.
I think while clicking, it has been accepted. So
Oh, okay, okay.
showing this kind of.
You can stop sharing and again share, ma'am.
That, yeah, that I think will be better. Just remind me of time while speaking. I'm not very able to keep.
Sure, ma'am. You can, ma'am, take it a bit faster.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
One thing is that when we talk about penetrating the market, when the prices are high, we'll not be able to penetrate the market. But one thing is that still I repeat myself that here we don't have to compromise on the positioning of the product. Positioning of the product here should be as a premium product for upper segment. Then only when we are able to saturate in that particular segment, then only we should move down. That as per me, I think that will be more helpful as compared to trying to reach to every kind of segment. Now, scale can be achieved by diversification of product. There has been a lot of talk on that, so I'm just skipping that part. Now, promotions, as we said, that exhibitions and all. But nowadays, this social media has become a very, very important promotional tool. Now, what happens is that these small entrepreneurs are not very fluent in using social media tool for their promotion. Now, here I suggest, being head of department of agribusiness management here, student interns from management colleges can help you at a greater extent. If anyone needs any help on that, feel free to contact me. I'll be happy to help any of the entrepreneur on these lines, and telling upfront that these students can actually design very good campaigns for you, and it will help you in your market. Now, there has been a talk on the brands and all. Now, what should be the steps in brand positioning here? There are various steps people have talked about. First of all, that who is your competitor? With whom you are competing? Now, those competitors, what kind of value addition you are going to make as your product? Because when you walk across any exhibition or anything, you will feel that similar kind of products are available with several entrepreneurs. Then definitely in that case, we are not going to capture the market. Wherever we are working, we need to bring certain innovativeness, certain competitive advantage in your product should be there, and you need to know that which part, either on product or on price, or maybe you are doing your promotion differently, or you are trying to reach some areas where other products have not reached. But some innovativeness is definitely needed if you want to succeed in this kind of competitive market where there are so many competitors involved. Just to give you one example, like Dettol and Savlon. When Savlon was launched, Dettol was already established brand, but Savlon tried to differentiate their product by saying that it will not hurt when you use Savlon, and it will not have any smell. So that is what was the product differentiation here. So whenever you are working on product, please remember that product differentiation is very much needed, unless people will not accept, otherwise your product will never be accepted in the market to the extent where you become profitable, because there are so many people getting into this kind of thing now. A few years back this was not the case, but nowadays many entrepreneurs are getting into, and all are preparing all those floors and all that. Then you will not be able to capture that particular market. Somewhere some product differentiation is definitely needed. Now, brand mantra, whatever which is communicate, which is memorable, people should remember. And here I emotional branding as such, like prestige ad, जो बीवी से करे प्यार वो prestige से कैसे करेगा? They're touching your emotions. You can't leave that prestige product if you love your wife. Whether even if you don't, you have to buy prestige product to show your wife that you love your wife. So like that, there should be some brand mantra, some punchline which need to be used. So if I had to talk about the brand positioning for millet, what we can do, some brand name should be chosen in a way in which it communicates the idea, like NutriChoice or Eat Right was from IMR. So that way it communicates the message that eat the right product and all that. Saffola has used the punchline like keep your heart young. Very clear communication that if you want to keep your health young, then you should use Saffola. Something like that, maybe eat good to feel good, something like that we need to bring to promote our millet products. In terms of advertisement, there are two types of advertisement, that is ATL and BTL. But in ATL, definitely TV ads are very costly and not affordable for the small entrepreneurs. But yes, as I said, that social media and all, definitely they can go for, and they can use some management students for as interns to promote their social media campaign. Now, BTL definitely one can go for, but I feel that rather than going for BTL, social media campaign will be more effective, because today's younger generation is more attached to social media and they spend so much of time on that. They don't spend even on any other thing. So that is something which we can catch and we can work on that. Participation in exhibition and fairs are important for the promotion of product, but it should not stay up to that only. It need to be, move beyond exhibition. And today's context, word of mouth and social media are very strong promotion tool, which we can definitely exploit. Trial packs, but yes, remember, as we are saying, premium products, it should be used only at a place where these premium segment customers are visiting, like big malls and all. Bundling of product with some product and free samples will definitely help. Information brochure and all that need to be shared. E-retailing with Amazon, Flipkart has opened a bundle of opportunity which can be definitely captured. Now,
can you wrap?
Yes. I'm just so packaging and labeling. I'm missing. I'm just skipping. Now, in terms of distribution channel, try to keep it short. Otherwise, the cost will increase. The cost is already high. Business model, again, there are two business model which I have suggested, but as time is lacking, so I'm just missing that part. Just to mention one part here, that this type of business model I tried with in one of the project with one organization for NTFP product, and it worked so well that with 1 crore of investment, they made 18 crore of profit in 1 year only. So that was a big achievement. Just to conclude, first of all, I feel that repositioning of millet as premium and health product should be done. Export of millet has a lot of potential, as we know that mostly we grow it in the organic condition, but proper certification will definitely open up the market, which will help these entrepreneurs. Demand expansion through various things which we have already talked about. If there are price volatility, maybe contract farming can help, because if contract farming is there, farmers will be assured of the market and they'll definitely go for higher production. Processing and all are definitely one important aspect. Proper marketing strategy should be there, cluster approach. I feel that advocacy for including MSP for micro millet should also be done. And in these regards, I feel that strong market research is very much needed. Trainings for these small entrepreneurs on marketing and financial aspect should definitely work on. If we give them the basics of marketing, that what they can do, what will be difficult for them to do, and all those kind of things will definitely help. And as I said, that there has been a lot of effort, but these are scattered. So maybe integrated effort involving government, non-government organization, private players, entrepreneurs, everyone will definitely help us achieve the target which we are here for today, millet promotion. All the best to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Really, you covered most of the things. It's really amazing to see that. And I think today a lot of entrepreneurs, startups are present. Maybe they got it feed about what you try to say, ma'am. Maybe we'll arrange separate lecture from your side.
Sure.
Let us sometime, because time is very constrained today. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. For the next technical talk, we have with us Shri Manoj Kulkarni, sir, Solopreneur, Mumbai. He'll be taking the next talk on building millet brands that matter. Sir has completed post-graduation in computer and statistics from Mumbai University with over 3 decades of experience in market research. For the last 2 years, he is working as solopreneur in the field in the view of helping the clients to formulate consumer-centric growth strategies. Prior to this, Sir has worked as an executive director at Nielsen, a premier global market research firm, and worked with big and small companies across sector. Sir has also delivered many technical talks on different industry forums and national and international programs by premier institutions. We welcome you, sir, to this webinar. The session is over to you, sir.
Hey, thanks for that introduction. And good to see you, Director, sir. Seeing you after a long time. Happy to be here.
I'm also eager to see you and listen your talk, and you mesmerized us 2018 when iCraft has conducted. We never forget about your talk, and you are one of the well-wisher of NIFTEM-Thanjavur. Thank you so much. Even you are traveling, you accepted our invitation today to address to our participants. Thank you so much, Kulkarni.
Happy to be here. Let me quickly share my. Are you able to see the slide? Awesome. So let me first start applauding all of you in the audience for driving innovation and entrepreneurship agenda. What I have here are a few tips on how to be successful in this new normal, which is full of sudden shocks, social media tsunami, and super impressive growth of e-commerce. Let me start by a few context-setting slides to tell you why this is the right time to dream big. There's a lot of potential for new products, and there is a lot of consumer pull for innovations. And here we have listed few aspects that are driving this innovation agenda. The very first thing is our country, which was known for having a strong family structure. 2 in 3 families are nuclear, which means I don't have to follow choices of either my parents or in-laws. Migration means I'm exposed to a completely new products because the products that were available in my city are no more available where I'm today. Digitization is adding to this innovation adoption, because with innovation there used to be always a risk whether this product will be good or bad. But today there is so much information on the internet that you can understand that product even before it hits the shelf and then take a calculated risk. But what we found to be the most important one is the halo effect of technology. Every new model is considered as an upgrade. An upgrade means it is better than the earlier one. Yeah. And that is why whenever new product is coming, there is positive disposition towards it, that there must be something good. So let me try it out. So these were the external factor, and then there are consumer factors also, that they want to be in sync with what is happening today. So this is the best time to launch innovations, and it's not just thoughts, but this is translating into action, and number of things that we are doing on a daily basis which are completely new. And while this could be pre-COVID data, during COVID also we experimented a lot. So we are used to now taking those calculated risks, we are used to doing new things, and as a result we are very much open to what is coming our way. And we analyze almost 20,000 new products in the FMCG sector. And what we found is that foods product dominate that space. And within that space, impulse and your generic food products are the one which are contributing a lot. So, there is already a positive momentum for your offering. And this slide is for the title of the presentation, that why you should think about branding. Today the world is all about brands, and let me share you an interesting term. It's called happynomics, and this term was coined by a trend watching firm called trendwatching.com. And what they said is that today not just people want to be happy, but they want to show that they are happy. Yeah. And listen to this very carefully. If I want to show this to other people that I'm happy, then I need tangible things to tell them that I'm happy. And that is why you see materialism going up. And that is where the brand plays an important role. Brand is peace of mind. Brand is something which is telling me that, okay, I have achieved this stature and hence I can afford things like that. So this is a very positive phenomena. And some of the examples are on the screen. Earlier, we would have never told that what kind of switches we require. We would have left that happily to our electrician. But now we tell them, nahi, Havells ka switch chahiye. So we are being so particular about it. And this is what we see even when we go to Reliance store or Big Bazaar. They have their own offerings, which is called as private label. And let me give you an interesting statistics here that the private label contribution to these modern trade stores in India is higher than what is in China. And if you remember, China took modern trade journey almost 30 years before us. So we are moving into this, and that is why we keep saying that when people in Western economies, when people move to private label, it is actually downgradation. But in India, it is not downgradation, it is upgradation because you are moving away from loose product to a branded product. That branded product could be from that retailer. So, these are the 3 slides I thought I'll tell you that, you are in the right space. Just wanted to motivate you. And let's get into, 5 things that you need to be cognizant when, you are building your brand. So the first one is, what we realize is that, while, this is the right time to look at innovations and stuff like that, we found that 3 in 4 concept don't succeed in the marketplace. So the failure rate is also pretty high. And based on the research that Nielsen had done, I thought of sharing with you that what works with healthy food and what works with impulse food. And things are slightly different there. With healthy food, you want to set the expectations cautiously because people have high expectations. If you overpromise and underdeliver, you are going to fail miserably as far as healthy food is concerned. In impulse food, it is all about emotions. You just cannot talk about ingredient. You have to talk about the experience that food provides. And here, let me share with you a very interesting story. I'm not sure whether you people have heard about a dairy firm in Pune called Chitale. You can search on the net also. Long back, they started tagging their cows with RFID tags. And as a result, they understood their daily patterns, changed the food pattern, quantity, quality. And as a result of that, their milk yield is twice the national average. But that's not why people queue up in front of their stores. There is a very softer aspect related to it. It's very difficult to detect pregnancy in cows. Yeah, but because of this RFID data coming at almost at a second level, they were able to detect that pregnancy earlier than other firms, and then they were able to separate out those cows. Want them to be healthy and they want to, deliver properly. And that's the softer aspect which actually appeal to the consumer. That, when I go and buy things from them, it is not just a quality product, but this guy is actually taking care of, these small things and hence contributing to the society. So the question to you is, when you put your brand, what's the story that you want to tell your audience? Yeah. The second thing is, Nisha madam spoke about advertising, distribution, all those aspects. So here I'm not going to talk about, how advertising helps. Everyone knows advertising helps. But what is it that you need to do with the advertising? And here what we did is this was the exercise that we conducted for Tata conglomerate and where we analyzed 400 ads using neuroscience because it is very difficult for people to give certain type of responses. So actually the sensors were connected and then we measured the electrical signal and then we analyzed what is their response. And what we found is that whenever there is a storytelling ad, 5 times neurons are fired more than a functional benefit ad. And this is what you will hear it from other researchers also, that when a story is communicated, many more neurons are fired than when I just shared the statistics with you. So there is an interesting term, one-liner, which says stories spread, facts fade. So, what is coming out very clearly from this is that, if you are able to tell a story, the emotional connect will be high. You know that there are many ads, but if it's an emotional ad, then it will cut the clutter. And most importantly, your messages, people will believe on those messages. And as a result, if this is what we have learned, then what kind of story we should be telling. And based on those ads, what we realize is that if you are able to solve a consumer problem, if your story revolves around that, then that product can be integral part of the consumer lifestyle. See, people rarely buy brands. They actually summon brands to solve their problem. So the question to you is, when you come out with your offering, what is the problem that you are trying to solve? I think you should be communicating that very clearly. The next one is, again, Nisha madam mentioned the importance of packaging. And, here we have catchy titles that, this is actually the first moment of truth. When the product is on the shelf and when people see it, what they first look at it is a product. And there is no silver bullet. What I have given you is a broad framework and, few examples related to it. That, when it is external facade, what is Ferrero Rocher doing? That, there is that transparent box, there is that golden yellow hue there. Or when it is minimal that we are talking about, if you look at dark fantasy, it's a matte finish and very few lines there, words there, one color. Or if you look at the basmati rice packaging, they have given a transparent window through which you could see what is the quality of that rice. You could see the rice inside. So you can make a judgment that, what is it, what quality it is going to be. Or certain ingredients driving premiumization. So there are multiple ways in which you can, come out with the powerful packaging. And let me tell you that this is the most underutilized aspect of the entire branding. That, and I would urge you to focus on that as well. The next one is, Nisha madam rightly put it that, our millet products are going to be expensive and they are going to be for affluent class. And this is one trend that I'm evangelizing for last 10 years in India, which is premiumization. And, a lot of numbers are there. We took almost 2 months to come out with this one slide. But three things which are very common is that anywhere between 1 in 3 to 1 in 4 rupees are spent on buying premium product. Premium product are actually growing faster than the economy product. And the third thing is, when you start buying premium product, it has domino effect on others also. And let me give you an example. Like, if you have a shower gel at your place, if you have a shower at your place, you will use shower gel. The moment you start using shower gel, your sensory expectations will be so high from a soap that you will end up buying a premium soap as well. And this is one area where, I want you people to focus on. Don't feel that, it is expensive. Expensive is not the right word. If you should be able to establish the price benefit equation. And there are multiple factors which are driving this premiumization. One is rising women workforce. We have seen that, now women are employed in almost all the sectors. And the moment they start earning money, they are financially independent. They see what's getting used in the office and they want to try out those things at home also. They want to give the best quality life to their loved ones. But the second one, which is very interesting one, is the trend that we observed is that it's the reality shows, which were contributing to this premiumization as well. And let me share a funny incident with you. When we were, analyzing that data, what we found is if you look at the TV reality shows, earlier it was knowledge based, like Kaun Banega Karodpati kind of stuff. That if you are intelligent, then only you will earn prize. Then people learn that if you can sing, you can earn money. If you dance, you can earn money. If you cook, you can earn money. Big Boss has told us that, if you bitch, you can probably earn much more money. And if at all you are thinking that how much this is linked to this premiumization, so when we ask people, what they said is that today there is no linkage between what skill set you have and what amount of money you can earn. And if you can earn money, you can spend money as well. And if at all you are thinking that, how big is this? Or is Manoj talking about one-off incident? So let me give you an interesting stats. In 2010, not in 2021, not in 2015, in 2010, the number of people who voted through reality shows exceeds number of people who voted for BJP in 2009 general election. So, what I'm trying to say is that, there are these trends that are happening and there are examples of it. There are drivers of it. You should be pretty alert in understanding and then connecting the dots and then linking it to what you're offering. The next one is that, obviously you have a fantastic brand, but when you put it in the shelf, your brand is owned by retailers. Yeah, you have less control over the brand. So how do you ensure that, your brand is still relevant and is still communicated in the best way? So I just want to narrate an incident that, one of the client came to us and he said that he has potato chips and he want to have an in-store banner there. And he said, okay, the top picture on the left-hand side, top picture is what he had in mind, which is, in bowls there are potato chips kept. And then we said, okay, let's understand, the consumption process of potato chips. And then we will tell you whether this is the picture that you should have or you should change the picture. Yeah. And when we understood the consumption process, and again, we use neuroscience because it is very difficult for people to articulate. What we realized that, when you dip that chip in that sauce and just bring it closer to your mouth, that's where the brain activity peaks. It tells you a message, oh my God, I'm going to enjoy this chip. And that photo, if you keep it on that banner, it might have better appeal. And obviously it was the first of its kind experience. So client said, I can't take risk. So what he did is in few stores, he went ahead with the earlier picture that he had, which is just a bowl and chips in it. And in other stores, he had the picture that came from that neuroscience study. And the results are on the slide in front of you. Actually, the one where we use the neuroscience related pictures, what we found is that the sales grew not just for the brand, but for the category also. And if at all you are thinking that, whether this 7% is good enough, see, if you are typically looking at double digit growth, if after double digit growth, half the growth is coming from such a simple thing, why not save money on that expensive TV advertising and spend intelligently on these kind of things? Yeah. And the question to you would be that, what is the peak consumption movement for your product? And if you can have that, it's going to attract the consumer more. Otherwise, they have plenty of options and they could just walk away from the store without buying your product. Broadly, this is what I had. And it's not, the slide is not, has it? Okay. In this five aspects, what I tried telling you is that, while I was trying to tell you the concept also, but I shared the facts also, I shared the stories also. And you would have heard the catchline that data is the new oil, but, I like to differ on that. I feel data is the new soil. It's a fertile medium where your growth opportunities are already seeded. You just need to mine that data efficiently and link what's happening elsewhere so that you can link it to your offering and come out with a successful product. You have a fantastic program, a day-long program. Pearls of wisdoms are coming to your way in a jet speed, and I'm confident that whatever you are learning today, your approach to any growth opportunity is going to change, hopefully from being reactive. And here I play with the words, so watch carefully. Creative. Thank you for being a wonderful audience, and I wish you all the best for your journey.
Thank you so much. It's really, as usual, you mesmerized us. Thank you so much, in spite of your busy schedule, being with us.
No, pleasure is mine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. For the next technical talk, we have with us Sri Satish Chandra Chintamani sir, Executive Director, Institute for Agricultural Technology and Finance Management, Bangalore. Sir has acquired his BSc degree in agriculture from US Bangalore. He is a fellow of Institution of Valuers, New Delhi. Previously, sir has worked at ICRISAT Hyderabad and Canara Bank in Maharashtra. He is also having expertise in financial research and adopting cumulative present value in terms of capital budgeting and standardizing investment setting in agriculture. Some of his remarkable works include mega food park projects, district irrigation plans for 3 districts of Karnataka, credit monitoring arrangement for rupees 300 crores poultry unit. Sir is currently working as Executive Director, Institute of Agricultural Technology and Finance Management, Bangalore. Welcome you, sir, to this webinar. The session is over to you, sir. Sir, can you please unmute?
So we are not able to hear. You make it a full screen. And for the audience, and you may be not new to you, most of our ODOP sessions are as taken as the DPR preparations and financial management. And once again, we are welcoming you for this podium, sir. Thank you so much for coming over to NIFTEM webinar series.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Now I'm hearing. Yes, sir.
See, basically, whenever we talk of a business plan for anything, and even millets included, there are 3 important aspects everybody considers. The first one is commercial opportunity. The second one is technical feasibility. And then the third one, most important one, is the financial viability. These are crucial part. But whenever we look at something in processing, take it for granted, anything, including an app, including a platform, there is always something that comes in, it gets processed, and then the final product is out and it is stored somewhere, and then it is pushed out. So this is the whole business operation when you take into account anything, let it be data processing, let it be that directs one person to another person. There is some churning happening, what we call as processing. Imagine a simple flow wherein you are getting something raw, you are preparing it, you are analyzing it, or you prepare it in a way that it becomes a better product, a finished product, and then it is taken by somebody who wants it. Now, there are 3 important things that emerge here.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, can you please make full screen for better visibility?
Okay. One minute.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So whenever you talk of a business, there are 3 important characters. When in army, whenever somebody goes into armed forces, there are 3 important things that he remembers. 3 N's they call it. One is Naam, Namak, or Nishan. Same way, whenever you get into business, there are 3 important aspects you should remember every time and all the time. That is, what product you are getting, is it having a utility, whether someone can use it to the best of the purposes, and can he get maximum for the money that he has paid. We call it as best of the uses and highest use. Highest use and best use. They're very different. You need to understand that particular aspect separately. Now, next one is demand and supply. There should be demand and you should have the capacity to supply. So what happens or what is required in a business plan is you have to first understand and analyze the demand.
that calls for what we call as a minimum market survey. One should do a minimum market survey as to where the raw material is coming from, what quantity is coming from, what quantity is available, and where it is coming from. Can I get it in a time? What time it is coming in? This research on one part. What kind of demand is there for that product outside? Whether people would like to take the product in the manner you have thought of, or people want that product in the way they want it. So there are very distinct things that you need to understand by way of a simple market research. It is very badly needed. Now let us take simple example of nano cars. Nano cars was launched with an intention of bringing a product into India sub 1 lakh. It was not done with a careful market survey. Whereas the same company, they did a market survey before launching Ace truck. Now you can imagine a large company like Tata's going into two types of products and failing and passing remarkably, failing miserably. Now, this is where a minimal market research is required whenever you think of a business. So, demand and supply. When you assess demand, you should determine what capacity you can supply. You cannot commit more but supply less. So now I have seen many people saying that I will create a platform, I'll create a demo app, but there is no enough memory available, there is no enough storage available, there is no proper processing facilities available, and they commit a lot. So this is where you need to understand the capacity of your processing machinery, processing unit needs to match the demand, and the facility that you are creating needs to produce a product that is of use for the customer. And the third and last one is whatever you are doing, are you doing it legally? So these three parts are very crucial. Is it legal? When you say legal, in case of millets or in case of millet products or in case of food products, it is simply the quality, whether it causes damage to any individual by consumption. Is it reactive in terms of performance in one's body? So basically, it's about understanding the three N's that you do something legally. When you meet all these three things, then we get into the business process. So you are required to acquire raw material. That is the part of commercial opportunity or commercial operations. You need to see that you are acquiring raw material in a manner that is available for year-long processing or a seasonal processing. You need to understand that. Then processing technology management, whether the processing requires a very great technological involvement or a simple technology. Like when you do milling, cleaning, grading, and all that, it is a simple technology. But when you get into milling, to finer or mixing of 2-3 products, mixing of 2-3 millet products to make one multigrain blend, then you need proportions. So that proportions need to be discussed, calculated, tested, and then only you can do these proportions. Then disposal of finished product is also a commercial operation. Now there are two important things to note here is the beginning is a commercial part, end is a commercial part, in between is the processing part or the technology part. That is where an entrepreneur comes into picture in terms of his technical ability. Last part is the financial part. Finance is like blood in your body. If you think of your body as a factory, you see the body structure is the factory shed, Different parts of the body are like machinery. So the lifeline inside the body is blood. So finance is like blood. It should reach every part of your machinery, every part of the body that is there as a machine. It works as a machine. So it needs to supply enough blood, enough oxygen, enough opportunity for it to perform to the maximum extent. So finance becomes like a lifeline or a blood in the body. So you need to take care of these three aspects very happening. 1 minute. Perhaps. So now let's say raw material. In case of millets, what I have seen is I have seen in my own experience a unit established in Chamarajnagar. Um, so location is Chamarajnagar, little bit fairly dry land situation. So it grows millets. They try to introduce most of the minor millets into that region. It's FPO. It's an FPO. And then they had a capacity to process quantity. It's 1 ton per day. Unfortunately, this year they were not able to produce much because of heavy rains. So, how important is the growing region? Because it's close by, the FPO is able to manage very well reduced transportation. And the growing season for most of the millets, since they are grown in, it will be a rainy season. So only once it is produced, and area planted needs to be monitored because how much you are going to get, the quantity needs to be estimated. Then farmers have production skill, that also needs to be enhanced. We need to enhance the production skill, we need to enhance the availability of seeds and all that. Then estimating the quantity, promotion of crop to get desired volume and desired quantity, desired quality, then estimating the procurement cost and logistic cost. Where do I store it? Where do I ensure we have the least spoilage is the matter that you need to attend in respect of the raw material. When it comes to production technology, normally in case of what we have seen in millets is moisture content needs to be regulated. So drying is the first processing, destoning and cleaning, grading and packing, grinding, milling, mixing and packaging. Then you have processed products, a number of them, porridge mixes, muesli mixes, cookies, multigrain pastas, muffins, ragi flakes, ragi chakli, snacks and savories, millet semolina, malted ragi. You can name it. It has now become a kind of universal commodity. So you can mix it with something and reduce the quantity of the other commodity that we were normally consuming larger quantities. So we have a lot of products which can be manufactured. Now, whenever you think of a business, the quantity processed per hour, that is the capacity. The capacity of the machinery needs to be established. Based on the capacity, machinery cost will also. Now, electricity required is also a capacity determining factor. Nowadays, you get pedal operated husker for millet, but does that may not require electricity, but then that is at a limited quantity of processing. When you want to process large quantity, electricity required also determines the capacity of the factory. Training in human resources and required training in machinery operation. Seasonality limits the utilization of the machinery. So can we make it a multi-utilization or multitasking kind of machinery needs to be. Then we look at marketing or holding and prices. Quality testing validation and special qualities needs to be highlighted. The previous speaker was telling you need to build a story about it. Now, the oldest story I remember in case of brand building or in case of special qualities highlighting is in Mysore zone, Akki Hebbal ghee was very popular when I was school student there. So Mysore relation of me with Mysore is very special, and I remember Akki Hebbal area produced very unique ghee. So that is where the quality is being picked up. Nowadays, you find this very common in case of geese. In last week, someone was trying to sell me ghee breed based ghee. So now in Mandya, organic Mandya, you try to find Halikar based butter. So these are all happening. So you need to highlight which region you are getting the product from. That is the first level of branding. Region should be highlighted. If it's coming from Chamarajanagar, it has got a very different flavor because the manure used in Chamarajanagar comes from cows that go on wandering in shrubby forest. They consume most nutrient kind of a most nutritious leaves, and then the cow dung and the manure produced has a very special quality, and that makes it a very special product from Chamarajanagar. It's the most sought after commodity from Chamarajanagar by tea estates and coffee estates. This is for information. So long-term sales arrangement can be long-term sales arrangement with the line offline trading people. Then most important is whenever you have a processed product, you need to check its shelf life. Now, recently, one lady wanted me to check the shelf life of safflower milk. She was producing safflower milk. She was unable to determine the shelf life of this product because normally safflower milk is consumed once it is produced. So we are working on that. Now, seasonal processing and seasonal sales or seasonal processing and year-long sales is a decision that you can take based on the territory.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm coming to the last slide. Sorry.
Yes, okay.
Now, one minute, last one.
Oh,
What
sure.
is the motive? Financial goal. What is the motive for you? Profit making and value building. Value building is for your enterprise. It is like a family value and an individual earning income. It is as simple as that. You may make profit, but you need to build value for it. How much profit is always a question many people ask me. It's a very simple technique I would like to share with you. It is called 35 or 36% profit making at EBITDA level. That is the level at which you need to target, because if you invest 100 rupees, you need to recover at least 10 rupees towards principal, 10 rupees towards what we call as opportunity lost or opportunity cost, then 15% we need to minimum have a what we call as profit for the organization or the effort, or it is also called as risk. So totally minimum 35% at EBITDA level you need to. That's all I would like at this moment, because 15 minutes time is too short to explain in detail. Ultimately, what I want all of you to do is earn money and lot of money, keep earning lot of money, keep earning tons of money. That is the goal of business. That's what you need to do. All other things become secondary. Earning money is the only goal the moment you come into business. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking us through the business processes, and it is really very insightful for us. I would like to first now invite the session chair of this particular technical session, Dr. Vidya Shankar sir. Sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yes, sir. Over to you, sir. You can conclude this session, sir.
Yeah. It was a fantastic session by the panelist, Dr. Nisha, where she really concentrated on all the piece for what is required for the marketing part of it. And Manoj was a fabulous part of it, like where the branding was very important. And the new pivots, what he was bringing in the neuroscience, adapting the neuroscience over the traditional the market testing was really credible part of it. So where even entrepreneurs can look into that to get the market scope part of it. And the third part of the Satish was really the marvelous, like what is the purpose of the business? It was very, very evident, like making profits and also the purposes. The brand building is about purposes and staying in business is about profits and also making it really the way of life and also he concluded with the make lots and tons of money. That is something astounding, and it will be always reverberatory to the young entrepreneurs and the new budding entrepreneurs. So, put it into the nutshell. What I wanted to put it in. So, just you bring in the three the spheres. So, one is the technology sphere, like where all this. From morning till now, actually, all the session is all about the technology development, right from the value chains, how we want to build it, and also we have to put it on a premiumized way, like where it was coming from the Manoj. Premiumization is the way of life. So you cannot call that as a suboptimal or the value product. It has to be premium product. So that is the one thing very coming out very clearly for this business opportunity. That is on the technology. So technology, the maturity is the problem there. Then the scaling up is the problem there. It's how the volumes has to be looked in. So the technology gap is very existing. That with the ecosystem where the Prime Minister's efforts on that, the scheme efforts, and also the one district, one product, that is going to bridge that so that only the branding part, as in India, if you are making for the export, that is technology readiness is the one of the prime importance what I wanted to focus on. The second point is on the understanding the consumer habits and what are the opportunities part of it. And even during the panelists where they were talking about, so that is about the purpose of the branding and finally about, so what is the functionality of the product? The functionality is about health, how much health it can derive, how much is the benefits you can put it. So you have to really look into the building in the nutritionist part of it and also the dietitians and also the medical fraternity into this, so that like that is the platform where we can really get in so that it will be right, the customer will be the god at the end of the day, and whatever the demand has to be created, the demand has to be created through the market. So that is the second lever where we have to pull it through. And the third one is the business. So even Sri Satish was mentioning it is about 35% is the gross margins minimum. That is the focus where we have to put it. So make it happen. So farmers first, if you put it at like once you put the farmers first, what is the amount they will be getting to live it up to the expectation, so that like the total GDP when you are looking into this with the millet businesses, that has to able to drive on its own without any support. So initially that can be a supported, finally how it can be independent with making the money. So these three levers, if you put it together, one is the business, consumer, and lot is the technology. This brings together the complete niche of the ecosystem to drive these businesses to the great levels. So that's where I park my thoughts on that. And finally, we can just look it for the very fantastic journey. So this millets is going to be the revolutionary part. And also we can introduce or you can invite certain industry partners where there is a big branch or there. We can a certain part of the cereals can be replaced with the millets kind of a thing, where to get going the margins where it can really consumption can be up. So that is one of the ways where we can look at it if the technology is up there. So that's where I park. Thanks for the opportunity extended for me to speaking in this audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vidya Shankar sir. Patiently waiting for a long time and really coordinated with the team and hold this session. I was waiting from morning to evening. And really, you look at the participants. It's the first time what we organized. We organized more than 200 webinars last 2 years, and this is the one webinar. Even now, around 360 participants at the 4 o'clock. We were not even break for the lunch today, sir. This is amazing. That's all the credit goes to the speakers and maybe the very good participants what we got. Thank you so much, Vidya Shankar, Anisha ma'am, and sir Sadish Chandrashar and Manoj Kulkarni. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day, sir.
Thank you. Next session is the another one important session. Where Dayagar Rao is going to chair the session, and you know very well. IMR, Indian Institute of Millet Research. Now the face changed. His own person is behind. Apart from the director, is the Dr. Dayagar Rao, and a lot of products and a lot of innovative things is happening in the Indian Institute of Millet Research. And as a CEO of that incubation center, and he's a good friend of mine as well as the good supporter, and we are working together to make a really wonderful year of millet in 2023, and hope with the support and both the institutions, the Ministry of Food Processing and the Ministry of Agriculture, we will make it what the government of India wanted to see that. So over to Dayagar Rao sir, and really thank you so much for accepting our invitation, being with us, sir.
So, sir, as we are moving ahead towards our next technical session, I would quickly introduce sir, as our next session is on startup opportunities for millet processing. So, sir is principal scientist at IIMR Hyderabad, and he's the CEO of NutriHub and principal scientist. He's the nodal officer for National Millets Mission of Government of India, and heading the NutriHub and Center of Excellence, blending the science and technology with business. He is credited with development of millets value chain in country. He has received several awards such as National Sri Dhanya Awards for Outstanding Scientist category in 2018, the ICR IMR's Best Principal Scientist Award 2021, and the FICCI Award for the category of Best Food Processors in 2014. With passion for millet promotion, he has developed more than 60 millet-based value-added product technologies and made them available for transfer to entrepreneurs. He has commercialized 30 millet products under India's first ever millet brand, Eat Right, which inspired the 400 startup in a 4-year span. About 200 startups are built up and another 300 were handheld by NutriHub. We welcome you, sir, and the session is over to you, sir. Sir, can you please unmute, sir?
At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Anand Ramakrishnan, Anand Ramakrishnan. In fact, it's a long association now that we are moving forward and time for us to work. And I think next week we are going to be together in Dubai Expo. One more big event that is going to happen there. And this time the government of India has given a specific 3-day like 3 days millet promotion activity around the Dubai Expo, and a lot of startups we are taking along with them, and along with them this Indian delegation, Minister of Agriculture is going to be associated, and also State Minister of Ministry of Food Processing. We all are doing together for millet promotion for the 3 days session. I think introducing or sensitizing the world community about this. So there are many activities that are there. So I think it is this particular thing will be for us a rehearsal for that. So I think knowingly or unknowingly, Anand Ramakrishnan, he knows what is there in the magic box. So he keeps doing things, and it's wonderful that bringing all the stakeholders here. And in fact, some of the sessions I was also hearing, and they were all very useful. Now we're just getting into the startup opportunities for millet processing, the topic that is given. In fact, the webinar itself is on the business opportunities in millet processing. So I would play, in fact, we have our team of Shyam Babu, Shyam Babu, Managing Director of Millet Chef, one of the startups supported by us. Is he there? Shyam?
Hello,
Shyam,
sir,
are
this
you
is
there?
Anjan. Yes.
Okay. Then we have KV Shivaramakrishnan. KV Shivaramakrishnan from Velavan Agro, Trichy. I think he's there. So you can raise your hand in case of fine. Okay. Then we have one more speaker, NL Mamata, founder and managing director of Urban Millets Private Limited. Mamata, are you there? Mamata.
So on her behalf, Shri Giri has joined from Urban Millets.
Who is that?
Millet chef. This is the Shri Giri.
Sri Giri.
Giri, yes, sir.
Okay. Then Mamta, is she there?
No, so I think she is traveling. So on her behalf, Mr. Giri will be present.
Giri representing Urban Millets.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Others are there anyways. Thank
Yes.
you for this. I think I'll just start giving some little bit introduction. Later, then we'll be hearing about this. So there are lots of startup opportunities because the last mile connectivity is very, very important and essential for to take us up. Because when you talk about millets, problem is not supply. Millets problem is creating demand. So and in a situation like where production and consumption markets are disconnected, I think we are given a challenge how to bring them together and through various stakeholders involvement. So I think one has to be really thankful even today's policy conducive thing where Department of Agriculture, Ministry of Food Processing, and in fact for the International Year of Millets, 20 departments are roped in, and they all are banking upon the opportunities that are around millets and bring in all the stakeholders, and the startups are the key components of this particular promotion that can happen because they are the ones because the bigger industry, the private industry, the previous chairman from who hails from Britannia or ITC and all. So I think for them to come in a full-fledged way, perhaps it might take, but it is all any new product that comes, it is the startups who take the risk and make use of the opportunity, build the market and clear all the clutter around it, especially with regard to the supply chain as well as the forward integration of the for any business plan. So here today we are talking about millets and millets processing. So a lot of rush that is happening around. Past 5 years, about 500 startups have come up in this sphere, and these 500 startups, if you try to just analyze them, they are all of different. Most of them they come from a background which is not akin to agriculture. They come from IT sector. They come from the non-resident Indians. They come from some women are about 30%. I think that, and you will be surprised many of those people who could take up this opportunity and are also belong to from IITs, ISBs, and many other business schools also. So, and I'm surprised also to see some of these profiles are very, very bright people who would like to take up, and we are going through COVID situations. Past 2 years have been a very tough time for these startups to take forward. In fact, the supply chain disruption happened in such a way. But you see the number of startups who have left their endeavor, startup journey, were much lesser than other sectors. So millets, I see that a lot of people with passion they have come, and they are staying together. And some of them also got some funding opportunities during this. And we see some acquisitions that are happening around. And this is a very positive environment that is being built because a lot depends on you, how you take it and connect to the consumer, end consumer, the last mile connectivity. So keeping these points in our thing, because we would like to hear you more, and at the end I'll just try to conclude. I may take little more time at the end rather than in the beginning, though quite some time is given to me. But I will be concluding with some of the business opportunities that are lingering around the. So to conclude this session, a real punchline, because some of the opportunities across the value chain, what could be those opportunities? I will just throw that light on that, right from the agriculture part, processing part, then digitization part, then you take it to the forward market linkages part, and connecting with the various markets, whether it is export markets, whether it's a government mass markets or government funded markets or niche markets. Within the niche markets, there are several other markets that which we can outline. So I think I don't want to take much time, because first let us hear to Shyambabu Vajrapu. He is a managing director, Millet Chef. I have seen his growth over years, and a man who was very penchant for especially bakery technologies. I think and he has grown and come up in a long way. So I wish him all the best for his endeavors. But then you have about 10 minutes time. Quickly, I think you should present your case. Let all the listeners may be benefited through your success story, your personal experience. I know that when I talk about success story, there are so many failures in between. So a lot of, I don't call them failures, I call them as learnings. So over to you. Shyam Babu?
Sure, sir. From Millet Chef India, we have Dr. Anjaneyulu. I'll just quickly introduce you. Sir, can you hear me?
I can hear.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. So Dr. Anjaneyulu is co-founder and head quality control at Millet Chef India Private Limited. And for sharing the success story of Millet Chef India company, today he is present with us. He holds PhD in food microbiology and MSc in microbiology, having expertise in handling food safety regulations, and approved trainer by FSSAI. He's also US FDA qualified person for human food, having over 14 years of experience in food industry in key areas like quality assurance, control, research, and development. Thank you, sir. The session is over to you, sir, for experience sharing, please.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I would like to convey my sincere thanks to Anand Ramakrishnan sir as well as the Acker sir for giving this opportunity, and specific thanks to the Acker sir. Like, he will be the master in encouraging the activities. Like, we have been with them almost from almost more than 8 years as of now, I believe. From 2015 onwards, sorry, supporting, why can't we incubate in a similar fashion so that, everyone can get the value addition of the products. So Shyambabu is also very much interested to do something in our bakery line. Everyone is having a lot of ideology in bringing the food. Why can't we bring out something like which is most favorite line? Like, bakery is one of the most favorite line in all the kids and young generations and all. So Sham has taken that step and and has discussed with me, I wanted to start something in a very fondant way. So that ideology has triggered out, and they approached again IMR. Then the agriculture has guided now in a similar way that we can able to do a lot of value addition in the products in millets. And we started working on that same aspect. And our success story is simply nothing but being in the business and create what customer wants it. So we are creating our own products and then bringing it to sales, and it might be a disaster. But when people liking it, we can give a same kind of opportunity in millets, which is in a very healthy way. So that is what it is making it. And our success story, our recipe in success story is also product development. And we have struggled almost designing our products, and we have spent more than lakhs of rupees in developing the product which is required. So there is no technical evidence that this product owns this much of shelf life, or this product have a minimum of 3 months or 4 months, 6 months. No, everything in millets is very new, because lot of scientific evidences for other products which is available in the market. And creating only from last decade, lot of industries working on the quality, shelf life, etc. Millets, we have very much matured and kind of say, we have struggled testing the products in laboratories, and a lot of machines also which is only specific for maida based activities. But we Millet Chef, we have taken a leap that we don't want to use any kind of maida. That is the first principle of Sham. Actually, Sham has said that we don't want to use maida. Our company is only replicant of a similar kind of activities, but we don't want to use any maida. And like general sugar, these are the two major products which we wanted to remove from the society. So if you are using the same products and giving some kind of millet, means there is no point of doing business also or creating such ideology also. So Sham has clearly said we don't want to do it. So that is again made me to rethink about the formulations what we have thought of creating it, and reworking on without adding any kind of maida means gluten is the concern actually, because if my product wanted to have the stability like big products, so then it will be a very much concern. Our production at the level, initial manual level, it is okay, but when we go into the machines, it is not functioning as good. So then almost like 4.5 years of lot of development failures, then finally we could have created some product which is acceptance all the generations, like younger generations as well as teenagers and older people who are looking after the nutrition. Then in the same kind of a concept made into, we have made our proprietary premixes. These proprietary premixes is a combination of all the millets. No, we are not including only one kind of millet. That a lot of people are using ragi as a base component and doing that, but ragi is the only one product in millet which is giving benefit, means that is absolutely wrong. We have almost like more than around 7-8 products which will be giving absolute benefits in lot of different nutritional activities. So we thought of keeping all the nutritional products in a similar small composition, where we can able to create a good wonderful product with all the product millets activities. So our composition will have only millets, no other than millets. We have removed maida. That is one big activity. So then we are thinking, working on the nutritional aspects, like fiber is the major concern for all of the kids and younger generation. So we wanted to keep a minimum percentage of fiber, and that too in a very good level. And protein is one more product. Actually, we have working on few products like where we can able to give approximately 60% of RDA of protein we wanted to contribute in the same kind of one serving size of cookies. So that level we have worked out, we have almost succeeded. From last 3 years, we are doing tremendously good actually. Our portfolio of product has been increased to 37 as of now. So that include breakfast premixes and cookies, different types of cookies, and people loving it. And we have created something like in a pizza basis, breads and muffins, cakes. Into that cakes also we made into some kind of products only. Okay, so and these are very much we are using some kind of removal of sugar is a bigger challenge for us also. We made into rice-free breakfast also. So rice-free breakfast is one kind of a section like from morning AM to PM nutrition. That is what the recent generations people are talking. AM PM nutrition, early morning nutrition, and PM nutrition means post meal nutrition and all. These things what we have available from the breakfast level, breakfast cereals exclusively for with millets. No rice, no other rolled oats kind of a thing. So we wanted to create such thing. Khichdi what we made with millets, which is almost good, and which we have started our own franchises also. So 7 franchises as of now, which is live in Andhra and Telangana. We wanted to create one exclusive bakery world also, where we will be only selling all the entire range of bakery products exclusively with millets. No other products. Like people wanted to have a cake. Yes, it is available. Pizzas, dilkush, or anything with bakery. Everything is available in the same way. Sandwiches, or even everything. Also, we wanted to create that portfolio. That is, we are working with our next big step actually. So as of now, our success story recipe is quality control aspects and traditional nutritional requirements of the kids, younger generation and all. And people wanted to love the taste. So the taste, what it is matters actually. Everyone will have a doubt that millets can't be so tasty. So we made our products into so tasty without adding any sugar. All our products are diabetic free. Everyone can have the products without having any kind of a agitation also. So no other miscellaneous health benefits. Like say example, bigger companies takes millets as a 5% or 6%, but no, we don't want to do that. Like our range into completely. So now with the help of IMR and NFPMT, so we wanted to project our products also into the Gulf Expo, and we wanted to allow that seeing requirements also. A wonderful journey of Sham and me all putting together, and a lot of efforts, a lot of money we poured into it. But the market demand is so good actually. So and government is also promoting that millets, and next year also is promoted as millets. Absolutely a great year to head actually. So with this, I'm concluding my talk. And thanks to special thanks to Mr. The Hacker sir as well as Anand Ramakrishnan sir for giving such a good platform. Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Anjanelu. Good to hear you on this platform and seeing you big on this platform. I see. In fact, journey was not so easy. There were several decisions that were involved. Sometimes went in positive side, sometimes going in learning side. But you stuck to that. That is what is the best part of it. Your business plan, especially baking, you have developed a USP around that. I think the type of the products that you have brought out. Uh, very few people in the country could bring it out. So I think I should congratulate and thank you for sharing those experiences to our audience. Now I request Sri K.V. Shivaramakrishnan, another good friend of mine from Sri Velavan Agro, Trichy. Over to you for sharing your personal experience with regard to this and entrepreneurship.
I'd like to invite Shri K.V. Ramakrishnan sir, with the permission of chair. I'd like to introduce him briefly. K.V. Ramakrishnan sir is the founder and chief vision officer of Sri Velavan Agro, Tiruchirappalli. Sir is a postgraduate in management from University of Madras. He is a third generation rice miller and he stepped into millet business 5 years back. History is the first food processing industry on millet in Trichy. He runs a farms to fork organization in which primary and secondary processing is done. Due to the value addition of millets into millet flour, millet vermicelli, cookies, instant mixes, and snacks, we are also exporting millet products to the United States, Europe, Middle East, and other countries. We welcome you, sir. The session is yours. Please, for the experience sharing, please.
Good evening, all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
At the outset, I thank NIFTEM to give us an opportunity in this beautiful platform. And right from the morning, I had the opportunity to listen to some great wisdom, and it's been so positive, and the fight is increasing day by day. And I'm happy to be associated with NIFTEM right from PPRC, because being a third generation miller, so I used to come to get trained in PPRC as for a rice miller for processing paddy. So it's been a journey with the institute at Thanjavur. Thank you so much for inviting me, sir. And I thank Dhaikar sir, whom we have been very closely associated with for the past 5 years. So our millet journey specifically started from IIMR. We went raw, nothing in return on the slate, because only ignorance was there. So whatever is written, Dr. Dhaikar had a lot of role to play in it. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom for the common benefit, sir. Now, let me start my journey. A lot of people are talking about the story. So I'll be more than happy to share my story so that people can learn from what not to do and what could be done effectively. So as in the intro given about me, I'm a third generation miller. 5 years back, somehow it stumbled upon us that rice milling is going to be not a great proposition to evolve for the future generations to come. So we thought of graduating ourselves from a grain processor to a food processor. So we decided to get into millet milling. So initial days we started selling millet as a commodity. Then we found out it has the same challenges of selling rice as a commodity. So we were not able to differentiate, or we were not able to add much more value to it. So then we had to look at value addition. And the first thing what we decided was that we agreed that we didn't know food processing, and we went to institutes like IFPT-Thanjavur, IIMR, CFTRI, where we started learning about the food processing scientifically. So we are a company where we have serving our customers with staples, which is millet grains. We have ready to cook items like vermicellis and instant mixes, and we have ready to eat items also like millet cookies and millet snacks. So in the year 2017, our journey started, and we quickly decided that branding our products would be the way forward. So we started branding our products in the year 2019, 18, and the brand name which we registered and got promoted was Blistery. So this was a great challenge to us. As we started off with branding, there were huge challenges which came up in packing because we are a small startup, so we didn't have the bandwidth of employing so much of money in, just to bring the packing collaterals. So we thought about a cost effective way of packing using labeling, and that too without compromising the aesthetic presentation of our products. That worked us. That helped us in a long way. So whatever we did, we had the customer in the mind. So basically, our journey was based totally on customer centricity. So we don't create products as we want it or what we like basically. So we do a thorough research on what the customer needs, and we very closely listen to the customer and evolve products around their requirements so that their requirements are met, and the market is giving us a lot of feedback on a daily basis, which we focus very closely to evolve our products. As we grow, we found out being flexible and adaptable is the most important thing for evolving. So what we was thinking right 5 years back is not holding good today. I wouldn't have dreamt to take my products abroad, but the day came that we decided that we have to take this leap to evolve, so that we had to change the process to meet the international standards, get certifications. And the first country we started exporting was to the US. So we had to fulfill a lot of norms, which took a lot of effort from us, and we didn't hesitate to take professional guidance. In fact, we employ food technologists who are from NIFTEM-Thanjavur regularly for the past 4 years now, and they help us a lot, sharing their knowledge and taking and guiding us in the right path. And for our success, one of the major reason is products, and we R&D is a day-to-day activity there where we come up with new products, and we have to serve markets differently because there are certain new formulations which we make for specific market requirements, because the market in the US might require something different. For example, we sell pancakes mixes there, so which has a total new formulation than what we do here. So based on their tastes and requirements, we do it. And for us, for any entrepreneur to win in a journey, we have to look at our commitment and the focus towards our purpose. If the purpose is clearly taken care of, taking our products globally, all the problems could be scientifically overcome through right support knowledge and learning from our own mistakes. And it is better to fail fast and learn from our mistakes and ask the right questions so that we don't repeat our mistakes again. So taking the product closer to the customer is the key, and we believe we have to get closer to the customer. We are a company which has an omni-channel presence, so we sell in the wholesale, we do retail, we do online sales, we do private labeling, we do exports, and we do institutions. So even one segment is not supporting us due to a reason. The other segments support us, and we keep our organization in full swing. So what would I say is like the purpose, if it is clear, and we can certainly overcome all the challenges, because now there are so much of possibilities of learning, and this kind of platforms are coming to support entrepreneurs, and as government is supporting all of us, and as the hackers have said, like we are comparatively from a tier 2 town like Tiruchirappalli, where the access to knowledge or professional help is very less, but still now we are in the national page, addressing people with the help of the technology, and we are given chances to represent our country in Dubai Expo. So there are a lot of right things which are happening in the millet space. And way forward, we are looking at organic line separately, where we'll give much more premium products to our customers. And the holistic success of any product is not only the product. Naturally, food has to be tasty and it has to meet the quality requirements. So there is no point telling that our product is quality and has taste in it, but it is the customer has to see the value in it, and it has to be appealing to them. First, the packing has to be good. Then the customer should enjoy the product, and he has to see the value so that he comes back to us. And it is not only that, and serving a customer also is a very important thing, because people do business with people. As a small and medium enterprise, we are an evolving brand. So the brand is just evolving, but the person who's leading, or the organization as a whole, should create a culture where the customer is made important, and all his needs are taken care of. As a startup, we may not have budgets for getting into big time marketing, but we effectively use the BTL, which is the below the line marketing, with the social media. And now the situations have come where people are coming to us. Earlier, we used to go to the market. Now, a lot of people have identified that there is a player like this, and there are companies, bigger companies, who are approaching us for private label. I think I have almost done here with the time. The sustained effort is the key for any entrepreneur to win in his venture. So, with this, all the support and the great market which is there, the sustained effort and the committed focus on the purpose will certainly take greater heights, so that the entrepreneur can be successful. And I once again thank.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shivaram Krishnan, I think I remember many steps that you are just treading as a baby steps, and then I'm so glad to see that you are just not in India but also in the export market. You are going to be part of the Dubai delegation also. So I think the mantra is simple and quite clear. The decisions, what we should take and what we should not take, that matters very much. But I think the environment and the ecosystem at that time might be different. And today's context, I think millet entrepreneurship के लिए इतना support है. Institutions for technology, government with the policy support, and new things that are coming, a very dedicated way to support and be with you. I think that is the most greatest blessing that you can think of, and the technical knowledge thereof, and the digital platforms that are coming. And who is to talk about Apida? Millets, there was not a topic at all for Apida. Today, Apida has come up with a policy. And business schools, everybody just going around. More important thing is Prime Minister is solidly backing all of you. So I think with these beautiful thoughts that which you people brought, I'll just move on to NL Mamata, not Giri, Mr. Giri, on behalf of NL Mamata, Urban Millets Private Limited, founder and managing director.
So I'll just quickly introduce Mr. Giri to all the participants. Mr. Giri, V.S. Giri from Urban Millets Private Limited, Bangalore, is having masters in engineering with 30 years of experience in marketing and project implementation. He has implemented about 5 projects related to food industry. He has worked as marketing consultant and helped young entrepreneurs to set up food industry. He has joined Urban Millets in view of promoting value addition of millets benefiting all stakeholders and farmers. The session is over to you, sir, for experience sharing, please.
Good evening, everyone. I had sent PPT. Can anyone share that?
Sure, sir, we'll do that. Just a second.
Good evening, everyone. I'm representing Urban Millets Private Limited. Actually, I'm giving this on behalf of Madam Mamta. She's the founder and managing director of Urban Millets Private Limited. She's traveling. Because of that, I'm taking up this. Actually, to brief what made us to start this millet industry was Mamta Madam has about 25 years of experience in food making, and after selling her previous industry, which is called as Mamta Foods, and after the no competitive class, we were just looking what to do and what not to do. And we came across that everybody was talking about millet, and nobody knew how to cook millet. That was one of the things. So we wanted to make, rather she wanted to make the best use of the opportunity, and we started developing a product. Mamta Madam is an engineering graduate with 25 years of experience in food making. She has got about 125 food products, and that about 50 food products are related to millets only. We are there in almost all the range, right from ready to cook, ready to eat beverages, snacks, and all those things. And we brand for almost all the big players. If the PPT is there, I can just share to whom all we are branding. That will just come back to that later on. What we do as this thing in Urban Millets. Urban Millet was incorporated in 2018. It's run and managed by yeah. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, it was incorporated in 2018 and run and managed by women entrepreneurs. We have got two brands. One is called as True Millet, and other one is True Millet Express. We are having about 50 employees. In that, 95% are women employers. And we have also got unpolished millet processing unit, which has got 7-stage processing and totally untouched by hand. And we directly purchase millet from farmers. And we are also planning to form clusters where farmers can grow millets for us, whereas we can also give them a good quality seeds. Our main motto of Urban Millet is to give value addition to millet. So that our farmers get a better price for their produce. And the third one is to give employment for more women. That's what the motto of Urban Millet is. So what we do, what does Urban Millet does? We do value addition to millet so that more people buy millet based products, which encourage farmers to grow more and more millets, and they get better price for the produce. We want to make millet cooking easy so that we can convince a wider spectrum of people to buy our products. So we want to promote value-added millet products as diabetic and friendly and good health food for the Weight Watchers. And we are doing continuous R&D and to make millet cooking easier and healthier. And the main motto of Mamta Madam is to solve the last question that arises in the mind of an housewife before she goes to bed. So that is through our breakfast solution. So we are always creating a product for our customers and not customers for our product. So our motto is to make easier, faster, healthier breakfast, and we want to make millet cooking tastier and easier. We can skip this. So everybody knows what millet is. As Dayanand sir told, our beloved Prime Minister is bent upon promoting millets. So this was one of the inspiration which made us to take up millet processing. He had tweeted this way back in November 2017 only. So almost the state government and the central governments are also promoting millets, which is helping us to do good in millet business. Next slide. So we do private labeling to almost all the major players like Big Basket. We were the one who are making a good ad brand for them, about 23 millet products for them. And we were doing for Big Bazaar also in the name of Nilgiris, about 5 products. Fortunately, that's stopped now. And we are exporting to US also. We are doing for Mandya Organic. We are doing for Swiggy Cloud Kitchen. We give them in bulk and they prepare and they sell it. We are also branding for a company called as Chamfer. And we are also branding for the leaders in millet, Manna. We are doing about 5 products. And we are also adding another 5 products for them. And we are doing about 3 products for Ella Food. Ella Food is the company which is related to Bharat Biotech. And we're also doing for HK Naturals. And we're also doing about 6 products for Kapiva, that is Baidana Chamanprash parent brand. For them, we are doing it. Next slide. And just skip that. Yeah, this is what the good diet is. Big Basket, we are doing about 23. This is for the Nilgiris one. Next. Next. And this is for the exports, what we are doing for Mandya Organic. Next. And this is quinoa products what we're doing. This is for the Chamfer. These are all some of the branding what we are doing. We'll come back to our brand. Next minute. So we are different from others. Others just add about 15% of millet to upma and 20% to pongal. And their base ingredient would be only suja beaten rice, as one of our things from Millet Chef told. So True Millet has about 72% of millet in upma and 42% in millet pongal. We use millet as a base ingredient. That's how we are different from others. Can we just... So we are different. 95% of the products can be prepared by just adding water. All our products are 100% natural without any preservatives, and all the products can be prepared in one step. And we have got about 18 years of experience in food R&D and about 100 plus products in millets only. Next. So these are our brands. You can please, True Millet is our brand. So we have got ready to cook range in that we have got Mysore millet, Mysore masala dosa, adai dosa, soft idli, pepper pongal, bisibelevat, veg pulao. You can just go to the next slide. These are all the products. Veg pulao, and this is how the packing is. Next. So these are all our products. It's in the name of this thing. We have got healthy snacks. And you don't believe all these snacks are made out only with 100% millet. We don't add any rice flour or anything like that. And we have got True Millet Express where we can have a 5 minutes breakfast. And it is anytime, anywhere health breakfast. Next, madam. So these are all the ranges. This is in the Express range where you can just cook within 5 to 6 minutes. So this is our raw millet, unpolished. And we got Hill drink, one is millet badam and pop ragi milk. So where it can be, it's 3 in 1. It has a drink, smoothie and porridge. So these are the ragi milk and badam milk. Next. So we have got, in order to promote millet, we have got millet experience truck. We have got about 3 trucks which goes to malls, which goes to parks, and which goes to other places, apartments, and we promote. Here we will not be selling the product. What we want, it is a kitchen on wheels where you can prepare everything. Or if the customer wants to try it, he can come and try. We have got everything. We have got dosa tawa, idli making, we have got bin marriage. We have got everything in that. It's totally experience truck. Okay, this is how it is packed in front of us. This is one of the unique thing what we are doing. And yeah, next one. So our future plan, we want to have True Millet cafes, a chain of health quick service restaurants, and we have got breakfast vending machine and beverage vending machine. I'll just show that. We have already developed that. So this is the neighborhood hotel which we are planning next minute. So it will be a quick service restaurants similar to this. We are planning to have that. Due to COVID, we couldn't launch this. We are planning to have about 100 plus in Bangalore only. Next. So this is our breakfast vending machine called as Magic of Ma. And it's called as Anytime Millet. It will dispense millet breakfast like upma, pohas, and other things. So that's what it's IoT enabled. We are ready to launch it. The prototype, everything is ready. Next one. So this is our health drink vending machine. Here we are going to dispense pop ragi milk, millet badam, plain millet drink. That's how we are doing. And this is, we already have about 10 machines working in and around Bangalore. So this is about the media coverage about our Madam Mamta Madam. All this effort is all because of Mamta Madam, what she has put in giving life to millet. And we always say that we are the millet specialists. I hope you all agree to this. And one more request, what I have to the leaders of this thing, Research Institute, other things. The basic thing which I think you got very good connection with the Prime Minister and other decision makers. Here, whatever the value addition we make, we'll be giving about 18% of GST. Whereas other products, their base will be of rice. Rice is about 30 rupees and we'll be paying about 80 rupees for millet. On that, for suppose all the millet products will be about 80 to 100 rupees. So we are paying another, customer will be paying another 18 rupees extra. So competing with non-millet, it has become a big headache. I think other startups will also agree this with us. So if we just convey that to make GST holiday for millet processing and millet value addition product, that would be very helpful for us. That's the only major thing which is taking us. That's why customers, when they just look at the millet packets, it's about 80-90 rupees. And if they see the other packets of the rice dosa, rice idli, which is priced at 50-60 rupees, obviously he buys that. That is a major problem why there is a price rise in this. I thank IFTP for giving this opportunity to showcase what we are doing and how we are doing. And we thank you on behalf of Mamta Madam. Sorry, she couldn't come to this. We'll try to meet Ananta Padmanabhan and Dayanand sir also in future when we get an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's a very nice story. Now, concluding session, the whole session morning to now, Dr. Dayara Rao will conclude the whole session. Sir, you can, over to you, sir. You can close the meeting. Sir, you are on mute.
Sir, you are the right person to conclude the whole session. But overall, I think it is a business that I can conclude. Business opportunity. But I would like to really just, it's, the different dimensions that are brought by the three of the startups shows that they're also going through some bleeding. I think that which we need to address across, and the type of the environment which we are going through today, it is very conducive compared to what it used to be. I think it is going to improve further. And Dr. Anand Ramakrishna himself is leading MOP, initiatives and all those things. And we discuss on this particular one raised by the last speaker, the sharing by Giri, Mr. Giri, that we are also addressing and trying to sensitize the policymakers about the GST part also. I think it takes time because it is all, they look into various other parameters, they have a different argument altogether. But nevertheless, I think with the startup itself, they want to, the Prime Minister himself is very favoring in terms of the support and hand-holding that should go. That's the reason the entire ecosystem is now geared up. Now, I think things are going to, Prime Minister, in Prime Minister's word, Achhe din aayenge. So the good days are going to come for millets. I think next year things are going to be much more because this is India-led thing, and we want you to come out with bigger business plans and where you can scale up your efforts and take it to the export markets. Because tomorrow, after announcing if these products are not available to the other countries, I think we are shaming ourselves. So all the startups must be able to gear up for that. There are difficulties. I know you started the difficulty and then now we will also continue. I think, Madam, can you help me to share one quick presentation that business opportunities in a little clarity I would like to give to them so that they can think of, if you can give me that sharing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are giving the presenting right, sir. Sir, now you should be able to present, sir.
Yes, madam. Are you able to see this, madam?
Yes, sir. We are able to see, sir.
So I think we are all tired. In fact, it's a very lengthy, whole beautiful sessions that went through. But I think this is a befitting conclusion to this today's business opportunity webinar that is being organized by on behalf of MOFPA, NIFTEM, and all others, the whole team. I compliment, and I just want to throw some light on this. Some of the opportunities that are looming in millet sector, which you may not be aware. So I think quite a good number of people are there. So I would like to just share that millet scenario. People were talking which state, what it goes and all those things. But I would like to tell you that the major three cereals, three millets, sorghum, bajra and ragi have put together are about 90% out of the total 17 million tons that India is producing. We have increased our production from 16 millions to 17. So I think we are going in a positive direction. Also with an export CAGR up to 3% in the last 5 years ending with 2020. That is a positive thing. So, but I think today we are talking about millets means there is a USP, unique selling proposition. So that we all need to know that why we should go for millets when so many other alternatives are available. They are dryland crops, low water requirement, resilient to climate, sustainable future crop, offers as a source of food fodder, termed nutri-cereals, and they possess rich health benefits. It is spoken and it is now technology is available in terms of ready to eat, ready to farm. So beautiful photographs were presented and the branding made by True Millets. In fact, they are also gluten-free and positioned as a functional foods. But taking forward, there are several challenges, but I would try to, in 2007-8, we started this journey of reviving millets demand and trying to work across the value chain, and then with the World Bank funding. So we identified what are the problems and then started building a value chain around that. So it was a very tough journey for us all through this particular thing, because value chain is nothing but trying to bring all the stakeholders concerned on a common platform and create a demand, because demand is this real crux of it. The supply, more and more it is being produced, and it is the area under it is coming down. So you need people to eat them. So rice and wheat was taking the country's entire food basket. So we had to build up millets value chain with the help of ITC, National Institute of Nutrition, and state agriculture universities. So the various interventions we brought, on-farm production, completely diversifying the value addition, diversified processing, because it was only atta was there. So from there, can you bring about ready to both more convenience into various diversified products into this? So the value addition was a very crucial component, but without talking on nutrition, we cannot really pitch for millets. Entrepreneurship development, what is developed has to be passed on to the entrepreneurs, and then promotion, popularization, which is very much required. Still, it is required even today, but taking it to the commercialization. The first brand was Eat Right by IIMR. So we could this brand made really just ripples around it, and now today you find that multiple brands that have come up, 500 brands across the country, and more concentrated towards the south and western part of it. So emerging business opportunity for startups, I think you need to know that we have built up a case for various startups. These are some of the photographs to those who have not come. Indian Institute of Millet Research, and beneath is the Nutri Hub. Now it is making news, getting into that, and countrywide recognition to take the startups who are coming out of it are becoming relevant to the country. Now, when we talk about from the seed, inputs, farm aggregation, the business opportunities I'm talking, seed manager. If somebody wants to manage the quality seed, if you want to bring in, then there is an opportunity that they can go for the farming about it, and the price of the seed is double or triple that of the grain. So people have to think this can be done in some of the few things. 4 startups are working in this particular thing so far out of many. And some of them are also into farm inputs. So this is also, we need to understand that people, those who are working in trying to get into that, the type of the inputs that get into the millet production are very different, especially as we treat them as an organic products. And this input also is a market. Farm equipment is another market that one can think of. 4 farms are there, like Kheti Gadi, J Farm, Jain Irrigation. These are all doing it, but I'm just giving some of the examples of that. So this farm aggregation is another one. Pooling and aggregation. Small people, farmers grow in only half acre. So now today, if you want to commercialize, the supply chain is very important. How you are going to aggregate, bulk it, store it. These are so some people can really work in. So FPOs are doing it, but there could be also more professionalism that can be brought into that through the startups involvement. In millets itself, Vishaka Millets, FPO, Sai Sustainable, where based in Odisha, and many others are also into this particular business plan. Some warehousing facilities. Now you just bulk it, and then storing is very important because these are all seasonal crops only grown in one season. Can we take it to the all round supply, all year supply by just storing it in a proper way? And I think there are a startup called WareHub has come up to try to bring out digitization into that particular storage levels also. And then when we talk about the farm gate processing, this is very, very vital again. There are some startups who are working, and FPOs are also working, trying to understand that what is that machinery, that is minimal machinery that is required for the processing millets at that. So that could be another business opportunity where many a time our problem is that we want to venture into entire value chain. So we burn our fingers. So you need to choose which of the area where you can specialize and get into that. So that other players can play and link up with them and try to bring up more sustainable models. Now, when you talk about the fabrication, there are about 10 companies who are doing this fabrication. There is a huge demand for producing this thing because many people, governments are looking forward to bring in subsidized machinery, and there are very few takers. So people, those who are with a mechanical engineering background and a fabrication factories and the background, those people can venture into this startup companies. Now, when you talk about the value added products they are producing, and one can be distributors, ready to eat foods. There are many models. People can get into the breakfast models, they can get into cookies, puffs, extruded snacks. So if you want to bring a bunch of the products also, you have a lot of opportunities. Now, how you are going to place them, retail chains or e-commerce, that is another game. So one can venture into those things also. So we need to choose this. We was talked and talked by many of the speakers. So I don't want to get into this, but this is a very big market that can get into that. Though it appears a niche market, but I think it is emerging in the urban areas where the lifestyle diseases are prowling like anything. So one can get into that now. Soulful morning beverages. It could be beverages also, nutraceuticals, functional foods, soft drinks. There are many technologies that are available now. One can take those things and go. But I see that the new generation of the startups who are coming up, they are also interested in to get into the infant foods or the baby foods with a background on nutrition, trying to make malts, energy drinks, retail chains, and a range of brands that are coming up. We are supporting some of them, so we're branding that which, because there is a market for that. In fact, Nestle has come up with the baby foods in Africa. So recipes and meals. Now this is a restaurant could be another. Now people are coming with the cloud kitchens. they are coming with a small restaurant come a store also. So we have heard people speaking about that. The last speaker was talking about the mobile cafe and also vending machines and all those things. Now the cook, what we call is the trucks, like vending trucks are coming up. So that mobile trucks could also be another business model. Now the functional foods. There's a huge market. People are willing to pay more money for that. How you are going to position the product is very, very important. By bringing good packing and good labeling, I think one can get into this another area of business plan. Now, when you talk about the novel and emerging trends of these things, plant proteins. This is a less known thing. Many a time you find it in pulses and all this. Now, because there is a reason why we should integrate millets with pulses also and bring in the best. Now, if you talk about proso millet, it has about 15 to 17% of protein. So beautiful products can be brought into that by blending with the pulses, and so that the amino acids, essential amino acid composition, which are missing in pulses, can be complemented by millets and vice versa. So we need to understand that the type of the new markets that are emerging out of the nutraceuticals. Again, this is a very big market. If you talk about the analog foods that are also coming, like rice, meat, milk, when they are marketing of these things, so they are made, they can be made with millets. All these things in different forms, but the basic ingredient could be millets. And you will not be able to make nano foods. Again, it is that this is a subject of Dr. Anand Ramakrishnan. I don't want to steal that particular thing, but I think now we were talking about the bran oil. The other day, I was just having a discussion, CFTR and IMR working on producing some sort of a bran oil also. Now, little millet, whatever study shows, is about 15% of it contains oil. So can we really market it for that? So we are still in the under study, but this could be another good area, because the type of the quality of the oil is quite good. The initial indication points out. Now somebody is interested in beer, micro breweries. So this is I'm sure that many people must be wondering. In fact, in Africa, there are this is already being Sab Miller and others. They are coming. The type of the beer that produces of a very high quality, because the neutral spirit that produces out of it. In fact, sorghum is a very good ideal source, which is where one can think about using as a cheaper raw material compared to barley and others which are not grown in our country. We can bring down the cost also. So beer making could be another thing. Microbreweries. Bangalore is full of microbreweries. Now biofuel. The sweet sorghum varieties are there, where you can, from the stock, you can produce the ethanol that can be used for as a biofuel. So a lot of work is going on, a lot of emphasis, starch production, animal feed production, and many other things. And agencies can come around and go around, because next year is going to be a very, very big thing. Now, FICCI is talking about millets, CIA is talking about millets. Why not a startup talking about creating that an agency who can come up with the promotion and awareness creation? IMR will be more glad, and along with other institutes, I think you can get the content to take these things forward. So we would like to support them. And when it comes to the captive or mass markets, the public funded programs is going to be a big market. So the government feedings everywhere, the piloting is happening. We have tied up with several government WCD programs, state governments, and trying to see whether millets can get into that and how the children would react and what is the impact on their nutrition. So I think this is going to be a very big, because other markets could be smaller size. Once this comes, then the millets may not be available for others. So simultaneous production ecology has to be built around with so many business plans. And if somebody wants to offer a capacity building and training programs, there is also an opportunity with a little bit more of a modernized way, where we can bring in, take the models, because to reach out to the world and world's communities, it's going to be a very big business around this thing. People are not aware of this thing, whether it's a product training or recipe training, or whether physical training or farm methods training. I think one can go for it. Now the startups incubation is another big opportunity, where in fact it is a unique architecture with a DST funding and RKVA funding and ICR. we have support now. Currently, we are supporting 200 plus startups, and we have disbursed about 6.6 crores for 66 startups. So I think opportunity is beckoning. Those who are willing to coming with an innovative idea. So you will investment could be another startup. A lot of people are coming. There are two programs, Engrain and Nest, where the investment can also be supported so that you may raise up. You need to qualify and do that. So we have been making a bigger impact. Though Indian Institute of it began with the Crop Improvement Institute, but today we are from crop to the product to the consumer, from the production to consumption system, entire value chain being covered. But we would like to go with the other institutes and our fellow institutes from MOPI, especially NIFTEM-Thanjavur and others, so that these startups may be immensely benefited. We are going to work together with all of you. Especially, we have we have built up a facilities, large scale facilities for the startups to come and produce. These startups who are incubated with us, they can stay with us up to 1 year and a maximum period up to 18 months, and then they can make use of the facilities. You take this, you need to pay the user charges, and meanwhile you can make a conscious decision of which machine to choose, and which I have put one this milling machine. Here you see that there are three types of technologies that are there. Chekki atta, then you have a hammer mill, then you have a roller floor mill. So you can try by yourself over a period of 1 year and find out the product quality, and you can adopt to your own situation and then make use of that. What a best provision that is being made. I think now we are launching, we are going to have a field day inviting all the startups to come and see all these facilities. These facilities are not for us, it is built for you. So please make use of them and produce the product, and you can brand, label on your own brands, you can take it up. So, but there is a user charge for this thing. So we are building up a huge facility, and about 10 processing lines are there with us. Now we would like to offer all these things to you. But as said and that, startups opportunities are many. Many institutions are building. So this presentation, I just eat millet, stay healthy. But I think the final words I want to hear from Anand Ramakrishnan more than anybody else.
Sir, thank you, sir. It is you have taken the journey of yourself as well as IMR that is visible in your slides. And I think participants would have been got a feel about what is going on in our institutions. Not only that, now like Ministry of Food Processing Industry has funded again NutriHub some more funding, and the Agarao sir is in the process of making good facilities for more support for the millet processing. And we wanted to make it what I said in my inaugural speech. Because we have put a lot of effort to bring into the year of millets for the 2023, and Prime Minister is very keen, and we wanted to make it especially for the IMR and NIFTEM-Thanjavur as well as Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Agriculture Ministry, big impact in the global. And we wanted to not only make it a big brand of millet, and also we wanted to make it a global brand of IMR as well as NIFTEM-Thanjavur. That is our aim, and we are working very hard, especially with Dr. Dayagarao. And hope you would have been enjoyed the today's whole day sessions. And we
congratulations, congratulations. Actually, it's
congratulations
a very nice
to all, sir. It is the part of everybody jointly we have done. And you would have witnessed what Dr. Dayagarao mentioned about that. One is the PMFME scheme, PLI scheme, and other schemes also coming everywhere. People are telling not only what we heard about GST, and people wanted millet should be included in the MSP, and all the things the government also working on it. When the very nice climate is coming up, so you need to capitalize. That's what somebody wanted to get into this business. Please do start your company. Today would have been heard a lot of things. This is the ideal time. Right now, our market size is the $265 billion business of food processing industry. It's going to be a $535 billion in another 5 years' time. No other segment is growing such a rapid pace. And the last 2 years, 35% increase in the ready-to-eat, ready-to-cook product in the market. So definitely millet has the role into that. So please think about it. And we are here to support both the side, either IMR or NIFTEM-Thanjavur. We joined hand. We wanted to make it a millet hub in India, and it not only gives the names to our country and also increase the farmers' income and also foreign exchange to our nation. Once again, thank you so much for attending this wonderful event, and thank you so much for the Dagarao and all the speakers today morning to know. And thanks for my team at NIFTEM-Thanjavur PMFME team and all my colleagues. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, just if you allow me, that we will all open our videos and clap for this particular business opportunities. Sir.
Yes, sir. Nice
All
idea.
of you, please, just
all of you, please
put on
open
your
the video.
videos.
Dr. Magendran, take the snap.
Sir, kudos.
Good, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Bye, sir.
Meet you soon, sir.